Hello, 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 chat. We are live, and it's the next event after Freestyle World Championship. That is Prague Chess Festival. By of course, Prague Masters में बोलने वाला था, but there's also the challengers, and यहाँ पे दो Indian players हैं एक section में. So first of all, chat, welcome भाई. एक बार सबके सब लोग chat एक बार hi लिख दो भाई. And कौन-कौन tournament है, क्या players है, क्या sections है, हम अभी बताएंगे. So Prague Masters एंड प्राग चैलेंजर्स प्राग मास्टर्स में हमारे खेल रहे हैं वर्ल्ड चैंपियन गुकेश हिमसेल्फ भाई, वो भी स्पेक्स के साथ भाई. न्यू लुक ट्राई करनी चाहिए भाई. मेरे स्पेक्स ही लग रहे हैं मुझे यार, सिमिलर लग रहे हैं, बट एनीवेज of course Gukesh is playing and we also have Aravindh who's going to play against Nodirbek today. भाई बहुत तगड़े players हैं. We have Gukesh, Hans, we have Yakubboev, we have David Anton, we have David Navara, we have Aravindh, we have Nodirbek, we have like Parham Maghsoodloo, we have like, Vincent Keymer. तो काफी strong lineup है यहाँ पे. And of course, we have the challenger section जहाँ पे Divya and Surya are also playing. And let's not forget, Divya का ये last tournament है before the candidates. If she wants to be world champion after being the World Cup winner, तो भाई ये tournament और इसकी form super duper crucial भाई. So welcome chat. क्या हाल चाल भाई? एक बार सबसे हाई लिख दो बस सकते हैं तो. And then we can go full screen straight into Gukesh versus Hans. And Hans Niemann का नाम काफी पॉपुलर है. And मुझे लग रहा है कि Hans Niemann बहुत जल्दी और पॉपुलर होने वाले हैं भाई. क्यों? क्योंकि भाई एक डॉक्यूमेंट्री आने वाली है इनके ऊपर, मैग्नस हैंस के ऊपर 7 अप्रैल को. मेरा था 1 अप्रैल को डालेंगे, बट नहीं, 7 अप्रैल. सो इट्स नॉट अ अप्रैल फूल्स जोक. कैन वी गो फुल स्क्रीन भाई? गुकेश इन मेडिटेशन अगेंस्ट हैंस नीमन. लाइट्स ऑन हो चुकी हैं भाई, क्राउड हाउसफुल है. एंड वेलकम चैट. हाँ, यस, वी गो गुकेश इज बोर्ड एंड वी आर रेडी भाई. वहां पे नीमन वर्सेस डी दिख रहा है मुझे. दैट इज इंटरेस्टिंग. डी नीमन. सो फिक्स कर रहे हैं हम लोग चैट. साल को लोन वाले बिल्कुल भाई. सहज भाई बाय द वे एक साउथ अफ्रीका में कोचिंग कैंप के लिए गए हैं, एज ही इन्फॉर्म्ड अस इन द लास्ट इवेंट. सो राकेश भाई विल बी जॉइनिंग अस इन जस्ट अबाउट हाफ एन आवर. उनका इंस्पेक्शन चल रहा है घर पे, कुछ क्रेजी इंस्पेक्शन. वो बताएंगे आके हमें डिटेल्स उसके बारे में. डू नॉट गो एनीवेयर. बट मीनवाइल भाई कुर्सियां भर चुकी हैं, एक सीट नहीं है बैठने को. दैट इज वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग टू मी कि क्राउड यहाँ पे बहुत आया है गेम देखने के लिए. यूजुअली डे वन इज हाइप्ड अप एंड वी हैव द वर्ल्ड चैंपियन. एंड बाय द वे चैट, क्वेश्चन टू यू, क्या हमें पता था कि गुकेश के पास स्पेक्स है? बिकॉज आई डोंट रिमेंबर दिस लुक बिफोर, लाइक गुकेश स्पेक्स पहने हो. मैं भाई व्हाट्सएप हमारे हार्ड वर्किंग मॉड. बट या गुकेश कॉपीड माय लुक्स. दैट्स व्हाट आई एम सेइंग भाई, ही इज स्टीलिंग माय थंडर. जो दो कौड़ी की और थंडर मेरी थी, वो जितनी भी थी ऑस्ट्री, वो भी स्टील कर ली भाई. But really, he had specs. I didn't know about this. So clearly, Gukesh भाई भी बहुत screen time चल रहा है उनका. If you become world champion chat, so that's one drawback. आपका screen time बढ़ने वाला है. But you can see him meditating by the way. उनके सामने Hans Niemann, as I mentioned, documentary तो आई रही है उनके ऊपर. Hans Niemann also rising up the ranks. He is one of the strongest players in the world right now. And of course, बहुत तगड़ी फॉर्म में है. Hans even world number 18 by the way. And if he wins today against Gukesh, he'll be world number 15 right behind Prague. So extremely high stakes for Hans Niemann here. By world champion को हरा के he can make a big statement today. So देखते क्या होगा. White pieces Gukesh के. And by the way, do we have the camera of Aravindh before the game start? एक बार तीनों बाकी games देख के आते हैं. First of all, it is Aravindh versus Nodirbek. Very important game. अरविंद का आई थिंक लास्ट मौका ओलंपिया टीम तक पहुंचने का. अगर ये टूर्नामेंट अच्छा नहीं गया तो ओलंपिया टीम के सपने को उनको गुड बाय कहना पड़ेगा. ही हैज गेन्ड 3-4 रेटिंग पॉइंट्स बैक. सो 10-15 पॉइंट अगर वो यहां बढ़ा पाते हैं, आई थिंक ही नीड्स टू विन द इवेंट, और एटलीस्ट नॉट विन द इवेंट, लेट्स से फिनिश इन द अपर हाफ ऑफ द सेक्शन, जो हम टारसफील्ड में नहीं कर पाए. एंड फाइनली चैलेंजर्स भी हैं, जहां पे वी हैव सूर्या शेखर गांगुली हु इज कमिंग बैक इन एक्शन आफ्टर अ लॉन्ग टाइम. आई एम क्वाइट क्यूरियस कि ये टूर्नामेंट कैसे चूज किया, हम और डिस्कस करेंगे उसके ऊपर. एंड ऑफ कोर्स देन वी हैव दिव्या देशमुख एज वेल, हु इज प्लेइंग हर लास्ट इवेंट बिफोर द कैंडिडेट. सो वी विल आल्सो कवर दोस गेम्स. हाँ, सो वी विल हैव द कैंसर चैलेंजेस सून, बट ये दोनों गेम्स ही हम कवर करेंगे चैट, विद ऑफ कोर्स मोस्ट फोकस्ड ऑन द गेम ऑफ द वर्ल्ड चैंपियन भाई. एंड चैट, कितने लोग यहाँ पे जो चैट में है वो 2024 की वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप फॉलो किए थे? कोई ऐसा हो जिसने फॉलो ना किया हो? लेट मी हाईलाइट समथिंग. देयर वाज अ टाइम when we didn't have a world champion, like Vishy sir was world champion for many years, and उसके बाद 2014 के बाद इतने साल तक we were not really having an Indian world champion. We did not even have anybody qualified to the candidates. But Gukesh broke all odds. इनफैक्ट मैग्नस ने एक टियर लिस्ट बनाई थी 2024 में, गुकेश के चांसेस बहुत कम है, इनफैक्ट लाइकली ही विल हैव अ बैड इवेंट, पर गुकेश कैंडिडेट जीते, वर्ल्ड चैंपियन बने, एंड नाउ ही इज देयर एज द वर्ल्ड चैंपियन सिटिंग एंड रिप्रेजेंटिंग इंडिया. बट इस साल वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप होने वाली है, सो अगर वो गलती से हार गए, then India could lose a world champion. Like we will not have that title to our name. So super important year for Gukesh. Every tournament is a test of his character. And if we look at Tata Steel, it was a disappointment for the Indian players. But if there was a name which at least played decent chess, it was Gukesh. Like it was not a bad event for him. Ek wo blunder tha Nodirbek against, which kind of really catapulted the tournament into something not ideal, but it was a decent tournament still. So he's not been in bad form, but he's not been in great form. क्या वो 2024 वाली फॉर्म कॉपी कर पाएंगे? That is the big question. Rakesh, I will join in just about 15, 20, half an hour, minutes, something like that. Half an hour, minutes. Wow, भाई न्यू इंग्लिश आज सीख रहे हो तुम चैट. शुभ शुभ बोलिए भाई, शुभ ही बोल रहे हैं भाई, जीतेंगे भाई, ऑफकोर्स जीतेंगे भाई, ऑफकोर्स. द बेस्ट आइडिएशन इज कि भाई बेस्ट पाथ इसकी प्राग ही जीत जाए कैंडिडेट्स, एंड इंडियन का रखना इज गारंटीड. बाय द वे कैसे पूछा गया था यहाँ पे कि किसको आप खेलना चाहोगे, उन्होंने पहले इग्नोर किया, बट लास्ट में बोला प्रग वुड बी नाइस, क्योंकि वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप इंडिया में रहेगा, लाइक दैट वुड बी नाइस. तो लेट्स होप कि दैट हैपेंस. गुकेश के मुंह में घी, शक्कर और आइसक्रीम और श्रीखंड और जो भी उनको पसंद है. दिव्या प्लेयर इज 200 ELO अप. भाई जाएंगे ऑफकोर्स चैलेंजेस में, चैट चैलेंजेस में. दिव्या को स्ट्रॉन्ग टूर्नामेंट ही चाहिए. एनीबडी वरिड अबाउट दिव्याज गेम? लेट्स कीप इन माइंड कि दिव्या ने टाटा स्टील खेला था चैलेंजर्स इन 2025 जनवरी. शी स्ट्रगल्ड एट दैट इवेंट, वापस आई, प्लेड वेरी वेल. देन दिव्या प्लेड अदर्स वेरी स्ट्रॉन्ग इवेंट, स्ट्रगल देयर, प्लेड द वर्ल्ड कप एंड परफॉर्म देयर. सो आई थिंक वैशाली ने भी यही परफॉर्म किया था. चेन्नई GM शी स्ट्रगल्ड, केम बैक and won the grand slam. So I think कहीं ना कहीं पे वो चैलेंज अच्छा है. Even if she does not have the ideal performance, it will be incredible training for the actual candidates जहां पे competition will be easier. So बोलते ना train hard, win easy by. Okay, so we can change the angle a little bit. जब तक के लिए हम कुछ कोई खड़ा हो गया था सामने. Game should have begun by now. I think day one थोड़ा डिले रहता कई बार. So they will start any second. मीठा मीठा बोलने के लिए थैंक्स. ऑफ कोर्स भाई कुछ मीठा हो जाए भाई, ब्रांड इंटीग्रेशन भाई यहाँ पे कर सकते हैं, अगर होता हमारा ब्रांड तो है नहीं, गरीब लोग हैं हम. बट मीनवाइल व्हेन मैच विल स्टार्ट प्रीटी सून. चैट, डू यू सी निहाल्स ओपोनेंट रेज बाय? आई डिड सी दैट भाई. I did see that very controversial moment in the chess ecosystem. So it's going to be interesting मेरे हिसाब से to see कि how that transpires in the coming days. But कुछ हुआ था भाई, कुछ स्ट्रीम पे निहाल के साथ हार के एक ओपोनेंट ने कुछ उंगली दिखा दी थी, ऐसा कुछ हुआ था एग्जैक्टली. नाउ इट्स वेरी हार्ड टू सी कि भाई वो किसके अगेंस्ट था, अपने अगेंस्ट, फ्रस्ट्रेशन के अगेंस्ट होता है, बट ऑल्सो लाइक या डिबेटेबल भाई, डिबेटेबल. नॉट कूल दो, लाइक नॉट सुपर कूल. Leon started streaming. Yep, definitely. Leon started streaming on YouTube as well. Definitely want to follow. By the way, तालियां बहुत बज रही है. I think inauguration की speeches चल रही होंगी. Anybody who's attended like an assembly in school knows कि speeches चलना बहुत जरूरी है day one को. And फिर एक inauguration move होगी, I think, जहाँ पे गुकेश के बोर्ड पे होगी. I'm guessing because he's the world champ. By the way, chat, let's not discount how important this tournament is. Chat, Vincent Keymer world number 4 खेल रहे हैं. ठीक है, नोडिर्बेक वर्ल्ड नंबर 5 खेल रहे हैं, वर्ल्ड चैंपियन खेल रहा है. दिस इज वेरी स्ट्रॉन्ग बाय द वे. हैंड्स, अरविंद, like it is almost as strong as Tata Steel literally. So it's going to be very tough. Let's go full screen. Gukesh, our hands. To 500 likes. Do not forget कि 500 likes पे membership आपके हाथ में आएगी. So let's go chat. And E4 played by the world champion. Let's go. And chat, let's not forget कि यही साल है world championship Olympiad का. So Gukesh has to hide his prep as well a little bit. So super important यार. Prep छुपानी पड़ेगी. And E4, E5 if I can see correctly on the board. अभी moves नहीं आ रही है, but moves बहुत जल्दी आ जाएंगी. Day 1 को थोड़े glitches रहते हैं. And Knight F3 on the board. Very logical chess. Gukesh got glasses. बिल्कुल भाई. You can't escape the glasses in today's tech world भाई. आजकल हम वो क्या आया था मेटा का, वही वो आंख पे लगा के घूम रहे थे लोग सड़कों पे, like we are in that zone now. So we can't avoid the tech, so might as well integrate it. #Neuralink. Just kidding. By the way, Spanish opening bishop b5. So just to show you chat, something like this has happened and Gukesh का bishop b5 के ऊपर है, putting pressure on the knight here. Hands यहाँ पे थोड़ा सा pause देते हैं. Let's not forget Hans Niemann का Tata steel बहुत बढ़िया गया था. So that is an important detail कि Hans का साल काफी अच्छा शुरुआत हुई है उनकी. तो it's not gonna be easy for Gukesh to beat Hans here. And in fact Tata Steel round 1 में Hans Niemann ने कुछ incredible opening preparation खेली थी जहां Fedosiev blundered and Hans Niemann had the shortest win of Tata Steel. याद है moment भाई? तो ऐसा कुछ tragic नहीं. So we want something amazing to happen here. And chat, of course, by the way, we are about to touch 1 million subs on the Chess.com India channel. Will be crazy, bhai. Like around 7,000 subs, 6,000 subs away. So it'll be insane. By the way, Hans Niemann having a slight think, puts the knight out to f6. And यहाँ पे हम लोग इंतजार करें. Gukesh likely will castle. Very, very normal. Oh, he plays d3. Okay. Defends the pawn on e4. And of course, यहाँ पे कुछ crazy opening insights हमें राकेश भाई आके देंगे बहुत जल्दी. But Hans Niemann, by the way, okay, Gukesh का पेन काम नहीं कर रहा है. Okay. भाई, we have reached a new ecosystem, because आजकल सब कुछ screen पे होता है. I think pens की quality in the world might have deteriorated, chat. We might not even realize this. Pens in the world going downhill. Okay, now Hans Niemann still thinking. First of all, bishop c5 would be logical. d6 would be logical. Even bishop d6 is the move here, apparently. That's very ridiculous, but okay, makes sense. D3 probably part of prep. Of course, it's part of prep. I think chat, ध्यान रखो, we are looking at the top players of the world fighting. So ये लोग 50-50 move तक वो prep करते हैं. By the way, bishop c5 played, I think, on the board by Hans Niemann. And in this position, chat, यहाँ पे c3 has, oh wait, he takes on c6. Very interesting, chat. By the way, very important detail. Look at this. यहाँ white के पास 5 चालें हैं. c3, bishop takes, castles, knight d2 and knight c3. पांचों चाल में से इंजन सबसे बेकार इवैल्यूएशन देता है बिशप c6 पे. It's the second most popular move, but engine evaluation wise, hardcore, this is the worst option. But still, Gukesh goes for this because उनका एक clear plan है भाई structure का. And by the way, this putting up, Sameer, do check if we can have the boards, कर दिया क्या? हाँ, it's coming. अरे awesome, बढ़िया. भाई देखा भाई, कुछ भी कर सकते हैं हम लोग तुम्हारे, चाहे तुम जो बोलो भाई, तुम जो बोलोगे हम कर सकते हैं भाई. Anything is possible. भाई दुआ से, by the way. Meanwhile, chat, by the way, मार दिया है यहाँ पे पीछे से, क्या नाइट मार दिया है, पॉन टेक्स एंड नाउ डबल पॉन हो चुके हैं. सो क्यों मारा गुकेश ने अपना बिशप क्यों दिया? क्योंकि डबल पॉन है. एंड गेम में जाके ये डबल पॉन का फायदा उठाएंगे गुकेश. ही वांट्स टू एक्सचेंज द बिशप एट सम पॉइंट ताकि बिशप पे एडवांटेज ब्लैक की चली जाए एंड देन ही बीट्स हैंड्स ऑन स्ट्रक्चर. एंड स्ट्रक्चर के साथ आप ऐसे प्लेयर से खेलते हो जहां पे जो डायनामिक है, जो अटैक कर सकते हैं, जो काउंटर प्ले के लिए खेलते हैं, उनके साथ दिस माइट बी अ नाइस ओपनिंग. सो नाउ गुकेश कैसल्स एंड हैंस नीमन हैविंग अनदर थिंग. साझा बैक आएंगे नेक्स्ट इवेंट में. आई थिंक कृषिज वानी जी नेक्स्ट इवेंट में आएंगे. गुकेश चश्मा लग गया, बिल्कुल भाई. एंड दैट्स एज मच ऑफ अ सरप्राइज टू मी एज इट इज टू यू. सो गुकेश यहाँ पे सोच रहे होंगे यार क्या खेलना चाहिए मुझे, कितना डीप गुकेश की प्रेप विल बी वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग. एंड ऑल्सो चैट, लाइक दिस इज not like a world championship cycle event, right? So किस तरह की opening prep गुकेश की रहेगी will be very, very interesting to see. Does he go really deep into lines? Does he play lines जहां पे he's trying to avoid mainline theory? Will be very interesting. By the way, today only D is playing, Gukesh is resting. That is true. I don't know if we can fix that, like Gukesh D लिख सकते हैं instead of Niemann खाली, but okay, we'll fix that at some point. By the way, knight c3, यहाँ पे the best move for white, the most common moves, c3, knight d2 were the choices, but knight c3, usually this doesn't make sense because black के पास pawn है c6 पे, तो दोनों squares घोड़े के covered है. So why would you put the knight on c3 is very interesting. Let's see. So गुकेश के पास एक नया opening idea है जो आई थिंक हैंस नीमन सोचने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि क्या खेलें. ऑलरेडी वी आर डाउन टू जस्ट लाइक 13-14 गेम्स एवर प्लेड ऑन chess.com फ्रॉम दिस पोजीशन. सो नॉट नॉर्मल. सो प्रिपरेशन, अवॉइडिंग मिलिंग थ्योरी, बिल्कुल सही. गुकेश इज क्लास टॉपर, भाई ये बात तो सही है. बाय द वे, इज इट लाइक यूनिवर्सली ट्रू, लाइक क्लास टॉपर को चश्मे लगते ही थे? लाइक इज इट लाइक स्टिल ट्रू नाउअडेज? जो कोई स्कूल के बच्चे हो तो वो बताएंगे हमें. मुझे याद है जब मैं स्कूल में था तो भाई क्लास टॉपर को हमेशा चश्मे लगे होते थे. इट वाज अ साइन ऑफ इंटेलिजेंस, सो टू स्पीक. हल भाई, प्रगुजनीश राउंड 1 नॉट एक्सपेक्टिंग. अरे हाँ, बाय द वे चैट, अनदर अपडेट सिंस वी लास्ट मेट एंड दैट वाज कि कैंडिडेट्स की पेयरिंग्स आर आउट एंड ओपन सेक्शन में इट इज प्रग वर्सेस अनीश and Hikaru versus Fabi, super important. Then women's section में it is Divya versus Hampi and Vaishali versus Bibisara. So I think round one, as we know, is super important. जो अच्छा शुरुआत करता है उसी के जीतने के चांसेस रहते हैं. दोनों कैंडिडेट जो नेपो जीते, ही वाज लीडिंग हाफ वे, गुकेश और लीडिंग हाफ वे, एंड ऑल्सो वी सॉ टाटा स्टील ने पहला गेम हारे तो ही वेंट ऑन अ टिल्ट. He lost two in a row and then he had no chance of even finishing in the top half. So start अच्छा करना बहुत जरूरी, और इसका अनीश को हराना राउंड में इजी नहीं होगा, बहुत मुश्किल रहेगा. Because Anish would have been much better to watch. But okay, I mean, we get some answers early on in the candidates. Hikaru Fabi में से जो भी जीतेगा उसके चांसेस बहुत हाई, जो हारेगा उसके बहुत कम. सेम वे फॉर Prague versus Anish. जो जीतेगा उसके चांसेस हाई, जो हारेगा उसके चांसेस लो. सो आई थिंक वी गेट सम आंसर्स वेरी क्विकली. मतलब हमें इंडियन फ्लैग लेके घूमना है कि फॉर्मेलिटी पूरी करनी है, विल बी डिसाइडेड वेरी अर्ली इन द टूर्नामेंट. By the way, chat, I think Prague Masters is a training ground for many players. Gukesh ka World Championship ke liye, and also, I don't know if you have the cams for challengers. We will quickly go there whenever we have them. But Divya is also playing. एक चीज मुझे बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग लगी. Chat, I saw some reels. Let me know what you think. ठीक है? First of all, okay, maybe we can check out Divya's board, by the way, just for a second. So d4, d5, we have, very interesting. And she takes on d5. So avoiding prep. This is not what you would usually play. I think you would play e4, knight f3, something. Mara, avoiding opening prep Divya right now, and seems to be in a very, very normal position. But going back to Gukesh's board, but Divya, if you can go full screen again, came to the venue and arrived at the same time with Surya. Then we saw them sitting together at the opening ceremony. So मेरे को डाउट है कि इज सूर्या लाइक अ सेकंड फॉर दिव्या. वैसे मेरे दिमाग में आ रहा था, बार बार दिमाग में आ रहा था कि ऐसा पॉसिबल है क्या? इट कुड बी पॉसिबल. या I have not seen Surya play like too many events recently, like challengers kind of sections, kind of tournaments recently. So it is possible कि Surya किसी के तो second है Indian players में से candidates के लिए, and the fact कि दिव्या वो तो ऐसा एक tournament खेल रहे हैं, then that might be possible. Prague not in Prague Masters, very sad moment. यार देखो, बोलता ना वो व्हाट्स इन अ नेम वाली बात कर दी आपने यार. आई मीन श्योर प्राग को खेलना चाहिए था, बट हर साल खेला यार. वो पिछले साल खेला है, उसके पिछले साल खेला है. एक बार गिव अ ब्रेक. Will Keshman, that's the question we are going to answer. Somebody with the name Rosman, काफी popular नाम है chess ecosystem में. So that's the dream, yeah. He wins this tournament and gets some momentum back. Of course, Aravindh के लिए भी we are hoping for the best. Harshit Bhai is playing Amin Mishra today in St. Louis Masters. That's amazing because St. Louis Masters में कारुआना भी खेल रहे हैं. By the way, all the candidates players getting some preparation, some practice under their belt. Imagine करो कारुआना, world number 3, 6-time candidate, potential world championship challenger is playing an open event. St. Louis Masters. Literally open event खेल रहा है जहां पे second seed उसके 150 पॉइंट नीचे है. क्यों? For candidates prep. That's crazy. By the way, Hans Niemann in still deep thought. By the way, knight c3, castles a4 खेला गया था. So this is this gaining space. So for example, let's say black खेलता है कुछ random चाल h6. Maybe you could even push this pawn further. Then knight d2 भी एक option है apparently. Bishop e3 always a choice. So just kind of making his pieces better in the position. कुछ crazy plan तो अभी है नहीं. Why Nihal is not getting invites? Because he's a Taiso person. Because usually chat, this is the situation which Arjun also faced. Invites tournaments के बहुत पहले आते हैं. So usually let's say आज event है, invites 6 महीने पहले, साल पहले आते हैं कई बार. So अगर निहाल की रेटिंग 2700 अब हुई है, so उसको आज से 6 months बाद के invites आएंगे. So that's why you see some lag, yeah. तो निहाल को भी invites आएंगे for sure now, especially when he's India number 4 if you exclude Vishy for now because he's not as active. Arjun is not in Prague Masters is more sad. I think it's possible Arjun ko invite आया भी हो, he didn't want to play because he was tired. He just played freestyle. So he must be exhausted. In fact, I would say all the Indian players must be exhausted. I'm also surprised Gukesh and Aravindh are still kind of going at it because it's not important hai. They must be tired, chat. इतने events खेले हैं. And chat stream like करो भाई. Let's not forget chat. तुम्हारी membership pending है भाई 500 like पे. Do not miss out on it. ऐसा ना हो stream खत्म हो जाए और तुम्हारी membership free की चली जाए भाई. मेरे को तो मेरे पास तो है. मैं क्या करूँ रख के अपने पास. What is Arjun's next round for Olympiad? Bhai, Arjun ka na, that's the surprising part actually. Divyansh, good question. We don't know of any event that Arjun is playing for sure. Literally zero events because हमें पता है कि नॉर्वे नहीं खेल रहा है वो, हमें पता है कि ग्रैंड चेस टूर नहीं खेल रहा है वो, esports World Cup already has some qualifications. We already know कि भाई चेन्नई जीएम का भी डेट तो नहीं आया है. That's something he usually plays. So we don't know of any events that he's playing this year. So I don't know what happens in this situation. And the sad part is not ki he's not playing. This, I would say ki it's great he's not playing for the next couple of months. Rest zaruri hai. The problem is how does he kind of get back into that, world championship cycle again? Because आपको imagine करना है कि now what is Arjun's goal? Is to potentially become the world champion in the next cycle, right? So अब वो कैसे करेगा? Is he gonna win the World Cup? Is he gonna try for the FIDE circuit? 2 साल में इतने लगातार events. So he needs a lot of planning right now. And it's kind of understandable कि वो break ले रहा है. Let's hope we get to see him some strong events. His DCT invite not being there is sad, of course, but it will happen at some point. Let's see how it goes. Chat, challenges से camps नहीं है हमारे पास, so we'll switch to that very soon. Meanwhile, let's have like a very short look at Aravindh's game कि क्या चल रहा है वहां पे, because super important, as we discussed, he's playing the world number 5 Nodirbek. Nodirbek, if he wins today, he's moving towards the world number 3 spot by. So अगर game देखिए हम E4 D. Oh! Why? Is he gonna play Philidor opening? Okay, E5, knight C3, knight D7, bishop P. पता है मैंने ना बहुत टाइम पहले. Chad, if you don't know this, I think G6, I think यहाँ पे कुछ लाइन होती है. This is crazy line जहाँ पे bishop F7, king F7, knight G5 traps the queen here. But एक बार मैंने गलती से यही मार दिया था. Like, oh my god, this is a blunder. Like यहाँ पे check. I think king G8 you have to play. नहीं, हाँ, king G8, knight E6, queen E6, knight C7, queen G6, and it is better for black. I thought at one point this is great, but it's not working. So castles, rook E1, takes. And this is the current position. I would say that Aravindh ke liye super important tournament, starting off with a draw also could be great. But एक important चीज है chat. Aravindh starts off well. He falters when he loses one game. जब वो एक गेम हारता है ना, he can't control it. It's almost like आप डाइट पे हो, आपने पूरा एक हफ्ता कुछ नहीं खाया, then एक दिन you're like, आज तो चीट मील खाऊंगा मैं. आज बहुत मेहनत की है, आज के लिए सिर्फ पिज्जा मंगा लेते हैं. एंड सडनली एक बार आपने पिज्जा टेस्ट क्या किया, ओहो चीज बर्स्ट, फिर तो हर दिन ऑर्डर करना है. सो सडनली you literally gain weight instead of losing it. So I think he goes on a tilt once he loses. So first of all, of course, after a loss, you have to manage your emotions a bit, but also he should not lose. The simplest way to handle that problem is to not lose at all. By the way, 95 played, attacking that bishop. Of course, bishop yahan pe nahi denge Nodirbek. Likely he's going to drop it back to F1, making his king a bit safe. And then, of course, long-term F4 could be a plan. Sahaj bhai आज commentary में नहीं है, तो उनके F pawn को आज हम खुला फेंकने वाले हैं भाई. By the way, आज कोई player shy नहीं रहेगा अपने F pawn के बारे में. So that's definitely an option. Of course, you could play it a bit more slowly, like bishop E3, queen D2, F3 as well. So multiple options. I would say bar keh raha hai white is slightly better. Makes sense. Like slightly better because white का pawn center में है, black का pawn center में नहीं है, और bishop थोड़ा सा blocked है यहाँ पे E7 पे, has no clear paths right now. So Aravindh, but preparation लग रही है, time बराबर है, he's not used a single minute so far, so looks like preparation. So let's go back to Gukesh game and look at this. So some funky ideas by the world champion. A4 के बाद rook E8 by सबसे logical move, bishop को F8 square मिल गया, pawn defend हो गया. Now I can think about knight F8, knight G6, knight F4, yeah, some drama there. And now knight to E2. So ये knight C3 पे जिसकी mystery थी कि भाई ये क्यों आया यहाँ पे, ये दोनों square तो covered है. This was the plan. And I think the knight might be headed to G3 and F5. So ये हमारा plan हो सकता है. And of course, ये knight भी F5 पे जा सकता है. So Gukesh could be building up towards an attack potentially here. And let's not forget कि bishop E3 के बाद मार के rook की file भी open हो सकती है. Okay, still very structural battle right now, but could have dynamic potential. मोटा वाला commentator कहा है भाई, you have to be more specific. I'm gonna guess it's me, but वो मैं ही हूँ भाई. Arjun mouse slip yesterday against MVL. Why happens to the best of us? I think mouse slip is pretty normal. कभी ना कभी होता ही है. Why I've been playing risky openings? It's gift for Nodirbek. Arvind is used to doing this. In fact, Aravindh, even when he was 2300 rated, used to play ridiculous openings. It's not even new. So I think मेरे हिसाब से he should do what he's comfortable with. If he feels he can pull it off, why not do it? By the way, Bishop F8 played. मेरा इस मूव से एक ही प्रॉब्लम है, वो है कि नाइट कहां जाएगा, बिकॉज आई थॉट नाइट F8 could be an option as well some point, but Bishop F8 great, you defend the king, but how do you get the knight to basically knight C5, knight E6 now could be an option at the right moment. Yeah, that definitely makes sense. Also knight C5 के बाद you're kind of opening up the bishop, so knight F5 के plan चाहे यहां से या यहां से become less dangerous. Gukesh specs is for style or power one. Now, most people would consider wearing specs for, style. But Gukesh, I think, because he's playing an event, and imagine करो, क्या कितने लोगों को specs लगे हैं यहाँ पे, कितने लोग हैं who have specs right now. जब पहली बार, एक बार yes लिखो चैट में, मुझे देखना है कितने लोग हैं. So जितने भी लोग ऐसे हैं, उनको पता होगा जब लाइफ में पहली बार स्पेक्स पहने होते हैं, कितना ऑकवर्ड लगता है यार. Like it's not normal. Like it takes you some time to get used to it, right? मतलब पहली बार you're like, लगता है भाई ये दो एक्स्ट्रा आंखें आ गई भाई मेरे ऊपर, दोस्त पहचाना भाई. सुपरमैन का लिटरली कॉस्ट्यूम ही स्पेक्स था, कॉस्ट स्पेक पहनता था, लोग कहते थे अरे भाई we have no idea who this guy is, definitely not Clark Kent. So specs do change your looks, so and also it makes you feel uncomfortable. So I would say कि it must be उसकी पावर बढ़ गई होगी. There is no chance कि he's wearing it for style, is my guess. Sponsored by Lenskart, yeah. Maybe, that could be a good sponsorship coming now. और चला मोबाइल, ट्रस्ट मी, मुकेश के पापा तो नहीं बोलते होंगे यार. आई थिंक मुकेश जब भी टू बिकम अ वर्ल्ड चैंपियन, आई एम श्योर लाइक ही इज यूटिलाइजिंग टाइम प्रीटी वेल. हमारी तरह रील्स नहीं कर रहा है स्क्रॉल बाय द वे वो डेली बेस पे. नॉट मी, आई हैव आईसाइट सिंस बर्थ. वाओ वाओ क्रेजी. आपकी शक्ल भी बहुत बड़ी है डीपी बाय द वे. This is the only working stream right now. Channel covering the event is working. I'm sure it will work at some point. Chat day one को बहुत सारे niggles and giggles चलते रहते हैं because there are tech issues from on site. Sometimes your broadcast is not working, so it will be resolved. I wouldn't worry too much about it. But day one को, I mean, chat, I don't know how long you've been following chess, but कई साल पहले, like before Chess 24 India, before Chess Base India, there used to be like a FIDE stream sometimes, and day one को तो 1000 issue होते थे वहां पे. Like that was the only broadcast because they were the only ones having cams. So I would say कि it's normal. Day one को issues होना, I'm sure they'll be resolved. I'm your bid fan, टिक्कू. तो कितना बिड करेंगे आप जीवन सैनी जी? मिसिंग टिंगू, आई एम आल्सो मिसिंग टिंगू भाई. कई बार साहज मुंह से निकलने वाला होता है. टिंगू भाई अभी कुछ साउथ अफ्रीकन स्पेशल कोचिंग दे रहे हैं, तो आएंगे वो दोबारा. आई थिंक इन द नेक्स्ट इवेंट. which one is the next event, chat? Any guesses which is the next event we are covering? Come on, chat. वो टूर्नामेंट का नाम स्पैम कर दो because that's going to be epic. Okay, meanwhile, Chad, I think my only worry is कि Hans Niemann might fall into some time pressure. Okay, not a worry actually. हम गुकेश support कर रहे हैं, but yes, it is candidates. Why, chat? You are on point. It is candidates actually. And Bishop E3, by the way, one of the best moves played by the world champion, developing a piece, taking the square, just vacated by the bishop. And Chad, you're correct. It is candidates. एंड नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन आपके लिए चैट. देखते हैं भाई कौन कितने चेस नर्ड है. ठीक है, ये तो लिटरली हम एक केबीसी स्टाइल शो कर रहे हैं, बस तुम्हें विनर में कुछ मिलेगा नहीं, बट ओके, प्राउडनेस, पैट ऑन द बैक मिलेगा. हाउ मेनी इंडियंस आर प्लेइंग द कैंडिडेट दिस ईयर एंड हाउ मेनी इंडियंस प्लेड लास्ट ईयर? सो कंपैरिजन रिलेटिव क्या है चैट? डज एनीबॉडी नो हाउ मेनी इंडियंस प्लेड द कैंडिडेट्स लास्ट ईयर एंड हाउ मेनी आर प्लेइंग दिस ईयर? गॉट इट? वन दिस ईयर कह रहे हैं लोग. ओहो, वन? रियली, आर यू श्योर? Not everyone understands Hindi, English only. Please कह रहे हैं जाओ Tiago ji, Chess Comment India. I think this is Chess 24 India, so we'll stick to some Hindi there. We'll try to cover both as much as possible. By the way, chat, this time, last year का तुम लोगों को पता ही है, but this time we have 4 candidates actually. One in the open section, we have Prague, and then we have 3 more in the challengers. Sorry, challengers क्या, women's section, भाई challengers Prague का याद आ गया. We have women's candidates as well, जहाँ पे 3 है. We have Humpy, we have Divya, we have वैशाली. So it's going to be exciting. And last time भी open में 3 थे, so काफी हो सकता है, and हम जीत गए. So इस बार भी women's section में काफी अच्छे chances हैं कि हम लोग कैंडिडेट जीत जाएंगे. एंड इमेजिन इफ वी हैव लाइक एन ओपन सेक्शन वर्ल्ड चैंपियन, वी हैव अ वुमेन्स सेक्शन वर्ल्ड चैंपियन, इट्स गोना बी इनक्रेडिबल. साहज भाई खुद अपने, बाय द वे साहज भाई खुद के मन से, ठीक है, खुद कोई बिना किसी प्रेशर के साउथ अफ्रीका कैंप अटेंड करने गए. आराम से आ सकते थे यहां पे, आराम से, मगर नहीं, चुल दी भाई कि कोचिंग भी देनी है. वो भी साउथ अफ्रीका, दूसरे वो कॉन्टिनेंट में जाके, तो इसलिए वो यहां पे नहीं है भाई. You know, chat, by the way, do like the stream. Let's get to 500 likes because the world champion is back in action हमारे सामने, and he's thinking, his opponent is thinking actually, by the way, Gukesh ने ज़्यादा टाइम लिया नहीं अभी तक किसी भी मूव के लिए, so he's doing pretty well. So I do try to get the cams for Divya and Surya as well whenever possible. That will be really helpful. कुछ update हो तो. And chat फिलहाल के लिए let's see Black's idea. So first of all, let's turn into Sahaj bhai. Okay. C5 I think खेल सकते हैं यहाँ पे, मुझे लग रहा है. Guys, look at this tactic, guys. So if you play bishop c5, knight g5, queen g5, you know, f3, bishop h3, f3, d4, bishop h3, dc5, black to play, chat. I just saw this. What do you think, chat? What is the best move for black? क्या लग रहा है, chat? What do you think? Best move black, chat? ठीक भाई, हो ना, guess? Okay, Queen G2 bhai. I mean, it's the move, but yeah, Sahaj bhai ko missing you, Sahaj bhai. Hashtag miss Sahaj bhai. श्रीनाथ सर को बुला लो. श्रीनाथ भाई अभी शादी हुई है भाई उनकी, अभी लेटेस्ट शादी हुई है भाई, लेटेस्ट कपल इन द चेस इकोसिस्टम. सो ही विल बी बिजी राइट नाउ, बट एट सम पॉइंट फॉर श्योर क्वीन G2, बिल्कुल एग्जैक्टली. तुम लोग बहुत रिलेटेबल है, एग्जैक्टली रिलेटेबल बातें करना आता है, काम धंधा आता नहीं भाई. व्हेन यू कांट बी जीनियस, बी रिलेटेबल. Indians are already dominating chess. We have 2 world champs, classical and Pog champ. No. Not Pog champ. Super Pog champ, by the way. Let's not forget the word super. Very important, yeah. I know it's important. Rakesh bhai aa rahe hain. I don't know. He'll let us know. He'll join soon. Your enthusiasm is contagious. भाई my cold is also contagious. कभी मिलना स्ट्रीम पे, मेरे को हर कमेंट्री में 1-2 दिन कोल्ड रहता है, तो उस दिन कोल्ड भी दूंगा मैं, डोंट वरी. Sal bhai, I really want to experience playing an over-the-board tournament. Where can I find tournaments? AICF.in पे आपको मिल जाएंगे. That's the website for the All India Chess Federation. You can find tournaments there. Also, chess results पे you can filter tournaments by, state, and also chess.com पे भी मिल जाएगा आपको events. अपने big events, top events है. By the way, chat, A5 played by Hans Niemann. Let's go full screen again. Wanna see Gukesh up close. And now, question for you, chat. What is the best move for white here? आपने सारे पीस डेवलप कर लिए. So your bishop is developed, knight developed. ठीक है, knight G3 is one of the logical moves. It would not be a bad move at all. But what is the best move in this position, chat? क्या लगता है white का plan क्या? Plan के बारे में सोचो and then come up with the best move here. It's not necessary कि गुकेश खेलेंगे यहाँ पे, but he will play this likely in the next 2 to 3 moves. Not D4, by the way, chat. D4 looks logical, but E4 pawn आपका hanging है रुक से. So you have to be very, very careful here. Knight E5. ये आश्वे जी आप प्लीज स्ट्रीम लाइक करें. You need the diamond membership the most, clearly. बहुत जरूरत है आपको. This is why bro is FM. Just joking. अरे भाई, I'm not even FM भाई. I am NM and CM. तो FM is only a compliment. C3 is decent, but C3 knight C5 at some point and D3 pawn could be weak. So maybe C3 is not the best. Yes, man, bhai, hamare mod for a reason. The best move here, maybe now or in the next 2 to 3 moves, is king to H1. And you can see how it could be gearing up for an F4 at the right moment. In knight hila dula ke at some point, knight D2, F4, yeah, whatever it is, because we can't go knight H4 right now. So this is getting up for an effort. So king H1 is the engine's best suggestion right now. By the way, हमारे कैमरा की कोई फोटो खींच रहा है. Okay, king H1. उसके अलावा you could also play B3. That would just keep this pawn chain all connected. And chat, especially ध्यान रखो, हमारे पास है dark squared bishop, and our opponent has pawns on light squares, right? So this pawn chain would complement our bishop really well. So that's the best part about this. And B3 hence would make a lot of sense. Also, this C pawn can no longer get rid of itself. No undoubling of the D pawn. साइड को मेरे क्लब को ऑफिशियल टैग दे दो भाई। कितने मेंबर है आपके क्लब में? Not possible king h1 2 west engine lines दिखाओ भाई। king h1 I think is just an improvement because you're preparing to basically push the f pawn at the right moment. Let's say black क्या करेगा, let's figure out, ठीक है? Black let's say plays, I don't know, knight c5 looks like a logical move. Now I could play knight to d2. This knight could later come to c4 and you can see मैं कैसे धीरे धीरे f4 की तैयारी कर रहा हूं. Let's say black plays bishop e6, development, yeah, logical. Now f4 and you are already in. अगर मारा आपने यहां पे already f4, knight f4, bishop attacked, rook file खुल चुकी है, queen h5 आ रहा है by the way. Let's be suddenly a bit careful, yeah. This is getting a bit dangerous. So I think f4 is a very very logical plan. Now king h1 क्यों? Because king यहां पे आराम से कोने में रहेगा, f pawn आराम से चल सकते हो. When you push the f pawn without moving the king, ये diagonal weak रहता है. Imagine करो मैं डायरेक्ट 92 खेलूं, ठीक है? Let's look at the same variation. Let's say I don't know, random चाल f6 and now I go f4. ये diagonal हमारा बहुत weak रहेगा. For example ef4 अगर बिशप से मारा, there is also a check incoming. This is always uncomfortable. So I think king h1 very logical. By the way, we do see Divya in the background. We're trying to get the cameras for the challenges section as well. वहां पे दिव्या और सूर्या खेल रहे हैं, so we'll also cover that game. Maybe we can cover it briefly if there's an update. Not a major update actually in the Divya game. I think we saw it till here, bishop f5, 92, and this is the current position, so no major updates. Also, by the way, in the Surya game, we have e4, e5, the Spanish takes, a4, development, e4 takes. काफी symmetrical structure है. 4 pawn के आगे 4 pawn, 3 pawn के आगे 3 pawn, so looks like draw के chances very high. Okay, white is slightly better. Surya can push here. And very interesting, Surya has white, Divya has white, Gukesh has white. Going back to the Gukesh game, only I think Aravindh is the one who has the black pieces today. So quite interesting to me. यहाँ पे थोड़ा ध्यान देना पड़ेगा अरविंद को. He should not start off with a loss. Let's check out his game. क्या चल रहा है वहां पे? We saw 95, right? Last में हमने देखी थी. Now comes bishop f1, very logical. आता है rook e8, developing, bishop f4 and knight to g6. Yeah, I think फिलहाल के लिए it does look like Nodirbek is slightly better. This is the kind of position which, long term he can push. And chat में कोई, famous coach दिख रहे हैं हमें. Cookie inspired by Tikku's glasses. Exactly, brother. It feels like कि मेरे glasses चोरी ही कर ली है यार. That's crazy. और भाई कहाँ हो भाई? लैंड डाउन अंडर तो नहीं हो भाई? कौन सी लैंड में हो भाई आप? साज भाई बता दो यार. Okay, going back to the game of Gukesh then. उनके specs ही मैच करते हैं. By the way, 92 played. So he doesn't play king h1 right now. He starts with 92, but I'm pretty sure कि f4 खेलने के टाइम कभी ना कभी king h1 जरूर आएगा. So साज भाई कहाँ पे हो अभी? हेलो संजय भाई. बिल्कुल संजय भाई इज सहज भाई रियल नेम बाय द वे. होता है ना ऐसे एक्टिंग नेम होता है कई एक्टर्स का. यू लेटर ऑन फिगर आउट कि ओ उनका असली नाम ये था. सो सहज भाई इज द स्टेज नेम फॉर संजय भाई. Johannesburg for a tournament. Bhai, so Sahaj, just adding 2 and 2. So Sahaj bhai goes to South Africa and South Africa beats India in the World Cup. Interesting. Sahaj bhai, आप पक्का चेस की कोचिंग देने गए हो क्या? I'm not really sure anymore. Maybe it's more than chess, yeah. Maybe कुछ और करने गए थे सहज भाई. 400 मेंबर्स. अरे भाई बिल्कुल. Send an email to rakesh@chess.com. वो कर देंगे. I personally respect all the languages that people speak. Crazy, bhai. Got it. Got it. Meanwhile, chat, as we can see, Gukesh gets up from his chair. Let's keep in mind, the time control here is 90 minutes initially for 40 moves. It's not 120 as we had earlier. So I think यहाँ पे time थोड़ा जल्दी खत्म होता है. We do have increment from move 1 and then 40 move के बाद we get 30 more minutes. So time control wise, I think it's pretty normal to what we see in top level events. Hans him, by the way, pulling his hair a bit. Not maybe the kind of position he would like because वो डायनामिक प्लेयर हैं, अटैक करना पसंद करते हैं. एंड यहाँ पे एक डबल पॉन के साथ गुकेश ने इनको सैडल कर दिया है. ऑल्सो लेट्स कीप इन माइंड ही हैज 2 bishops stuck on the back rank. It's not the ideal setup, right? And you cannot exchange the bishops because you're supposed to keep the bishop pair. So Hans is facing a position which is maybe a bit suffocating for him. He has potential. Long term, he can create a lot of damage here, but abhi ke liye, right now, it's a bit suffocating. For example, G6 is the best move right now. Okay, logical. But the second best move is B5. Now, chat, तुम में से कितने लोग यहाँ B5 खेलोगे? Like it's so hard to play B5, I think. C5 square weak हो रहा है. You're leaving a backward pawn here. Oof, this is so tough to play. So I think the moves that Hans has to find is not as easy. भाई ये क्या कह दिया? बिल्कुल भाई, एग्जैक्टली हैंड्स का ये क्या है भाई? क्रिकेट तो देखने नहीं गए भाई, देख रहे नहीं, कुछ सिखाने गए हैं साहब भाई साउथ अफ्रीका। क्या हो सकता है वो? आई वंडर। G6 is logical though. That would make a lot of sense. Not surprising. But G6 के बाद आपके बिशप के यहां आने की प्रोबेबिलिटी कम हो गई because you will likely go here. Then maybe I can go F4 already. Because I maybe don't have to wait for king h1 because which is why nahi aayega. And also once you play g6, then f4, f5 can also be an idea. So you might have be forced to take. So I think g6 does weaken the king side a little bit. Yeah, ध्यान रखना आपको. क्या धोखा दिया साहज भाई ने? धोखा कुछ नहीं दिया भाई. साहज भाई is just a big South Africa fan. Need some gambits from Sahaj. Sahaj भाई बहुत चीजें गैम्बल करते हैं, बाय द वे, बहुत ज्यादा. राकेश कुलकर्णी ना साहरी टिक्कू भाई, ये क्या है भाई? Meanwhile, okay, Arvind, no developments there. Sticking to the Gukesh game. Let's go full screen again. I wonder what both the players are thinking. Gukesh का time अगर आप notice करो, he has a 8-minute advantage right now, which is pretty comfortable, I think, for the first 10-11 moves. And chat, ध्यान रखो, Gukesh has gone through World Championship preparation once. जैसा हमने पिछले टूर्नामेंट डिस्कस किया था साहज के साथ कि when you play a World Championship, your opening preparation takes a huge uptake because आप इतनी openings depth में देखते हो, you barely get utilized. अगर आपने कोई पेपर दिया है, पूरी NCERT चाटनी पड़ती है 12th का बोर्ड देने के लिए, 10th का बोर्ड देने के लिए, क्वेश्चन तो 5 ही आते हैं उसमें से. By the B6 played, logical move. And chat, question for you. Very interesting question, ठीक है? What do you think is the best move for Gukesh here? जो निकालेगा ना भाई, उस बंदे को बस भाई, मतलब तुम बंदे strong बंदे हो भाई तुम. What do you think is the best move according to the engines? I don't think Gukesh will play this. Very unlikely. But it's a very interesting move, just to kind of potentially prepare an attack. King h1, very logical. I think as we discussed earlier, काफी अच्छी चाल है. In fact, उससे ही better एक idea है यहाँ पे. And f4 is the plan. f4 is the plan. But थोड़ा सा opponent को, guess में छोड़ने के लिए, कि plan reveal ना करने के लिए, आराम से खेलने के लिए, queen e1 is apparently the best move. बाप रे, just preparing the queen to come out on the king side, भाई. So, and look at this. Queen e1 के बाद, okay, this will not be played in a million years, but the best move is queen h4. Basically saying, अगर आप f4 खेलते हो, I'm going to trade queens. Wow. भाई इतना desperate है क्या black queen trade करने के लिए? So there is a potential attack building up यहाँ पे. Queen e1, what a move. What are your thoughts on Sahaj and Nepo? Sahaj भाई, I think Nepo ने कुछ tier list बनाई है recently. पता नहीं आपने बनाई कि नहीं. And Nepo की tier list में, do you know who he put? There were 2 players he put on the top with the best chances to win. Do you know who those players are? Come on, chat. Top 2 players. According to Ian Nepomniachtchi's list. What do you think? By the way, Hans even sir पकड़ के बैठे हैं as if, life से ही frustrated हो, but okay. Sindarov and Prague, no. Fabi and Sindarov, no. Actually, no. Prague, Fabi, yes, Shreyan, you're absolutely correct. He put Fabi and Prague in the highest tier. Then he put Hikaru, Anish, I think in the second tier. So he does rate Prague's chances, comparable to Fabi's for actually winning the candidates. That's crazy when you think about it. In fact, Caruana se bhi, I think it was the Chess India team which did a tier list with him, and he also rated Prague's chances very high. And uska reason काफी interesting था Caruana का. He says rating wise, maybe Prague is not having the best time, but he's somebody who's won top level events quite a few times recently in the last year, let's say. So to win the candidates, I would focus less on rating and more on the ability to win top level events. That's what something Caruana said. Now, okay, when Gukesh won, he had not really won any top level events. So it's not like a 100%, confirmation rule, but yeah, he rated Prague's chances very high. Huge if true. Wow. Why? Satya, आप तो usually northern hemisphere में होते हैं. Now you are in the southern hemisphere. So will it be like, small if false? Like, will you change everything? Like, say, seasons change होते हैं, आपके dialogue भी change होंगे now. Like, maybe it's possible. एक बार सुंदर सा चेहरा दिखा दो. मेरा चेहरा इतना भी सुंदर नहीं है भाई. एटलीस्ट मेरे को मेरी एक्शन तो ये बताया था. बट दिखा देते हैं माइक सिंह के लिए. ये रहा भाई. हेलो हेलो चैट. व्हाट्सअप. क्या हाल चाल? बढ़िया. एंड नाउ वी कैन गो बैक टू Gukesh's new specs. Gukesh won Chennai GM before candidates. Yes, that was one win actually. That's true. He did win that one event, but not many top level events though. After becoming world champ. By the way, Hans gets up now. Still no moves by Gukesh. This is where I'm guessing his preparation ends. Like यहाँ पे उनको खुद सोचना पड़ेगा. He has a decent position, but how does he continue? यहाँ, for example, black का plan could be knight c5, of course, always logical, but also c5, and at some point ये knight उठ के यहां से या फिर कहीं और से d4 पे भी आ सकता है. But I think lots of options. Bishop a6 also potential idea. Average is average. By the way, South Africa में भी winter चल रहा होगा ना यार. भाई, I don't know chat if you've been to the southern hemisphere ever. I've never been to a country which is in the southern hemisphere. Like कौन सी countries है? Australia है, New Zealand है. Then you have Africa की कई countries, and then you have Southern America. I have not been, and Antarctica भी, of course. That's one of my favorite destinations नहीं जाने के लिए. So I've never been to a country in the southern hemisphere. Very interesting. कभी जाएंगे यार. Hands in great form. Agree. Deb Chess by. He is in great form. And Tata Steel mein he showed he could really play well in the entire event, not crumble under pressure. And this could be, and in fact, I think he was not even supposed to play this event. He got in last minute invite when one of the players did not play. So, unko invites aane chalu ho chuke hain Hans ko. He was complaining earlier, right? He would not get invites, but now he's getting a lot of them. अंटार्कटिका बहुत सही है. हाँ, आपका तो मतलब वो हनीमून पे गए थे वहां पे रोहित भाई. ऐसे कैसे पता आपको अंटार्कटिका बहुत सही है? इस एनएम टाइटल में फिट है नहीं भाई. इट्स गिवन बाय यूएस चेस फेडरेशन. ये मैग्नस का सूट नहीं लग रहा. दिस इज व्हाट मैग्नस यूज्ड टू वेयर, आई थिंक, फ्री स्टाइल में. लुक्स लाइक मैग्नस एक्चुअली. आई विश. By the way, chat, I think a very important point which we saw, that broke our hearts potentially during Tata Steel, that is the world top 10 rankings. जब टाटा स्टील चालू हुआ था, हमारे 3 प्लेयर थे शायद वर्ल्ड टॉप 10 में. अभी सिर्फ एक है, एंड दैट इज गुकेश, एंड इज वर्ल्ड नंबर 10. वर्ल्ड नंबर 11 है अर्जुन, और वर्ल्ड नंबर 13 है विशी, वर्ल्ड नंबर 14 है प्रग. सो आई एम काइंड ऑफ होपिंग कि Gukesh cements his spot in the world top 5 or at least world top 10 now. Like world number 10 is just too on the edge, right? It's like, होता नहीं, I don't know, किसी को अगर वो heights का fear है यहाँ पे, but अगर आप किसी building के top पे जाके ऐसे थोड़ा edge पे आ जाओ ना, even though there is like a handrail there, you feel a bit dizzy, right? थोड़ा डर लगता है. Same चीज, like Gukesh is world number 10, he's too close for comfort, I feel. थोड़ा rating gain करना बहुत जरूरी. Do glasses make your ELO 50 points higher? मेरे तो नहीं बड़े भाई. So I'm guessing no. Divya draw कर ले बस. Divya के white pieces है यार. I would say Divya is facing somebody who's much stronger, but Divya is in great form. She won the World Cup last year. So I would say let's go for the win. Saltiku rounds of Prague are as follows: Anish, Vei, Sindaro, Blubam, Esipenko, Nakamura, Fabiano. That's very interesting, Yash bhai. Thanks for sharing that. मेरा पॉइंट ये है कि अगर आखिरी दो राउंड प्रग के इन द कैंडिडेट्स आर कारुआना एंड हिकारू, oh my god. You know what, that's not ideal, I'm going to say, because imagine करो कैंडिडेट खत्म होने वाला है and he needs like 1.5 out of 2 to, let's say, win. It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy. I think pairing wise, maybe this is not the best situation for Prague. So yeah, it will put a lot of pressure. साल भाई इतना कैसे बोले तो पता नहीं भाई, नेचुरल टैलेंट है भाई, टैलेंट है, या एक मैंने कोई रील डाली थी, उस पर बंदे ने लिखा था यापिंग फाइनल बॉस, तो मैंने कहा मे बी दैट्स थिंग. एब्सोल्यूट सिनेमा, ओह इट्स कैंडिडेट्स इज गोना बी सिनेमा इंडीड. पता है मेरा इतना मन है भाई कैंडिडेट्स में ऑन साइट जाने का, बट भाई बहुत महंगा लगता है रे कैंडिडेट्स. यूरोप जाने में खर्चा बहुत लगता है यार, सरप्राइजिंग. Meanwhile, chat, यहाँ पे Gukesh pulling up his chair a bit. You see him very calm right now. And I think usually you don't see emotions on his face. And in fact, candidates and World Championship and Olympiad, we rarely saw emotions on Gukesh's face. In fact, I asked him when he won the candidates. मुझे याद है जब समय मैं Gukesh and Sahaj ये सब online थे after he won the candidates, and we asked Gukesh directly कि भाई आपके शक्ल पे expressions दिखते ही नहीं, we never see them on your face. And he's like, दिल में तो होते हैं भाई, बस शक्ल पे आने नहीं देता. So वही चीज है. And I think when he is very calm and composed, it gives me confidence. MS धोनी वाली फील आती है कि भाई गुकेश अच्छा खेल लेगा. चेसकॉम है ना स्पॉन्सर भाई. चेसकॉम को किसी को कैंडिडेट्स भेजना भी है, they will send somebody who lives the closest, right? Like for them it makes more sense to send somebody who lives near that place. Please reduce your rapping. I do not agree with this completely. सारे साहिल ऐसे ही होते हैं. You mean cool and handsome and like very very great at talking. Thank you. Very very great. Wow. What's your prediction for this year candidates? Oof, bhai, tough one. Toughest question in the stream so far. I don't know. I think knowing Prague, he's definitely gonna finish in the top half. Like जो 8 player हैं. Let's look at the 8 players. We have Fabi, Hikaru, Sindharov, Prague, Esipenko, Vei, और दो कौन से रह गए यार? I think Blubam and I'm missing one more. So I think जो 8 प्लेयर हैं इनमें से टॉप 4 में तो प्राग आएंगे ही. I'm pretty confident of that. The question is, will he finish first? It's very tough. I think अगर फैबी ने अपनी फॉर्म पकड़ ली, it's gonna be impossible. I think फैबी अगर अपनी पीक फॉर्म में आ गया, I think फैबी is just slightly better. अनीश, of course, अनीश का नाम, oh my god, ये किसी क्लिप अनीश को मत भेज देना यार, oh my god. So I think Fabi is the favorite, but Prague has good chances. इतना कोई doubt नहीं. I would place him in top 3 in my tier list. I think. I would say Fabi, and maybe even second place पे it will be a tie between Prague and Sindharov for me. I think इन दोनों में tie होगा. I would put Hikaru in 4th place purely because I think Hikaru maybe like he recently became a dad. He has more going on in his personal life. Maybe he might not have as much time to prepare, is my guess. That could be completely wrong actually. So it depends. Salah, which many player can replicate Fabi's on 14 infield run? I think Gukesh is the best prospect. He's already done it twice, right? Candidate Olympiad में 8 wins in a row किए थे उन्होंने. Now, not everybody was like a 2700 player, but still, मतलब काफी strong players थे उसमें. So Gukesh maybe is the best chance at pulling that off again. And chat, by the way, do like the stream. Let's get to 500 likes. A diamond membership on the other side of those likes for you. Hikaru is going to win candidates. It is definitely possible. कभी इंडिया में कैंडिडेट्स होगा? You know what? इंडिया में हो सकता है, but I know कि इंडिया में ऑर्गेनाइज करना is not easy because maximum players chess and more expensive for them to travel to India. Europe is easy because US के लिए भी बीच में है, India के लिए भी बीच में है, and Europe वाले के लिए तो बहुत easy है. So if you look at the candidates right now, Anish is from Europe, Hikaru, Fabi, okay, maybe it's not exactly Europe friendly right now, but still I think Europe में majority tournaments रहे हैं आजकल. By the way, chat, looking at the game, Gukesh का time कम हो गया यार. I didn't notice this, but out of the blue, Gukesh is now 4 minutes behind Hans. Chat, मैं पॉपकॉर्न आज डे 1 पे पहले से लेके आया हूं. I'm gonna eat a couple of popcorn because ड्रामा बढ़ रहा है भाई. Why is he so stressed? वॉइस इशू हो रहा है भाई. अकेले बोलने की मुझे आदत नहीं है, तो डबल बोलना पड़ा, तो माय थ्रोट इज ऑलरेडी आउट ऑफ वैक. बट आएंगे राकेश भाई सून, सो इट विल गेट सॉल्व्ड. एक बंदा सम कर रहा है, उसकी रेटिंग अटकी है 1400. देख लो मैसेज भाई. 1400 अटकी है ना. गेट डायमंड मेंबरशिप भाई. पिन लिंक है आपके पास. गेट डायमंड मेंबरशिप. एक मिनट ट्राई करके देखो भाई. आई एम टेलिंग यू, यू देयर सो मच टू लर्न लाइक थ्रू अ डायमंड मेंबरशिप अलोन. Why don't you have any tournaments like US Championship where all top Indian players play? I think it's more about the sponsorships. So US में जब championship होती है, the first prize is, you know, 50 lakhs or 70 lakhs or crore, whatever it is. Like it's crazy amount of money. So that's enough incentive for players like Fabi and Hikaru to play. Now, if Indian national championship, which is difficult, right? Because India में same level sponsorship नहीं है, standard of living का difference and so on. अगर इंडिया में नेशनल चैंपियनशिप में वो प्राइस फंड होता, फर्स्ट प्राइज इज 50 lakhs, आई एम प्रीटी श्योर यू विल सी विदित प्ले, यू विल सी लाइक निहाल प्ले, यू विल सी many top players play, Prag, Gukesh, Arjun maybe. So it's possible, depends on the prize pool. But it's not easy to have that in India though. Magnus also able to find a move that doesn't collapse his position immediately and at some point open cracks. By Magnus अलग है. I think let's put rest of humanity in one bucket and Magnus in the other. इतना आसान नहीं है भाई. Let's not compare Magnus and everybody else. भाई आप ही ज्वाइन करके दे दो ऑफिशियल टैग प्लीज. राकेश भाई की आईडी नहीं है मेरे पास. आपका नाम रहमान डकैत है इतना बड़ा मूवी का वो एक्टर था और आपको आईडी नहीं मिल रही राकेश की. बताओ भाई. भाई नाम यूजर नेम चेंज करो यार. कम ऑन. Meanwhile, chat, I'm going to keep the same camera and briefly switch to Divya's game. So we have, I think we saw it till knight e2, right? This was the position we left it at. Now knight d7, knight f4, castles and castles, rook e8, and काफी solid setup here, I think, for Divya. I think bishop d3 will happen at some point. Of course, we can take with the knight. ये knight c5 और e5 squares cover कर रहा है. And this is a typical position जहां white at some point will play queen c2 maybe, rook b1, b4, a4, and ये c6 पे एक minority attack हम बोलते हैं उसको chess में, and you will create a weakness here. And ऐसे games usually, I think, have the highest tendency for a draw, at least it's my take. And opponent का काफी strong है. Look at his opponent's rating, yeah, 150 points ऊपर है. So maybe a draw incoming, a very comfortable draw for Divya. That would not be bad actually. And also Surya की game देखा अगर हम, this looks a lot more exciting, but still pawns are symmetrical है, so draw के chances यहाँ पे भी high. And finally going to Aravindh. भाई यहां मुझे थोड़ा डर लग रहा है बेबी. आई थिंक वी सॉ बिशप g3 लास्ट. आता है बिशप f8, e4 पॉन पे प्रेशर डालते हुए रुक से, a4, c6, a5. यहाँ पे apparently h3 was very strong for Nodirbek, followed by f4. थोड़ा धीरे खेल रहे हैं Nodirbek. In fact, a5 was a mistake. And now you can play bishop d7. भाई very hard to play bishop d7 because आपका queen का protection छूट रहा है इस pawn का. Yeah, so Arvind under some pressure, I think. Olympiad कब से? Olympiad है in September, I think, in second half of September, and it's in Uzbekistan, right? If I'm not mistaken. So yeah, I think Arvind under slight pressure. बाकी तीनों पर comfortable लग रहे हैं. So तीनों के white थे, they are comfortable. The one with the black pieces is slightly under pressure. Okay, let's go full screen. Gukesh डोमाराजू के पास एंड हैंस नीमन सोच रहे हैं कि भाई ये चल नहीं रहा है. ओपनिंग तो बहुत तेज खेल रहा था. ओलंपियाड इन समरकंड, यस, उज्बेकिस्तानी हुआ ना भाई, वही तो बोला मैंने. भाई राकेश भाई joining us in just about 5 minutes. So chat, हैंस नीमन भी इंतजार कर रहे हैं. देखो, if you can remove the board, दरवाजे की तरफ देख रहे तो से कब आएंगे राकेश भाई. कहां है राकेश? बिग फैन बाय द वे राकेश भाई के हैंस नीमन. अच्छा मैंने अफवाह फैला रहा हूं. Why is Yukesh thinking so much? You know, चैट कई बार क्या होता है ना, जैसे आप जब आपका स्कूल खत्म होता है ना, या कॉलेज खत्म होता है, या पहली नौकरी लगती है, इट फोर्सेस यू टू थिंक अबाउट योर लाइफ अ बिट. कि अब मैं कॉलेज जाऊंगा, बड़ा आदमी हो गया हूँ, क्या कपड़े पहनने हैं मैंने, कितना पढ़ाई करना है, कितना मुझे डेट करना है, कितना मुझे लाइफ में पैसा सेव करना है, कमाना है. आई थिंक दिस इज वन ऑफ द सिचुएशंस. अब ओपनिंग खत्म हो गई, अब मिडिल गेम आ चुकी है. इट्स अ चेंज इन let's say, एक important change in phase of this game. So यहाँ पे Ukesh is building up a long-term plan, and that's why he's thinking for longer. Do I want to go f4? Do I want to play b3 and just keep it solid? Do I want to put my king in the corner? If I'm playing f4, how is the attack building up in the next 10 moves? So उनकी आंखें बंद हैं. If you notice carefully, his eyes are closed right now. और सो नहीं रहा है वो. He's not, manifesting a checkmate here. He's just trying to calculate basically. देखो आंखें literally बंद है. This is crazy to me always about chess players कि they don't need to be here. Gukesh could be sitting at home in Chennai and call करके वो बताता है हैंस नीमन को. लुक एट हैंस. हाँ, हैंस ने तो बासी ले ली. हैंस ने मतलब अगली अपनी डॉक्यूमेंट्री का वीडियो का टाइटल भी सोच लिया. हैंस चिल कर रहा है भाई. एंड बाय द वे, जितने लोग अगर ओवर द बोर्ड टूर्नामेंट्स खेलेंगे ना, जो कोई कह रहा है कि हैंस इज स्टेयरिंग एट गुकेश, इट्स वेरी नॉर्मल कि you will see your opponent stare at you. It's just a way to build psychological pressure. It's a way to test you कि can you handle that pressure. Yeah, so it's very very normal. क्रिकेट में क्या होता है, स्लेजिंग होती है. You can throw a ball very fast. 160 पे आके तुम बॉलिंग कर सकते हो. इंडिया में तो नहीं, बट कर सकते हो. So चेस में ये सब नहीं है. तो चेस में usually you can stare at your opponent. Some people bang the clock very hard. It should not be done. It's a gray area, but some people do this to put pressure. But people are used to it, yeah, because it happens across their lifespan multiple times. अच्छा लगा सुनकर राकेश भाई के फैंस, हैंस के भी फैंस. ऑफ कोर्स भाई, राकेश भाई खुद बहुत बड़े फैन है सॉरी हैंस के. हैंस सीम्स annoyed, but I think, I mean, yeah, wait, अच्छा मेरे को कुछ चलेगा कुछ. I mean, if you're sitting there for a while, you can get bored sometimes, honestly. Would love to know Rakesh's opinion on this when he joins. But कई बार चैट, अगर आपको ओपनिंग पता है, जैसे अगर आप लंदन खेल रहे हो, आपको पता है ओपनिंग, आपका ओपोनेंट सोचने लग जाएगा लाइक भाई थोड़ा जल्दी खेलना यार, मतलब पनवेल तो मैं कल ही चला गया, बट कहीं और जाना है मुझे कल. It's like you get bored sometimes. So yeah, that's the look he has right now. Hans is like, I want to sleep. No, I don't think so. I bet on Wei rematch China versus India. यार वेई का प्रॉब्लम पता है क्या है? वेई प्लेस, इफ यू सीन नॉर्वे चेस लास्ट ईयर, वेई की एक्यूरेसी नॉर्वे चेस में हाईएस्ट थी, मोर देन मैग्नस कार्लसन. लिटरली वेई की एक्यूरेसी एट नॉर्वे चेस लास्ट ईयर वाज हायर देन मैग्नस कार्लसन. तो टूर्नामेंट क्यों नहीं जीता वो? बिकॉज हायर एक्यूरेसी का मतलब ये नहीं है कि आप टूर्नामेंट जीतोगे. इसका मतलब है कि वो बेस्ट मूव्स खेल रहा है. Maybe why did Gukesh get up? What happened? Oh, he played, yeah. He played king h1. I told you, chat. f4 incoming and king h1 has been played. So attack is building up. There I but durust hai. And continue point about Wei will play the best moves. He will play the move which the engine suggests. उनकी opening preparation जो होगी वही खेलेंगे. He will play the best moves. He will not deviate from the ideal path. बट इसका मतलब है कि ही इज टेकिंग लेस रिस्क्स. इसका मतलब जीतने की प्रोबेबिलिटी और हारने की प्रोबेबिलिटी दोनों कम है. एंड कैंडिडेट जीतने के लिए यू विल हैव टू टेक रिस्क्स. सो आई थिंक वेई विल आराम से, लाइक आई कैन गारंटी वेई विल फिनिश इन टॉप 4, टॉप 5, लाइक नीचे की 3 में नहीं होंगे. बट आई कैन, I would genuinely bet Maggie's against Sahaj कि वेई will not win the candidates also because वो रिस्क बहुत कम लेते हैं. By the way, Gukesh got up from the seat and we are waiting for what Hans will play now. Apparently, G6 is the best move. And it makes sense. If you play G6, let's say our bishop is coming to G7. And once you play F4, he takes F4. Okay, I mean, I think bishop F4, knight F4, but let's take with the bishop now. And now simply bishop G7, you're attacking the B2 pawn. And suddenly it's not easy. How do you defend this pawn? C3 खेलोगे तो knight C5 could be very dangerous, right? Because suddenly D3 pawn को तो goodbye कह दो. And if you play rook b1, this is too passive. Knight c5, suddenly ये pawn फिर से attacked. And b3 के बाद this bishop is just too strong, right? Cutting across the diagonal. So it's a tough choice for Gukesh after g6 क्या खेलेंगे. So that's the best move. And Hans को ये निकालना चाहिए move. That will put up a lot of pressure on Gukesh. So I'll tell you which player winning candidates will be most exciting for World Championship. I think इसका जवाब बड़ा simple है. Chat. So I'm going to repeat Yash's question here, which is a great one. Which player winning the candidates will make the World Championship the most interesting? Not better for us, not easier for us or worse for us. Interesting. What is that one player, chat? Come on. I think most of us will mention only one player, is my guess. Magnus खेल नहीं रहा है भाई. Oh wow, actually not really. सिंदारोव भी लोग कह रहे हैं यार, बहुत लोग कह रहे हैं सिंदारोव. Because my take was it's Hikaru, yeah? Because Hikaru is like not controversial, but he's the guy who speaks what's on his mind. So before the World Championship, you will see a lot of clips. He might be streaming his World Championship prep. तो इंडिया के सारे न्यूज़पेपर भाई हिकारू ने आज ये रिपेयर किया, हिकारू ने आज वो रिपेयर किया. Like it might build up to be a grander story if Hikaru were to qualify. Although Caruana will also be very, very interesting. Prague, of course, as well. But I think Hikaru, अगर जीतते हैं candidates, so it will be the most interesting. That's what I think. By the Gukesh King, I also see like a lot of players open in the challenges. We also might have some other players. I see a lot of boards on the right. Hands के पीछे अगर आप देखो वहाँ पे 4-5 बोर्ड लगे हुए हैं. There might be some other tournaments going on as well. By the way, Hans ने लंबी सी उबासी ली है भाई. Maybe you are right. Maybe he's not slept well the previous night. Hikaru is the world champion, will be a nightmare Friday. Imagine the interviews. I mean, it's okay. I think, to be honest, chat, there's a Netflix documentary coming out on 7th April. I can't wait for it. It's on the Hans and Carlsen, saga that happened. Literally, Dragon Ball Z ki tarah ek saga tha wo literally. And it's gonna be epic to watch. For example, Queens, the Queen of Chess वाली documentary आई थी. It was so inspiring, but unfortunately दुनिया में जो चलता है ना वो ड्रामा है. Like ड्रामा बहुत चलता है. So I think maybe the hands one might do better because it's just pure drama. So I can't wait for it. So same way I think अगर हिकारू जीतेगा तो ड्रामा जरूर होगा भाई. Zhu Jiner has 133 minutes. ओहो राकेश भाई welcome. क्या हाल चाल?
Yo, what's up, chat? कैसे हो? How is it going? Sorry, थोड़ा for joining in a little late, but looks like टिको भाई काफी interesting start to Prague Masters.
राकेश भाई पहले एक चीज बता, बैठे कहाँ हो? ब्लैक होल के अंदर हो क्या? मतलब सारा ब्लैक ब्लैक दिख रहा है पीछे, क्या चक्कर है ये?
भाई मैं घर पे रुको
अच्छा,
चेंज करूंगा बैकग्राउंड.
नहीं बैकग्राउंड अच्छा है भाई. जस्ट वंडरिंग, मतलब अगर आपने कोई रूल्स
हाँ
ब्रेक कर
आपका भी
दिए और
वाइट है तो मैं भी वाइट रखता हूँ फिर ऐसे.
सही है. तो वेलकम राकेश भाई बाय द वे अभी जर्मनी में है, सो ही विल बी कमिंग टू इंडिया सून. एंड राकेश भाई, वी हैव 4 इंडियंस प्लेइंग हियर. एंड
Yeah.
चैलेंजर्स में 2 हैं, वी हैव दिव्या एंड सूर्या. एंड मास्टर्स में 2 है, वी हैव गुकेश एंड अरविंद. एंड अपार्ट फ्रॉम दीज गाइज वी ऑल्सो हैव केमर, वी हैव नोदरबेक, वी हैव ये वो जॉर्डन है, बहुत सारे हैंस नीमन है. So prediction wise, who do you think is gonna win Tata Steel कह रहा हूँ भाई. बताओ same line में भाई. Who's gonna win Prague Masters भाई? What's your guess? And chat, what's your take?
मास्टर में तो मेरे को लग रहा है गुकेश का काफी अच्छा चांस है.
Hmm.
और एक पॉइंट टू प्रूव भी है because he's not won an individual tournament after becoming the world champion. Of course, European Club Cup jeeta with his team, but point to prove to definitely for Guki. But we saw the field by Nodirbek, Vincent, Hans. It's not going to be easy for sure. Or challenges में I think Divya and Surya both can perform well, but win के chances मुझे कम लग रहा है to be honest.
हाँ, agreed. And of course, Divya के लिए this is an important event because this is the last event before the
Yeah.
candidates she's playing. And Rakesh bhai, I think we've touched this before, this topic, but मुझे अभी भी लग रहा है कि मे बी सूर्या इज दिव्या सेकेंड. बिकॉज मैंने एक रील देखी, दोनों साथ में आए एक होटल पे, और ओपनिंग सेरेमनी में दोनों साथ में बैठे हुए थे. And then also like the fact that they're playing this event together at the same time before the candidates, like it's too coincidental. तो क्या वो उनके सेकंड हो सकते हैं?
बिल्कुल क्यों नहीं. और मतलब इम्पोर्टेंट थिंग टू नोट कि पिछले कैंडिडेट्स में विदित के सेकंड थे सूर्या.
हाँ.
So he was of course Vishy Anand के भी second when Vishy Anand won 3 of his 5 titles. तो मैच एक्सपीरियंस या इंपॉर्टेंट टूर्नामेंट्स का एक्सपीरियंस, ओपनिंग एक्सपर्टीज, जो बोलो आप सब कुछ सूर्या भाई इज चेकिंग द बॉक्स देयर. एंड आई आल्सो सॉ मतलब सूर्या का बर्थडे भी था, इवन ही वाज प्लेइंग विद हरिकृष्णा's डॉटर. ऐसे वो भी रील डाला उन्होंने ऑर्गेनाइजर्स ने. सो ही इज डेफिनेटली इन अ गुड मूड. And I think भाई हो सकता है that he is helping Divya to win the candidates.
भाई बहुत जरूरी है. एंड if we can have two world champions India के दोनों sections के, and of course actually we have never streamed the women's world championship because कोई Indian होता ही नहीं था, and
Correct,
imagine
correct.
करो वहां पे भी India challenge करने बैठ जाए, so एक और tournament भाई will be so much fun.
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, I mean that's going to be huge if that happens. और I mean candidates में we have three Indian women players, तो it can be Divya, it can be हम्पी जी या वैशाली, तीनों का ही अच्छा चांस है. But open section में sadly only Prague take over in the
Hmm.
candidate.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting. And meanwhile, Sahaj भाई देखो भाई, Sahaj भाई आगे गए, सॉरी भाई
भाई भाई भाई.
आदत से मजबूर भाई, आदत से मजबूर, ओके गाना भी बजते हैं. बट राकेश भाई, मेरे को लग रहा है कि यार फ्रॉम गुकेश पर्सपेक्टिव, ठीक है, बाकी प्रक का क्या हो, दिव्या, वैशाली, हम्पी का क्या हो, उसका तो गारंटीड है ना भाई वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप खेलना. सो आई वुड से कि सबसे ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट, लाइक दिस इज लाइक हिज डिफेंस ऑफ द वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप, सो ही कैन लिटरली स्टार्ट प्रिपेयरिंग. ये टूर्नामेंट कितना इंपॉर्टेंट है गुकेश के लिए ऑन दैट पाथ टू वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप?
या फॉर श्योर. और बहुत बार ना, देखो मैं अपने नॉर्मल लाइफ में भी कुछ होता है ना, किसी मतलब दोस्त रिश्तेदार के साथ एक बार होता है ना, लोग बोलते हैं हाँ चल नसीब अच्छा था, लक था. दो बार ही कुछ होता है ना, देन
हाँ.
यू काइंड ऑफ रिस्पेक्ट दैट पर्सन मोर. तो
हम्म.
इवन इन द चेस वर्ल्ड काफी डाउट्स हैं, काफी लोग, इवन मैग्नस कैस्परोव ने ट्वीट ओपिनियंस दिया है कि गुकेश मे नॉट बी द स्ट्रॉन्गेस्ट, बट इफ ही डिफेंड्स इट दिस टाइम, तो भाई हैट्स ऑफ, रिस्पेक्ट.
Yeah, definitely. And he mentioned कि he would love to play it against Prague. So मेरा सवाल है chat and आपसे राकेश भाई, would you prefer like, let's say कि we are winning it, assume कर लो हम जीत रहे हैं, जो जीतेंगे by the way भगवान प्लीज, let's say हम जीत रहे हैं, ठीक है, would you still prefer to see a India versus somebody else world championship, or would you prefer Gukesh versus Prague? Assuming we are winning it, तो अपने पास ही आएगा. Which one would you prefer? Because obviously otherwise you might say India is India because guarantee हो रहा है हमें. बट लेट्स से कि हम जीत रहे हैं, विच वन वुड यू प्रेफर?
भाई ये तो बहुत कठिन सवाल पूछ लिया आपने. बट चैट, व्हाट डू यू थिंक, लाइक वुड यू प्रेफर इंडिया वर्सेस इंडिया फाइनल, या आई वुड से हाईएस्ट आईबॉल्स वुड बी हिकारू वर्सेस गुकेश.
हाँ.
मतलब भाई व्यूअरशिप तोड़ जाएगी उसमें, और हिकारू गेम खेलने के बाद भी रिकैप डालेगा, इट वुड जस्ट बी क्रेजी. प्लस ना वो इंडिया अमेरिका का एक आ जाता है इक्वेशन,
हाँ
एंड अमेरिका इंडिया में मतलब उसका शॉर्ट फॉर्म भी एआई है, एआई का ट्रेंड चल रहा है, सो यू कैन जस्ट एक्सपेक्ट टू मच ऑफ
भाई,
eyeballs there. But I
ये
think
ये
Prague can also qualify.
ये वो सैम ऑल्टमैन का फेवरेट एआई नहीं है भाई, तो आई एम नॉट. बट चैट आल्सो
हाँ,
अग्रीज, फैबी गुकेश या हिकारू
अभी
गुकेश वुड बी
गुकेश
वेरी वेरी
बोल रही
इंटरेस्टिंग.
है चैट काफी. हाँ
हाँ.
भाई,
या
सहज
इट्स गोना बी
भाई
फन.
इज इन साउथ अफ्रीका आई थिंक फॉर सम वर्क, तो आई
भाई
थिंक ही
वो
विल
कह
बी
रहे हैं कि
बैक.
वो किसी टूर्नामेंट के लिए कोचिंग करने गए हैं, तो क्या वो साउथ अफ्रीका क्रिकेट टीम को कोचिंग कर रहे हैं क्या? बिकॉज साउथ अफ्रीका तो जीत गई.
हरा दिया भाई, हरा दिया
भाई
इंडिया का,
भाई.
मतलब बहुत बुरी तरह से हरा है.
हाँ.
आई डोंट नो किसको सिखाने जा रहे हैं, बट या कमिंग बैक एक्चुअली, हाँ, फाबी वर्सेस गुकेश विल आल्सो बी वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग भाई. मतलब फाबी, बहुत लोग बोलते हैं वन ऑफ द अनलकीएस्ट प्लेयर्स नॉट टू बिकम अ वर्ल्ड चैंपियन. मतलब
हम्म.
ऐसे तो वो भी काफी, और उसमें भी इंडिया अमेरिका का सीन है ही, बट हिकारू अलग लेवल की आईबॉल्स और फैंस लाएगा इफ ही क्वालिफाइज.
या एंड एक अच्छा पॉइंट है मंदार भाई का, दिस इज द एआई जो जलकोटियास वाला एआई है ये.
भाई भाई वो तो
भाई.
बहुत ही, हाँ एग्जैक्टली, आई थिंक रैंडम थिंग्स, यस, मोदी ने बोला था ये व्हेन ही वेंट टू यूएस, आई थिंक कपल ऑफ
ओ
इयर्स
वाह.
अगो.
ओ वाह.
तो वो मैंने कॉपी किया, बट
मीनवाइल साज भाई, सॉरी ये क्या हो रहा है भाई,
भाई भाई
आदत
मैं
है.
निकल जाऊंगा भाई, मतलब ये
अरे
तो
भाई, भाई
इंसल्ट
सॉरी
टू
भाई,
मी.
माफ करना भाई, आदत हो चुकी है इतनी. बिकॉज आई थिंक काफी टाइम बाद हम लोग स्ट्रीम कर रहे हैं, राइट? आई थिंक बहुत टाइम हो गया अपन को स्ट्रीम करे हुए.
एक्चुअली हाँ, कोई बात नहीं नीरे भाई, होता है, मतलब गलती तो होती
मीनवाइल राकेश भाई, दिव्या भी पीछे से गई, वी स्टिल डोंट हैव द कैमरास फॉर द चैलेंजर्स.
है. हाँ,
समय भाई,
आई सॉ दैट.
हाँ, पूरी मेहनत कर रहे हैं कैम्स के लिए होपफुली, क्यों समय भाई?
By the way, Chad, what do you, and even like Tiku bhai, what do you think of this new look? मतलब मैग्नस ने मूछ रखी, मूछ निकाल दी. गुकेश भाई चश्मा लुक, What do you think? What are your thoughts on the spectacle look?
मुझे लग रहा है कि नंबर लगा होगा, मुकेश ने कहा होगा कि यार अब मैं वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप तक वेट करूं एंड देन आई पुट
हाँ,
देम ऑन, बिकॉज पहली बार जब पहनते हैं तो इट काइंड ऑफ फील्स ऑकवर्ड, या देयर इज वेट ऑन
correct,
योर नोज.
correct.
So
हाँ.
he's probably getting used to it, like till the Olympiad and the candidates, World Championship kind of come close. तो maybe आदत डाल रहे हैं वो शायद, या?
या पॉसिबल. भाई मुझे जब भी लगा था बचपन में, मम्मी ने बोला था बहुत टीवी देखा इसके लिए हो गया, चश्मा लग गया. तो बट
गुकेश को
मे
क्यों
बी
लगा है भाई?
ही इज प्रिपेयरिंग टू मच शायद लैपटॉप पे, उस वजह से मे बी.
हाँ, ट्रू ट्रू. बाय द वे, राकेश भाई, दो अपडेट हैं. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल, there is one guy in this event who's close to winning, and that is Yakubov against David Anton. And Bishop G5 के बाद, it seems like he's close to winning. So Bishop G5, Queen D7, and simply Queen D3. And यहाँ तो भाई black, not Queen D3, but what's the move here? Knight H4, भाई ये तो खतरनाक अटैक बन रहा है भाई. F4 F5 भी आ सकता है literally.
Yeah, and जो I think exchange sacrifice दिया है, looks like it works. Plus look at the clock situation भाई. मतलब याकूबोव completely थोड़ा prep and he knows more than David Anton for sure. और याकूबोव भाई फोर्थ आए थे वर्ल्ड कप में, so he's
Oh,
definitely a strong player. और हो सकता है धुआंधार शुरुआत for नोडरबेक.
या क्या हार्ट ब्रेक रहा होगा ना. इट्स लाइक चार लोग थे ग्रुप में, तीन को प्रमोशन मिल गया और एक का रह गया. लाइक इट्स सो हार्ट ब्रेकिंग. यू फील लाइक मैं ही था वो, लाइक उसको नहीं मिला. So that's really heartbreaking, of course, and he's gonna come all guns blazing. Meanwhile, दूसरे नोदरबेक जो भी कैंडिडेट्स में क्वालिफाई नहीं कर पाए, वो यहाँ पे अरविंद से खेल रहे हैं. एंड दिस वाज द पोजीशन जहां बिशप D7 बेस्ट मूव, एंड नाउ नाइट टू B3 प्लेड बाय नोदरबेक. सो व्हाट इज योर टेक ऑन दिस पोजीशन, राकेश भाई?
Okay, knight b3. I like white's position, even though Nodirbek की position है more space. d6 pawn का हल्का सा pressure, e4 pawn मतलब can be protected, but d6 pawn थोड़ा अभी, in fact white का threat है bishop takes d6. और अब queen c7 डालोगे तो the pawn is pinned, can't really move the d6 pawn to d5. So I feel Arvind in some pressure and lamba game chalega. In fact, let's remind Chad, Arvind is the defending champion of this event. So he definitely won't make it easy. And वही same reel में I think मैंने ये भी देखा कि he's there in Prague with his mom. So
ओह,
Arvind trying to change up a few things. So hopefully it works out. And भाई सब 2750 तक गए थे अरविंद. 2749 maybe was his peak. So suddenly ना अभी वो exact 2700 है भाई. वो ना वो
नहीं
I'm
नहीं
pretty sure उसको नीचे नहीं जाना है.
नहीं, he is not even 2700, he is 2686 right now लाइव रेटिंग्स में.
Oh, okay.
सो
Oh, okay.
उनके
That is.
हिसाब से ओलंपियाड का जो कट ऑफ है, चैट, हाउ डू वी डिसाइड द ओलंपियाड टीम? रेटिंग
Mhm.
एवरेज लिया जाता है 3 महीनों का. इट्स आइदर मार्च अप्रैल में और अप्रैल में जून, आई एम नॉट श्योर विच 3 months. तो right now I think Prag, Gukesh and Arjun are confirmed. I'm assuming Vishy sir will not play. So next Nihal
Yeah.
is almost confirmed with 2721. अब Vidit is 2708. So अगर अरविंद को ओलंपियाड खेलना है, he needs to gain like 15 points here. अदरवाइज उनके चांसेस ओलंपियाड टीम के जीरो हो जाएंगे, एंड देन फिर 2 साल वेट करना है भाई. उफ, दैट्स टू लॉन्ग.
That's a great point, Deepak. I think April, May, June वाला है, but not 100% sure. But on that Olympiad heartbreak, भाई 2022 में चेन्नई में हुआ था ओलंपियाड, जिधर अरविंद का अरविंद का सिटी है. Even there he couldn't get a chance with three teams. सेम यही रेटिंग के चक्कर में तो इट इज डेफिनेटली ऑन हिज माइंड एंड ही वुड लव टू प्ले. आई थिंक और विदित भी खेलेगा ही फॉर श्योर. बट द फिफ्थ स्पॉट देन सडनली इज बिटवीन मतलब आई थिंक नहीं, फिफ्थ नहीं, दो स्पॉट्स है निहाल, विदित, हरि कृष्णा और अरविंद, चारों के बीच
या
में दो स्पॉट्स
या
हैं.
Yeah, and it's going to be very interesting. Right now, within the Nihal, they can just sit tight and they will directly qualify. I think मेहनत करनी है Hari
Still,
Krishna and Arvind को. So this is one of those events जहाँ पे he could gain a bunch of rating points because he could beat some very, very strong players. In fact, he's playing the world number 5 right now. Imagine if he wins this. That's great. By the way, Bishop E6 played. So उन्होंने Bishop यहाँ पे खेला. And it's basically offering a repetition Rakesh bhai, knight d4, bishop d7, knight b3, bishop e6.
Oh, no, but I don't think Nodirbek लेगा ये
uh,
repetition. He is better. He has more space. White pieces भी है. So I don't think Nodirbek is looking to repeat. But by the way, uh, Ajat Shatru is saying Guki, Arjun, Prag, Vidit Nihal is his team for the candidates.
hmm.
और उसके ऊपर बट सार्थक भाई is saying Vidit तो खेल ही नहीं रहा है, and that is true. He's become like more of a मतलब AI में ज्यादा आजकल दिख रहा है विदित का
Yeah.
इंटरेस्ट.
Yeah, but I think if he gets the chance to play the Olympiad, I think he might play because last time it was such a positive experience for Vidit. Yeah, like just
Yeah,
to
yeah, of
win
course.
that for India gold medal. So, but yeah, he is kind of more into AI now. मतलब like पता है एक बार क्या हुआ था? I have not shared this, but एक बार विदित का मुझे कॉल आया. ठीक है, मैं कह रहा हूँ
Okay.
भाई विदित की कॉल कर रहा है, ना कोई टूर्नामेंट चल रहा है ना कुछ चल रहा है. तो मैं उठाता हूँ तो पीछे कुछ वो बातें कर रहा है, पता नहीं एआई वे किसी के साथ, एंड आई हैव नो कॉन्टेक्स्ट नथिंग, एंड वो गलती से बट डायल हो गया होगा. सो
सही
तो
में?
गलती से
नो वे.
हाँ, तो वो बात कर रहा है आपस में और मैं हेलो 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 कर रहा हूँ. वो बस चेस तो आया नहीं कभी बीच में. मैं कह रहा हूँ यार क्या बात कर रहा है, कुछ समझ नहीं आता. मैंने काट दिया. बाद में मैसेज किया उस भाई कि यार गलती से मिल गया. कहता ओ सॉरी. Vidit is like has 20 different interests and it's great he's exploring them. But I think अगर Olympiad आएगा, he gets the opportunity, he will grab it with both hands.
True, true for sure. And plus, remember, Chad, India is like defending champions. So definitely that's an honor कि अगर आप defend भी कर लो title. Same Gukesh वाला ही logic. If you win it twice, suddenly the world, respects you more. So maybe I think with it definitely will play some events before that. सीधा तो Olympiad नहीं खेलेंगे. But yeah, I think the next spot के लिए Arvind has to like put up a show और बहुत अच्छा खेलना पड़ेगा in Prague.
Yeah, and by the way, talking about Surya, who might be, as we're discussing, be Divya's second, he seems to have a nice position. I think this is where we last looked at this. Rook e3 के बाद, bishop g4, queen d2, काफी awkward है, right? Because आप bishop को block कर रहे
हाँ.
हो. आता है bishop d6, and at first glance looks like black के bishop काफी active है. But now knight e5, nice move. Bishop e5, big mistake. And now takes के बाद suddenly Rook g3 आ रहा है, Queen h6 आ रहा है, and this feels like a deadly attack incoming for Surya against Thomas Beerdsen.
Yeah, I agree, and I think it would be lovely to see Surya. I know wo cameras are not yet fixed, but chat, like we see your comments,
Oops.
chat. Would love to show matlab, Ganguly and Divya ke bhi cams if we get them. But currently it looking like hey, Surya on the move. Surya definitely in the driver's seat.
Yeah, and Gukesh उन्हीं गेम देख रहे हैं भाई. He's looking at the screen. By the way, there is a screen behind
हाँ.
us, let's say. So he's checking out the other games, maybe his game as well. आजकल हमने देखा कई लोग 2D वर्जन भी गेम देखना पसंद करते हैं अपना कई बार. So Surya looking like he's in great shape. Divya game, Rakesh bhai, your brief thoughts on this? Like it does seem like काफी draw के chances लग रहे हैं यहाँ पे.
I think draw. She is definitely not in any danger. And
Hmm.
एक positive side, I don't know. Like I like to use. I used to do this when I was playing. कि मेरी position better है, मैं काफी ज्यादा घूमता था. And we
Hmm.
saw Divya like 4 5 times अभी गुकेश के पीछे से she was
Hmm.
like walking. So she is definitely comfortable. She is feeling happy about her position for sure.
Yeah. And of course, like, by the way, there's a video with Divya coming out, I think this week or next week. बहुत जल्दी, बहुत
Hmm.
epic video है Chesscom India पे. And Rakesh bhai, we are about to reach 1 million subscribers on Chesscom India बहुत
Ooh.
जल्दी भाई. 10 lakh लोग, that's like the population of Faridabad. भाई, half the population of Faridabad.
Actually, let me see कितने बाकी है और मतलब और can we complete it before Prague ends, टिकू भाई?
हो
क्या
सकता
लगता
है.
है?
Very likely
सात
actually
हजार
we can
लोग
do
हैं,
it.
so chat. I mean, I know most of you are subscribed, but if you haven't, Chess 24 हो या Chesscom India हो, please subscribe कर दो. 1
हाँ.
million पे कुछ तो मतलब यूनिक करेंगे चैट के लिए. मतलब we'll give them
हाँ.
some
हाँ.
memberships. कुछ तो स्पेशल करेंगे, एक सेलिब्रेशन
हाँ.
करेंगे.
और चेस 24 इंडिया 75 किया तो वहां भी करो भाई. कोई इश्यू नहीं है भाई. जितना
हाँ हाँ बिल्कुल.
दिखा लो, जितनी भीख मांगे जितना मिलेगा उतना अच्छा है भाई. कोई लिमिट नहीं है उसमें. मीनवाइल Queen f6 played, so I think still looks very, very logical. So koi stress nahi hai. Let's go to the
Yeah,
Gukesh game because Rakesh bhai, suddenly the bar is in Hans Niemann's favor.
yeah.
Bhai, question mark. Wait, what?
Sahaj bhai, respect. Golden pawn touched, and it's a
Bhai,
mistake.
that's apparently a very unique mistake. So, for example, chat, look at this. यहाँ knight c5 खेला. The idea is, of course, knight e6 and knight कल को d4 या f4 आ सकता है. Also stops f4, right, by being on e6. And also attacks a4 and so on. f4 played, and chat, question to you. What is black's best move in the Sakit bhai? I think mushkil hai. I don't think Hans will find this though. I don't think he'll find it. Any guesses, Rakesh bhai and chat? What is the best move for black?
Ooh. Wait a minute. Pawn takes
Rakesh
pawn
bhai,
तो अच्छा नहीं है.
popcorn moment है भाई, popcorn moment.
Oh, okay. Chop, chop. Can I chop? But no, knight d3 looks interesting, but बिशप में पीछे चला जाऊंगा, फिर आपके पास है क्या मतलब? Bishop G. Let's show it to the chat maybe.
हाँ.
Knight d3, pawn d3, queen takes. दो
Bishop,
ऑप्शन है,
let's
बिशप
say.
पीछे या रुक f3 पे.
हाँ. रुकिए फिर
Let's
Bishop
go.
G4.
हाँ, तो लेट्स गो बिशप G1 ही चलते हैं, मतलब रास्ते से
हाँ.
ही हटा लेते हैं. I think, oh, is there something like bishop G4 or rook A D8, मतलब that activity?
भाई, you are right on the money. But पहले एक चाल important की. Bishop G4 is the second best move. But
Okay,
Bishop A6 actually. And now
किस
you're
तरह
attacking the
से?
knight.
Okay,
If you move the knight somewhere, then rook a d8 is just winning on the spot.
भाई ये तो this can actually happen.
Yeah. So, Gukesh in this
What?
position has to find knight c1, queen back to d7, only move for black, and then apparently rook f2. Bhai, this is
भाई
very
no way,
difficult for both
no
sides.
way, no way. By chat, by the way, also many people found knight takes d3. Well done. But क्या लगता है chat? It's a weird sacrifice. Normally ना king के तरफ you sacrifice a piece. This is just for the plane, the central file, and pointing that कि white के पास extra piece है, but वो कुछ तीनों दो knight और वो bishop कुछ काम ही नहीं कर रहे हैं. That's the whole point of this sacrifice.
Absolutely. And this is extremely difficult. No wonder Gukesh missed this. And it's very likely Hans might miss it as well because ef4 is a very logical move. I think you can just take it and now knight takes f4. But the problem is, Rakesh bhai, यहाँ पे white is just tiny bit better ना. एक वो ऐसी पोजीशन जहाँ पे आपको अभी काफी डिफेंड करना है थोड़ी देर के लिए. रुक की फाइल खुल चुकी है. व्हाइट का पॉन स्ट्रक्चर b3 के बाद क्या ही चंगा लग रहा है. मतलब ऐसे अमितरी कुलचे और बटर, वो ऐसी फीलिंग आ रही है. सो मुझे लग रहा है कि यार कहीं ना कहीं पे he might think about this. He might consider it at least.
हाँ, I think जो आपने point बोला e into f4, knight into f4 doesn't look good for black. So maybe by just like method of elimination, Hans can actually think कि I don't want this. Let me go for the counter attack and capture knight takes d3. And फिर भाई जो गुकेश और हांस के पीछे बैठे हैं वो आपके जैसे पॉपकॉर्न लेके आने वाला है. Because if in case Hans finds it and he plays knight d3, there is not going to be a draw in this game.
By draw, and look at this. Even if you play this, the reason why Rakesh and I think he might consider this knight d3 idea is because after, let's say, taking the second best move, the most logical one, you do not want to allow white to keep continuing. So takes, let's say, knight takes. Apparently, the best move is now f5. मतलब साहज भाई को मतलब है नहीं तो कुछ भी करोगे अब तुम्हें है कुछ भी करोगे मतलब चेस मतलब पूरा बदला ले रहा है साहज भाई से आज की भाई. And now look at this, Rakesh bhai. Queen h5 suddenly.
Yeah,
This is just
yeah.
this is too scary. When you look at this at first glance, looks scary. Apparently now fe4 only move and it continues. You have knight c4 as an option now. You have bishop c5. So I think thought dangerous है for both sides. So that being said, he might consider knight d3 because दूसरी line भी complicated ही है. It's not a simple option.
Yeah, fully agree. But look at the body language. Gukesh suddenly by hand in his hand. पहले ना
Oh.
स्क्रीन वीन देख रहे थे, थोड़ा चिल कर रहे थे. I think Gukesh has spotted it.
Yeah. And oh, hands, can we go full screen? Hand ने stare दिया एक्सटर्नल युकेश को भाई. तुझे पता
भाई
है तूने
फिर
क्या
से
किया है?
भाई Hans,
Oh, I think he saw it. I think he
yeah,
might have seen it.
I think Hans has seen it, भाई. Huge, I think very important moment in the game. Even in the tournament, like per se.
Absolutely, it's round one. Well begun is half done, and if you win this game as Hans Niemann, you're stating a point ki bhai, I have just defeated the world champion with the black pieces, and I've just out-calculated him. And let's keep in mind, even if Hans finds knight d3, he has to find only moves afterwards. So I think it's
Yeah.
not going to be easy. He might think it's working, but he might not be convinced enough to play it. So it's going to be very interesting.
Fair. He'll take his time though, मतलब at least और 2-3 मिनट तो सोचेगा. And Komal ji is exactly right. If Hans sees Bishop A6, जो आपने line दिखा था टिकू, then it looks like it's over for Goki. I completely agree there. और देवेश भाई बोल रहे हैं Hans is locked in भाई बिल्कुल.
By Hans Niemann is going through that phase of his life jahan pe either he's going to make it to the world top 10 or he's going to be stuck in that 2700 rating setup, jahan pe he's going below 2700, above, below, above, and he's constantly fighting to stay in the top players of the world. He's already world number 18, by the way, Rakesh bhai, as we discussed earlier. And if he wins this, he'll be world number 15 after Prague. So this win could really, I mean, he could be world top 10 by the end of this event.
Oh, he takes it!
Oh! Wow! He just took on D3. That's a brilliancy. Okay, full screen. This is insane. This is insane. Gukesh under pressure in round one of Prague Masters against Hansi. What a find by Hansi, man. He gave that stare again and gets up with confidence. Gukesh under pressure, Rakesh bhai.
Power bow, and as soon as the sacrifice hits, Parham, chat भी देखो पीछे audience, everybody has lost it. सब लोग की आंखें खुली, and it's not a sacrifice against the king Tiku. Normally you sacrifice for some attack. This is just a fantastic positional sacrifice for the center file.
Wow.
Bhai Sahab.
I'm so happy. Sometimes you make good decisions in your life. I'm happy I got popcorn today, Rakesh bhai, because this is a matinee blockbuster now. Because look at this move, Queen D3. It's not doing anything. I can just drop the bishop back. And for example, chat, just look at this difference. Bishop F2 now is for some reason much better than Bishop G1. अब मुझे समझाओ ऐसा क्यों है राकेश भाई? Any idea?
Where is Sahaj bhai when you need him, matlab?
Exactly. And to be honest, Sahaj bhai is amazing, but this is just so insane. Gukesh missed all of this and Hans Niemann spotted it. And that too very quickly. He took like 17 minutes, but that's still nothing compared to the kind of structure this position is. And now Bishop, let's go to the best move. Bishop F2 is the best move. Let's try to see how it goes. Bishop A6 anyways. By the way, Bishop G4 is also a good move, but it goes to equality. So Bishop A6 is the way to push. And now only move Knight C1, Queen D7, and now you have to find Knight to F3. And even here, actually, after Rook A D8, Black is just clearly better apparently. But it's not crystal clear, right?
No, not crystal clear, but I would choose black all day long because it's just, the easier game. Like my flow में आ रहे हैं black के moves, easy to guess है black के moves. Whereas white is under huge pressure, but Tiku bhai, big shout out. मतलब Hans Niemann, what a power packed statement. आप black pieces के साथ round one में हरा रहे हो. And chat, remember this would be his first win against a world champion Gukesh. Gukesh को पहले हराया उन्होंने classical में भी, but that time Gukesh was not the world champion and clearly making his intentions clear, Tiku bhai.
भाई डॉक्यूमेंट्री से पहले धमाका भाई, वायरल मार्केटिंग कर रहे हैं हैंस
Exactly.
नीमन एंड
Exactly.
ही इज लाइक अब मैंने वर्ल्ड चैंपियन को हरा दिया है, यू नो दे माइट जस्ट ऐड एन एक्स्ट्रा कपल ऑफ सीन्स इन द डॉक्यूमेंट्री भाई यू नो रिलीज करने से पहले
Why not?
कि
Why
भाई
not?
वर्ल्ड चैंपियन को भी हरा दिया इन्होंने.
क्योंकि तभी जब कार्लसन को हराया था, दैट वाज द टाइम व्हेन कार्लसन वाज अ वर्ल्ड चैंपियन एंड इतने सारे हेडलाइंस हुए और कंट्रोवर्सी हुआ, बट नाउ हियर ही बीट्स अनदर वर्ल्ड चैंपियन टिको भाई.
वाओ.
If you go to the live board, भाई, it it just feels कि
या
कुछ तो गड़बड़ किया है गुकी ने.
Yeah, and also just to show ki why it's so bad, because now Queen D7 in this forced variation is the best, and the problem is the bishop pair. Where do you put this rook? Rook D1, it's free. Rook
हाँ.
E1, there's bishop B4. So rook G1 khelna hai, and now black can just chop this off. And now suddenly this is hanging, and the bishop भाई कैसे डेवलप करोगे? लाइक इट्स नॉट इजी. फॉर एग्जांपल लेट्स से आपने खेला नाइट बी3, आई मीन पॉन जा रहा है, पहले ई5 खेलोगे, एंड लेट्स से आई प्ले h6 एंड यू फाइनली प्ले नाइट बी3 की भाई नाइट डेवलप हो रहा है. Apparently black can just play g5 and continue, and this knight again has no squares because knight d4 there is g4 ideas, and certainly knight 4 could be hanging in some cases. So I
Correct,
think
correct.
very very difficult, and itna samajhna ki this is working is insane from Hans Niemann.
वेरी गुड अंडरस्टैंडिंग. और भाई वो क्या मोमेंट था भाई, मतलब फोड़ा D3 पे सैक्रिफाइस मारा और नजर देके उठ के निकल गया हांस पानी लाने. लाइक दैट वाज सच अ पावर मूव.
Yeah, and the continuation is tough, Sarthak Bhai, but we're talking about the top players of the world. And the thing is, Gukesh, जब Hans ने वो knight d3 मारा ना, Gukesh took that pawn quickly. So by the time Hans played it, it was not a surprise for Gukesh. So as we discussed, Gukesh Sakesh ने कहा ना, उसने सर पकड़ लिया था. So at some point, after playing the move, he saw it happening. So he also realized कि भाई, this is serious play for Black.
This
आएगा
is
भाई.
looking, the more I look at it, it's looking worse and worse for Guki.
Yep, and I would say कि it's not lost yet, not by any stretch of our imaginations, but it's a position जहाँ पे black with perfect play, not with good play, not with decent play, with perfect play is definitely going to be better. So अगर अगले 5 से 7 या 8 चाल Hans Niemann, इंजन की first preference खेल दें, it's gonna be tough. And now, chat for example, Rook f3 is also a move. We discussed this briefly, but there is bishop g4, for example, and suddenly ये pins बहुत ज़्यादा हैं. So rook g3, for example, suddenly e2 knight is hanging. You can't do it. So that's why I think bishop को move करना ज़रूरी. You can't move it anywhere here or here. So दो ही squares हैं, and it's important where you put that bishop.
Very important. I don't think Guki will be playing a move for the next 5 to 10 minutes because he has a very important decision to make.
By the way, great question by Sarthaki. What's the difference? Actually, it just changes the way you defend. So, for example, अगर आपका bishop f2 पे है, then in that final position, our rook went to g1, right? Which we don't have an option if the bishop is on g1, for example. So the rook will not have that g1 square. So it itna subtle hai. And for example, if the bishop is on g1, you will have rook f3 or rook f2 as a defense. So where do you want to put that rook after that attack happens on bishop a6? Basically, decide if the bishop is on g1, I'll play rook f2. If the bishop is on f2, then I'll play rook g1. So it just changes the plan. But either works, but both are not great for Gukesh, and Hans is better.
Yeah, I think Chess Master also mentioning a very nice thing in chat. Maybe it's just like Gukesh has to play, for a draw, start defending, give up your ambitions of winning, and also nice point by Chess Master again that the next I think 10 moves will define the outcome of this match.
Yeah. The good news is दो चैट. एक अच्छी खबर है यहाँ पे. पता है ना, हर बुरी खबर एक दरवाजा खोलती जरूर है. अगर
Hmm.
हैंस ने गलती कर दी, अगर उसने गलती कर दी, युकेश वुड बी जस्ट विनिंग. बिकॉज आपने पीस दे दिया. count the number of pieces. We have bishop and 2 knights. He only has 2
Correct.
bishops. And अपने कोई crazy attack नहीं आ रहा है. Like our king is very safe. Our pawns are relatively safe for now at least. So if Hans makes an error यहाँ पे, जैसे for example, going to South Africa for some coaching, even though we have Prague Masters, like ऐसी गलतियां अगर आप कर दोगे, तो कुछ भी हो सकता है भाई. I think there could be major blunders happening and then Gukesh will win this.
Yeah, definitely possible. No, of course, Yellow Phoenix Hans will not play for a draw. Gukesh has to play for the draw. But we'll see how that goes. Meanwhile, Chad is saying Aravindh has equalized. Maybe head there, but Tiko, your prediction, does Guki find the best move in the position?
I think yes, Gukesh will find the best moves. I'm not sure about Hans because once you make such a mistake, right, your spidey sense, suddenly is fully charged. You will suddenly wake up, okay, I have to be pretty serious. In fact, koi bhi tournament aap khelte ho, okay,
Ooh, he
Bishop G1
plays
play.
Bishop G1.
Yeah, not second best move, Rakesh bhai, but now Bishop A6 only move for Hans Niemann. It might feel like Bishop G4 does the same job, but it doesn't because वो रुक को attack नहीं कर रहा है F1 पे. Hans इकलौती चाल. साज भाई, राकेश क्या दिमाग में सर फुट हुआ. राकेश भाई, do you think? नहीं भाई, sorry भाई, माफ कर दो भाई. What do you think? Will Hans find Bishop A6? Yes or no? Chad, what do you think?
Chad, what do you think? Bishop A6, yay or nay? Yes, Ajad Chandru Sahaj is in South Africa for an event. I think he will play Bishop A6 because if you bring the bishop from this side, Guki has just a nice move like Knight F3. That is like a get out of jail card होता है ना Monopoly में. सारे problem solve हो गए Guki के.
I agree. That's a great point. And piece develop ho gaya, queen trade offer ho gaya. And if you go for these pawns, I can always pick up this one. So
Yeah.
that's very comfortable. And black has to be fast because now rook f3 is in the air. So if I waste a move, I don't know. Suddenly, Netflix dekhne lag gaya thodi der ke liye. I think this is completely lost after rook f3 and you can basically, resign, I think, in this position. So Hans Niemann has to be on point. He needs to find Bishop to A6 as the blue arrow highlights right now.
Yeah, and I think if he has spotted knight sacrifice, तो उसके बाद भी this is like the easier move to find. The knight sacrifice was really tricky.
Agreed. And Chad, by the way, welcome to the stream. If you're joining in just now, this is the Prague Masters starting today. We have 2 tournaments, Prague Masters and Prague Challengers. Masters, we have the World Champion Gukesh, and we also have Aravindh. Aravindh is fighting for his Olympiad spot, so his play absolutely matters. We also have Vincent Keymer, we have Nodirbek, we have Hans, we have some very strong players of the world. Then we have Challengers, jahan pe we have Divya fighting her last tournament before the candidates. So, of course, we also have Surya, who, as we are guessing, might be her second, kuch pata nahi hai. So, very important matches. And I think this is going to be fascinating. Bishop is played by Hans Niemann.
Wow.
Bhai.
This is
Bhai.
with a nazar, with a stare.
Bhai, agar Hans jeet gaye, this is gonna be a stunning, this will be a complete shocker. If Gukesh goes down in round 1 with the white pieces and 2 Gukeshes, credit, like this was almost impossible to see. Such a unorthodox sacrifice. It's not lost, but now he needs to find knight to c1 chat. Apparently, only 2 moves work, which is obvious because knight hanging here and it's pinned. So one is rook f2 and one is knight c1. But knight c1 is the better choice because it forces the queen to move essentially. Rakesh bhai, nikalega knight c1? Kya lag raha hai?
I think knight c1 तो ढूंढ लेगा, but the point is, वो जो एक shock लगा गुकी को, उससे how fast or quickly can he recover is the question. Because definitely defending like this with the white pieces was not on Gukesh's mind today morning.
Also, do both players realize कि current evaluation क्या है?
Yeah,
because
for
अपने
sure.
पास तो बार है, हमें दिख रहा है -1 है. Does Gukesh realize it's this scary? And does
100%.
Hans realize कि भाई मैं -1 हूं? Like, what do you think is
100%.
going on in each player's head right now?
I think you can see it from the body language and even जैसे हांस पहले घूम नहीं रहा था इतना suddenly he's appearing more confident. He's giving those stares. तो आप ना normally ये नहीं करते हो. Only if you have like a good position or you believe that white का play बहुत difficult है, then you start doing these things. And Guki, जैसे मैंने बोला, he had his hand in his hand, so he's definitely knows that it's not good.
Yeah, and let's not forget, Hans Zimmer was a last minute invite. Like कुछ 2-3 हफ्ते पहले ही उनको invite आया था because Thaida Ivan couldn't play for some reason,
Correct,
and
correct.
Hans replaced him. And round 1 में ही तहलका करते हुए Tata Steel में भी round 1 he won against, I think, Fedosiv. So Hans Niemann just moving on from where he left at Tata Steel, and he could be world number 15 after today. So, and Gukesh could be out of world top 10. He would, you know what he would fall down to if he loses? He will go down to world number 14 behind Vichy sir.
Oh, bhai saab.
ये तो
That's not good news.
that's horrible news भाई. World number 14 हो जाएगा भाई, world champion.
And no, Shreyas bhai, thanks for the reminder, but we did not get Divya's camera yet. Otherwise, would love to, show that. Oh, we have. Thank you, bhai. Shreyas bhai, OP.
Oh,
So
let's go then.
someone
Let's check it out.
is saying we have Divya's cam. Let's quickly check in.
And there we
Finally!
go.
Let's
And she is better.
go!
Why she is. Okay, Surya camera bhi nahi hai, so let's try to get that one as well. But this is where we left it, right? Rakesh, by Queen F6. And while Gukesh thinks B4, excellent move by Divya, creating that minority attack. And
Yeah.
yahan pe black ki best move G5 thi. Okay, that's not easy. He plays knight B6. And now after simple, like A4 and so on, like Divya does seem to be the one who's at least has a plan. Yeah, black ka plan itna clear nahi hai abhi.
Yeah, I think I like White's position. Simply A4, B5 break here. And where is Black's counterplay coming from, Tiku bhai? Divya definitely playing for two results, भाई. हारने का तो कुछ कोई chance ही नहीं है.
I absolutely agree with you. I think this is the kind of position you need against a player who's 150 points higher rated than you. जहां पे he's suffocating, he's trying to wiggle out with some counterplay, जहां पे he has winning chances, but है ही नहीं कुछ. And A4, B5, yeah, whatever it is, I think Divya has a great position, and the time will tell you the story. She's almost 13, 14 minutes ahead. That's because Black is trying to think, भाई कैसे जीतूंगा मैं यार? There is no parallel universe. Like, ऐसा कहते हैं कि इतने parallel universe हो सकते हैं कि every possibility in the universe you can imagine has happened. But यहाँ से White का हारना is almost impossible to imagine. So I think his opponent is struggling right now, her opponent. But Divya with good chances, although the likely result still might be a draw.
Yeah, agree.
So, as Divya thinks she's pretty comfortable, by the way, in the current position. We don't have Surya's cam. So let's jump back for a second to Gukesh's game and see what's happening there, because this is the game of the hour. Bishop A6 played by Hans, the only move, and Gukesh under pressure. अगर आप starting में देखोगे, लग रहा है कि Hans हार रहा है भाई. इतना stress में लग रहा है वो.
हाँ.
By the way, chat.
No move by Guki, bhai.
He is realizing the gravity of the situation. It's like जब astronauts पहली बार space में जाते हैं ना, they often come back and say कि भाई I had seen the demos, I had done the training, but being there, looking back at Earth, feeling the no gravity, like it's still different. And वही है कि he had calculated these variations, but as he does it in real time, the position has arrived. He's realizing it's much, much tougher than he thought it was. And now I think he's under pressure, and knight c1 is literally only move territory. That's not comfortable situation to be in.
Not at all, bhai. Or, I mean, speaking of this, maybe we can have a quick 1 minute look at Vincent Keymer, bhai. Because shout out to Aryan Chobe ji, जिन्होंने बोला Vincent is also not having the best of starts. Look at this, Tiku bhai.
Bhai, Jordan versus Vincent hai. It's not even surprising. Last time Jordan played Vincent, Jordan had white, Vincent had black, and Jordan played like the game of the year. याद है? I think you might have seen it. जहां पे he sacked everything Tata Steel में.
हाँ हाँ हाँ, करेक्ट.
जब क्राउड खड़ा होकर तालियां बजाने लग गया था भाई उसके लिए. So at this point, I think if Jordan and Vincent is the world championship, Jordan wins is my guess. Right? Psychological block forming forever.
भाई और उस गेम में भी या ये गेम में भी देखो, यॉर्डन इज जस्ट रेडी टू थ्रो एवरीथिंग एट विंसेंट किंग एंड लुक एट द क्लॉक सिचुएशन भाई. आधा घंटा कम है, 35 मिनट
बाप
सॉरी.
रे.
विंसेंट के लिए मतलब टॉप टू सीड्स माइट लूज इन राउंड वन.
Wow, and talking about the top seeds, I think the other very, very strong player is Nodirbek, who's literally playing against our own Aravindh Chithambaram. So, checking out his game for a second, chat question for you and Rakesh bhai, for you. What do you make of this position? This is where we left it, right? Arvind had basically offered a draw with Bishop E6. Of course, Nodirbek says no. B5, amazing move. Takes. And now knight to D4. It feels like Arvind is doing okay. Yeah? He's holding his own, and it feels like we're closer to a draw than we were earlier.
Yeah, I think overall I would say Arvind has equalized after the opening, but ये भाई ये Nodirbek जो चीज है ना, he just never gives up. He'll keep playing, he'll keep trying. So it's gonna be a long game for Arvind for sure.
Yep, what I like is he's 10 minutes ahead on the clock. So that's very comforting. And Arvind needs some rating points under his belt if he wants to make it to the Olympia team. He's not had his last three events, essentially. I think three major events, let's say the top level events he's played. First of all, Rakesh bhai, हमने stream किया था वो Uzbek chess, जहाँ पे he struggled.
Oh yes,
Then,
yeah.
then it was the World Cup, and then it was, of course, Tata Steel. So have not gone well. Let's hope so. He has an amazing tournament this time round. And by the way, going back to the world champion, who now has 45 minutes, two hands is 47. Not a big difference there. But evaluation में बहुत difference लग रहा है राकेश भाई, and still no moves.
Evaluation, feeling, clock times भी अभी गुकी का कम हो जाएगा. Definitely not the best sign for if you're a Guki fan.
हैंड्स का कॉन्फिडेंस भी अलग चीज है भाई. बंदा खेलता है, स्टेयर करता है, उठता है, जाता है. मतलब he's ready for a party. Yeah, he wants to win this one.
I 100%. और भाई ऐसे लगा भी नहीं मतलब गुकेश made such a big mistake. Like if he loses after this, it's not like F4 is such a big. You don't expect like sacrifices like knight into D3 to work.
Yeah. There was no, warning sign, no red flag there in White's position. Felt very logical, and knight D3 came completely out of the blue. Something Gukesh did realize, as we saw, after he played the move, as usually we do about blunders. By the way, chat, anybody joining in, I think Sahaj Bhai will be back for the candidates. He's right now in South Africa, so he is, busy with an event. Playing, coaching, कुछ मेरे को तो लगा cricket team के coach है शायद South Africa के, but he'll be back for the candidates, and of course that will be the next event starting in March. But Rakesh bhai, look, candidates के point of view से they must be happy with Gukesh making mistakes, because they're like, अरे Gukesh world champion form में नहीं है. If I win the candidates, I might have a good chance at this.
Yeah, भाई same story चल रहा था when Ding was the world champion.
True.
Definitely history repeating itself. By the way, chat में कोई लिख रहा है कि imagine if Guki plays knight g3. So let's show chat. Why is that such a big mistake? Because the bar is going to go way down, because Hans just simply wins with rook a to d8, hitting the knight. And how do you defend the knight? Rook f2 maybe?
Yeah. So first of all, I think if you move the knight somewhere, let's say you play, knight. Okay, I don't know, because ef4 hanging, I couldn't move it here. So where do I move it? Let's say knight b3. If I move it here, black apparently can just take the pawn, and somehow this is very uncomfortable, because how do you play this? If you move the knight, then the rook is hanging, and if you take the queen, I just take back with the bishop or the rook, and one of the pieces is at least hanging. So there is no
you take
way.
with the rook. ना, मतलब फिर b3 g3
हाँ,
दोनों हैंगेंगे.
exactly. So there is no way you can save this knight without losing the rook, basically. Because of this tactical theme, jahan pe the knight will have to move. And if you take with the rook, then of course the back rank is weak. So somehow after rook a d8, this knight or the rook, you will lose one of these things by force. It's tactically working. And Hans Zimmer ने निकाल दिया, ये बहुत 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 बड़ी बात है. So knight g3 is just not working after rook a d8.
Hi, this is tough, man.
In fact, how tough this is, one of the best moves here is just to play queen h5. Just give up the
Hi,
knight.
come on.
So that tells you this is dangerous, and Gukesh will just be 2 pawns down with the worst position and weak pawns. It's just over in that case. So he needs to find knight c1. It forces the queen to go back and थोड़ी सांस लेने का मौका मिलता है, and he does find it, right? He plays knight c1. Nice move.
Let's go. Only move that kind of kept Guki in the game. But now, अभी टिकू भाई, queen को लात कहाँ
And
जाएगी? White
ये
black
ऐसी लात है राकेश भाई, इसका एक ही सोल्यूशन है. अगर कहीं भी और क्वीन खेली, क्वीन d6, क्वीन d8, apparently it's better for white. So let's try to understand why. If you play queen d8, there is no rook a d8. That's simple to understand.
सिंपल, हाँ
है
ठीक
ना?
है.
यहां पे कोई स्क्वायर नहीं है, यहां पे कोई स्क्वायर नहीं है, यहां पे कोई स्क्वायर नहीं है, यहां पे कोई स्क्वायर नहीं है. So queen d6 या queen d7. If you play queen d6, however, there is apparently f takes e5, only move, and that gains a tempo on the queen. So let's say queen takes, and now rook f3. And basically, मेरे rook को एक बढ़िया f3 square मिल गया, and your queen is not on the d file. My knight is not under attack. Very important. And when you play rook a d1, I can play queen c2 because the knight is not under attack, and I can simply escape all problems. So that's why queen d7, ताकि ये knight under pressure रहे. This is not going to attack my queen. So if knight fe5, I mean, I can just pick up
रुक
the
मर
rook
रहा है.
essentially.
Yeah, correct.
So queen d7, only move for Hans Niemann, and I think a player of his caliber will 100% find it. Chad, what do you think? Yes or no?
Chat, do let us know. But yeah, I think again, like we said about bishop a6, भाई, queen ये position में भी अगर hand सोचना चालू करे, queen d7 just looks so obvious. मतलब very well explained, टिको भाई, but it just looks super easy.
Yeah. And Chad, by the way, मेरा सवाल है. I think कैंडिडेट्स का हमने बहुत डिस्कस किया, बहुत टीयर लिस्ट बन गई कि भाई कौन जीतेगा, फैबी फेवरेट है, ट्रक के चांसेस कैसे हैं, हिकारू भी जीनियस है, सिंदारो विद द वाइट द डार्क हॉर्स व्हाटएवर. हु डू यू थिंक फिनिशेस लास्ट इन द कैंडिडेट्स? वेरी टफ क्वेश्चन.
भाई.
बट
ये.
नॉट लास्ट. व्हाट आई मीन इज एसेंशियली, व्हाट आई मीन इज कोई ऐसा प्लेयर है जिसके आपको चांसेस लग ही नहीं रहे. लाइक लास्ट कैंडिडेट्स में, like the only player you would consider with less than 1 or 2% chances was like Abaso, right? You would think he has chances, but it's all like it's very minimal. So कोई ऐसा player है आपके दिमाग में, or do you think कि anybody could win it essentially? Like ऐसा कोई player है क्या? राकेश भाई, any thoughts on this?
I don't know, मुझे टाटा स्टील के पहले तक लगता था माठेयास ब्लू बॉम्ब हो सकता है वो, बट भाई वो भी बहुत तगड़ा प्लेयर है, मतलब सो देयर इज नो वीक लिंक आई थिंक इन द कैंडिडेट्स. तो कौन लास्ट आएगा, लाइक योर गेस इज एज गुड एज माइन.
Exactly my point, bhai. Because last time there was technically Abbasov whom everybody wanted to beat, right? They're like, isko to harana hi hai. And he did have a bad record with the black pieces. But is bar, I agree. I don't see a clear player whom you can just beat on demand. And Vei is definitely not weak by. Sindarov will not be weak. Maybe you can think about Esipenko, but that's just because we've not seen him play too much at the top level. He might come and just beat Fabi. Yeah, it's totally possible. He's defeated Magnus also in Classical before.
Yeah.
So looks very interesting chat. And now Hans Niemann wondering, where do I put my queen? Of course, the queen को तो save करना ही है. इसमें तो कोई doubt ही नहीं है. वैलेंटाइंस डे से पहले सब लोग ख्याल करते हैं, वैलेंटाइंस डे के बाद असली ख्याल करना जरूरी है. एंड नाउ क्वीन d7 इज द बेस्ट मूव. हैंस नीमैन नीड्स टू प्ले इट इफ ही वांट्स टू पुट प्रेशर. कोई भी और खेलेंगे मूव, देन सडनली गुकेश इज इवन बेटर. Imagine Esipenko wins the candidates. Possible? Sorry, Akash, you were saying something.
No chance, bhai, no chance. Esipenko winning the candidates is I mean,
Maybe he has the least
less.
chances, I think, right? He has the least chances among all the players. That's what we can possibly say.
I would, yeah, that's a fair way to put it. मतलब सहज भाई को 2500 शायद हो जाएगा.
Why?
हाँ, रोहित भाई इज राइट. मतलब नसीब खराब रहा तो प्रग भी लास्ट आ सकता है. इट्स जस्ट द फॉर्म एंड हाउ यू अराइव एंड व्हाट हैपेंस on
Yeah.
like in that given week. But overall, I don't see like any big surprises. So like top three would be Fabi, Hikaru, Prag.
So that's very interesting. I think we all agree कि top three में शायद Fabi, Hikaru, Prag होंगे. Now coming to the women's section, we have three Indians: Vaishali, Divya, and Hampi. If you could choose which one of them wins the candidates and challenges, I think Venjunju है ना world champion. Which one would you choose, Chat and Rakesh bhai?
Hey, sorry, can you repeat?
So अगर तीन इंडियन है women's
अच्छा, okay,
section
for
में,
the title, ऐसे.
हाँ, so Venjunju is the world champion and you could choose which one challenges Venjunju for the title. Because जीतना है हमें, right? Because that's the purpose. So who would you think has the best chances to beat Ju Wenjun in the world championship match?
Oh, that's a toughie, भाई. मतलब हम्पी जी with her experience and probably like ऐसे हम बोलते हैं ना, हिकारू का last chance है in the candidates. Anish ka maybe also last chance because more responsibilities, you are older. So it
Yeah,
may also be Humpy G's last crack at the
I
World
agree.
Championship title.
Can we have the Gukesh camera, please?
So,
Samir bhai? I think Queen D7 has been played by hands. I think so. So
और
Rakesh bhai, what do
निकल
you
गया
think?
भाई खेल के.
हाँ निकल गया. So किसको choose करोगे आप, Rakesh bhai? One name and Chad one name.
I would choose, I mean, I like दिल, मतलब हम्पी जी बोल रहे हैं, दिमाग दिव्या बोल रहे हैं ऐसा है.
मेरा
Because
उल्टा
I
है, मेरा
know,
दिमाग. हाँ.
like I'll just complete because I know that Humpy struggles against Jew. Whereas
हाँ.
Divya is a new, younger player,
Hmm.
so she won't be intimidated, let's say.
Yeah, yeah, and I think maybe Divya might be more motivated because she's not like she's just reached the top, right? So maybe you are more motivated to push. But of course, Vaishali. I mean, if she wins, then
Yes,
she could
for
have
sure.
Prague as her candidate. Why imagine candidate going? अपना भाई है
भाई,
भाई.
और दोनों वर्ल्ड चैंपियन भी बन गए, भाई बहन भाई, नेक्स्ट लेवल.
Literally. So I think this could be very interesting. I don't know which one I would choose. I might, I mean, Hampima, of course, like I think she's the best bet, but I might just choose one of the youngsters purely because I think it's going to be very interesting to see that match, I think, because they're going to get multiple shots. Maybe Hampima might not play for 10 years, but I think maybe Divya and Vaishali would. So, बड़ा interesting रहेगा.
ओके.
And 10 साल से याद आया राकेश भाई, ये 10 मूव भी गेम चलने वाली है क्या? बिकॉज क्वीन D7 बेस्ट मूव प्लेड एंड
10 वो तो चल जाएगा भाई.
जस्ट टू हाईलाइट, यहाँ बेस्ट मूव है रुक F3 1 या फिर नाइट टू B1.
हाँ, ये क्या ऐसे सब बैकवर्ड मूव्स क्यों चल रहे हैं वाइट के? मतलब नाइट C1 भी आ गया. इट्स नॉट लुकिंग गुड, आई बी ऑनेस्ट भाई.
So knight B1 or knight C, the literally last move by the way was knight C1 and now knight B1. I mean, it's not a good sign when the knights are moving backwards and that's the best move. Damn.
भाई सच बोलूं तो आई वुड प्रेडिक्ट कि हांस जीत रहा है ये गेम.
Hmm.
लाइक यू हर्ड इट हियर फर्स्ट.
Got it. Got it. Very
आपको क्या लगता
interesting.
है? चैट प्रेडिक्शंस. गुकी विन, ड्रॉ या लॉस, एंड टिको भाई पुटिंग यू आल्सो ऑन द स्पॉट. अभी चूज
Goki
करना है मतलब.
wins.
गुकी विंस.
By Goki wins. देखते जाओ.
भाई
I
ये
think he
गेम,
wins this.
नॉट
हाँ जीतेगा
टूर्नामेंट तो
भाई.
फिर भी जीत जाए, ये वाला गेम.
भाई अगर ये गेम हार गया तो टूर्नामेंट जीतने के चांसेस बहुत कम हो जाएंगे. आई मीन गुड चांसेस बट स्टिल आई थिंक हैंस गलती करेगा. आई थिंक वो डॉक्यूमेंट्री का प्रेशर उन पे आ सकता है कि भाई वर्ल्ड चैंपियन को हराना है, एक्स्ट्रा फुटेज देनी है उनको. ही माइट फील सम प्रेशर मे बी. इज माय टेक. व्हाट इज योर टेक चार्ट? गुकेश विन और लॉस?
मुकेश में 100% ना रुक F3 बोल रहे हैं, ड्रॉ भी लिख रहे हैं काफी लोग चैट में. अरे हाँ, यस, रोहित भाई बोल रहे हैं, वेरी नाइस पॉइंट भाई. लाइव वर्ड पे ना E4 E5 दिख रहा है समय भाई.
अबे
So if
फ्री
you could,
स्टाइल पोजीशन है भाई.
हाँ वही तो. So can we get that out please?
हाँ, उसके बदले साथ में की फोटो लगा दो. क्यों लोग मिस कर रहे हैं?
भाई सच में जिंदा है, ऐसे क्यों बोल रहे हो, मतलब
अरे
मीन्स.
फोटो मतलब एक, अरे यार नॉट दैट वे. Meanwhile,
चलो
win
क्या,
for Gukesh.
let's come
Oh,
back.
nice.
Rook
हाँ
f3, like most obvious move. भाई
हाँ.
ये
So
कैमरा एंगल क्या है भाई, मतलब
the
दूसरा.
point is rook f3 के बाद rook a d8, and now apparently you can play knight c to b3. So you defend it this way. But then there is bishop b4, and again the pin continues, and now you have to play bishop e3 to defend this knight, and it just keeps going on. So आप attack कर रहे हो pin piece के ऊपर, वो आप defend कर रहे हो, वो attack करेगा, आप defend करोगे, and just for example ef4 now. It's very very long variation राकेश भाई, and I think calculate करना दोनों players के लिए अभी भी आसान नहीं होगा. For example bishop 4 मारोगे अगर, now can you find the best move chat? Black to play. Let's go.
ठीक है, रूक e4 मार सकता हूँ मैं मे बी. नाइट e4 पर क्वीन
Yes.
d1 चेक. भाई वो
Rook
पिन नहीं,
takes.
वो पेन है. पिन पिन नहीं है वो d2 करना. इट इज लाइक सच अ बैड पोजीशन भाई, एंड आई एम टेलिंग यू लाइक ह्यूमनली या साइकोलॉजी वाइज इट्स टफ टू डिफेंड दिस गेम.
Yeah, it is. And you can't grab that rook, of course, because आपकी back rank के issues है. And goodbye कह दो game को, because Hans Niemann is taking home the point. तो Gukesh, practically the tactics seem to be working in Hans's favor. And ये जो dynamic है ना, जब knight जीती था तब भी ये इशू कर रहा था, जब बिशप ई थ्री रुक के f3 है तब भी ये इशू कर रहा है. ये मूव एक जो थ्री टेम्पो मिल रहा है ब्लैक को, it's just causing a lot of pain, as you mentioned, Rakesh bhai. So Hans Niemann in the driver's seat right now, looking great in this position.
हाँ ये तो मतलब लुकिंग टफ. भाई सूर्या गेम दिखा ऐसे आरुष देव जी बोल रहे हैं.
भाई
लेट्स
सूर्या
चेक
गेम भी
आउट.
देखते हैं. आई थिंक वी
डिड हिज
डोंट हैव हिज.
अटैक
हाँ.
गो थ्रू, मतलब ही ऐसे
या
लग रहा था
ओ
कि
सूर्या इज
अटैक आ
वर्स.
सकता है.
सूर्या इज
नो वे.
लूजिंग. वेट व्हाट, ही जस्ट सैक्ड द रुक. भाई इतनी लेवी की वीडियोस नहीं देखनी चाहिए
भाई
इसलिए.
सैक्रिफाइस द रुक, गलत हो गया.
भाई look at this. Rook g3 खेला, bishop
हाँ.
d7, and apparently the best move was bishop d3, preparing the attack. खाना
करेक्ट.
बन रहा है, नमक डालने से पहले ही खिला दिया राकेश भाई. एंड चैट नमक डालना भूल गए, वो डायरेक्टली खाना परोस दिया. एंड people are not happy now. Check, and now king h8, and I think knight g8 is the move he might have missed. Rakesh bhai, bishop g5, knight g8.
Yeah. Because the point being, chat, if you go back one move, Tiku bhai, if queen
हाँ
h6 check, king g8 जाते हो, then white has some counterplay with bishop d3,
हाँ. या
and bishop f5, knight f5, knight g6, कुछ भी ये लो, bishop g5, bishop f6 आके ना डार्क स्क्वायर्स पे कुछ हो रहा है.
yes, can take, play this, and there's always counterplay here. There's always
Correct.
counterplay. You can never be worse. But the problem is this king h8 move, bishop g5 लग रहा है सब खत्म हो रहा है, but then knight g8, आपकी queen attacked, and if you save this, then I think Sahaj bhai को again, आज Sahaj bhai के against तब चल रहा है राकेश भाई. F6 the best move, and suddenly everything is falling apart, and Surya is now worse.
भाई वर्स क्या, ये तो गेम ओवर है. यूर अ रुक डाउन
Yeah,
भाई. कुछ भी नहीं
yeah,
है ना, लाइक जस्ट गो किंग h8. आई एम
yeah.
शॉक्ड कि इवाल बार इतना. डिड सूर्या प्ले?
No, not yet. I think his opponent is still thinking. We don't have the cams for Surya's board only right now, but knight g8 will be a move for Thomas Beerdsen, which will likely get him the point. So yeah,
But in
Surya struggling.
second,
Hmm.
I see Guki is playing, but Tico bhai, white is a rook down. तो भी इवाल बार is just saying -1.5. ऐसे.
हाँ, because apparently after this आपको rook से मारना है. Maybe that's why. Because if you take with the knight, rook e1 is still winning for Surya.
Oh, okay. There's some tricks possible still, that
हाँ.
means.
Look at this move, by the way. Look at this move. Bishop f5, chat. White to play. Come on. White to play and only move.
अभी लेवी जैसा करो. Sacrifice the second rook.
अरे भाई, beautiful. Rook to e8. Bhai,
सुंदर.
boom. Bhai, what a move. If you
अति
take with the
सुंदर.
rook, then this is hanging. So you have to take with the knight, but then goodbye to the queen. So still some venom in the position, Rakesh bhai.
For sure. I mean, I would say uh, definitely the balance has shifted. But if black is thoda sa bhi careful, he should take this one home.
Absolutely. And meanwhile, a slight, not mistake, but an inaccuracy by Nodirbek, who just went rook e3, thoda ambitious play. But apparently, after b5, with the idea of maybe even going further, like black is slightly better. भाई अगर गलती से अरविंद जीत गए ना भाई दिस इज गोना बी इनसेन
भाई मतलब टॉप तीनों सीड हार जाएंगे क्या?
भाई दिस इज भाई this is gonna be crazy भाई if that happens and chess पे सब गलगोटियां यूएस चीन नहीं भाई यहाँ पे AI वेआई नहीं है यहाँ पे सिर्फ नॉर्मल स्टॉकफिश नॉर्मल भाई नॉर्मल स्टॉकफिश चाले खेलनी है and by the way b5 would be the move even at 6 very normal so time wise be I think Arvind is doing pretty well and by the way let's not forget they still have to play what 22 moves in 33 minutes that's not easy for Nodirbek.
Not easy, bhai. Not easy at all.
Wow. So chat, it feels like Surya is slightly worse, but it's still very, very complicated. Okay? Then we have Aravindh, who's tiny bit better against the world number 5 Nodirbek. Then we have Divya, after I think a couple of trades, Knight came in to see, okay, she offered this trade. She wanted to play it safe. Maybe there's a drawing coming, yeah? Knight C4, Knight B2. This could be a sequence of moves, Rakesh bhai.
Yeah, for sure. And भाई मतलब if you had suggested कि इंडियंस में से भाई जैसे अपने पोल भी है अपना चेस 24 पे दैट गुकेश दिव्या विन वो सब छोड़ के आउट ऑफ सिलेबस अरविंद भाई आके जीत गए तो बढ़िया मजा आ जाएगा. बट
सही में.
करंटली एज इट लुक्स लाइक दिव्या और बेंजामिन ग्लेडुरा का इक्वल चल रहा है ड्रॉ लेट्स से.
Yeah.
अरविंद का भी ड्रॉ बट द अदर टू बोर्ड्स टिको both Guki and Ganguly are struggling to say the least.
भाई गुकेश
भाई क्या हो गया ये?
Found knight to b1 भाई wow भाई he found knight to b1 nice move then rook a d8 best move by Hans Niemann again आता है queen d7 only move for Gukesh rook d7 and now
just go back.
हाँ
Knight b1 was like कि भाई वो फिशर रैंडम like freestyle chess की तैयारी चालू हो गई.
एक पीस कम रह गया बस इतने पीस ही नहीं है
तो सारे बैक रैंक पे after 20 odd moves. So rook a8 played, Guki takes, rook takes, मतलब एटलीस्ट किंग का चक्कर नहीं है, किंग चेकमेट नहीं होगा, बट rook f3 के बाद पॉन टेक्स पॉन मर रहा है, रुक d1 भी आ गया ना, आपका बैक रैंक काफी वीक लग रहा है मुझे व्हाइट के लिए.
I agree. And in fact, like for example, if you go rook d1, instantly there is knight c3 and somehow you don't have enough squares to keep the rook because f1 covered है. And अगर आप e1 आते हो, then there is knight b3 and कहीं ना कहीं से मैं बच जाऊंगा. So hands को थोड़ा सा restraint रख के खेलना है apparently. First he has to take only move. Okay, very logical चाल. आप यहां मारते हो. And now he has to find bishop to b4, controlling some crucial squares with the idea of moving the rook in at some point. So he has to be very precise agar game jeetni hai because Gukesh is playing the best moves as well now.
Yeah, looks like Guki not giving up without a fight. But yeah, I think this has just cemented the fact that कि Guki तो जीत नहीं रहा है भाई. Because it's tough. Right. Looking at the material count, 6 versus 8. भाई हांस के तो सारे 8 पॉन्स जिंदा है. Currently only 2 pawns for a piece. But look at the zero development and total lack of coordination white के pieces के लिए. Black के सारे pieces developed and action में आ रहे हैं सिर्फ एक चाल में. So I think more than enough compensation and that's why Engine says Hans is +1, which is almost equivalent to being 1 pawn up.
Yeah. Absolutely. And chat, I think Rakesh ka point बहुत important है कि white pieces awkward है. If white pieces, let's say knight wasn't, let's just kind of show this. So let's say king h8, knight c3, king g8. I don't know where I want to put the knight. Maybe just knight, I don't know, where knight b3 even. You can already see even just knight c3 and king g8 and suddenly it's +0.5. So there is potential in Gukesh's position if black were to just not do anything. So again, Hans has to be precise. He's going to calculate now. Time पे भी वो गुकेश से आगे है 10 minutes, so things looking great for Hans Niemann here. And chat question for you, 100% अगर गेम की चांसेस है, कितने परसेंट चांसेस वुड यू गिव ऑफ हैंस विनिंग दिस आउट ऑफ 100? राकेश भाई, व्हाट डू यू थिंक?
Ooh, I would say 70% Hans wins, 25% draw, and 5% Guki wins.
भाई हाँ, okay, got it, fair. So you still have a lot of faith in Hans, and I think the bar does agree.
Yeah, yeah.
7%, 70%, 26%, 5%. So the range is quite wild wise. मेरे को 2% से लेके 200% तक नंबर दिख रहे हैं. So गुकेश, बचा लेना भाई, ताकि हम लोग बच जाएं. And as Gukesh and Hans are about to play, just one look at a crazy game, जहां पे couple of crazy games actually, because दोनों गेम्स में वाइट प्लेयर्स जस्ट क्रूजिंग. भाई आज कितने रिजल्ट आने वाले हैं. फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल याकोबोव, भाई अटैक देखो, F5 पे पॉन, नाइट G5, बिशप क्वीन, भाई सारे पीस धुआंधार बल्लेबाजी. मतलब भाई 5 विराट कोहली दिख रहे हैं मुझे इस गेम में.
खत्म है ये तो. This is GG's.
या यहाँ पे रुक F3 आएगा at some point, रुक H3 आएगा. Apparently that's the winning plan for Yakubov, and everything is gonna fall apart. In fact, रुक H3 के लाने के बाद H6 is apparently the best move, just giving a rook H6. So I think this is extremely dangerous, and time भी almost 17-18 मिनट आ गए. राकेश भाई, completely winning, yeah, I think.
ये तो खत्म है. मतलब the rook
Yeah.
on E8 is like useless. So
भाई
this is
आपने बोला
GG's.
खत्म है, उससे ज्यादा खत्म पोजीशन अपेरेंटली ये है. which
भाई
is
ये तो
भाई,
गया. खत्म. टाटा. गुड बाय.
apparently H5 was the last chance, एक आखिरी उम्मीद, अंटार्कटिका से भागने का आखिरी बोट जब पोलर बियर दौड़ रहा हो आपकी तरफ. भाई H5 था, आपने नहीं पकड़ी, आपने कहा मैं हैंडल कर लूंगा. सो क्यूट पोलर बियर, क्वीन D8. एंड राकेश भाई H5 के बाद apparently it's just lost.
Yeah, again, if you capture knight h5, then queen into g4 hangs,
Yeah.
free piece, and bishop
And if
h5 में.
भाई बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग चला एक्चुअली. Chad, if you want to take a guess, it's a very, very nice move. White to play. Any guesses, Chad? How does Jordan win this position? It's a beautiful move. Any guesses, Rakesh bhai?
I don't know, e d5, but वो beautiful नहीं होगा. Beautiful
Let's say
आपने से
खाना टेस्टी खाएंगे, अभी हम खाना गरम कर रहे हैं.
knight g1 या अगर पूरा ही all out जाना तो knight g5 भाई.
हाँ, so knight G1 is indeed the move. Basically,
अच्छा.
bishop का target हटा दिया. And now my idea is rook F6 and rook H5. Simple. 2 pieces for the rook and then I continue the attack. खत्म.
भाई and look at the time situation है. मतलब फिर से आधा पौना घंटा पीछे Vincent and
I, I,
bad start for the higher rateds today.
I think Jordan अभी घर जाके डच गवर्नमेंट को मेल लिखेगा. I think we should have a match between me and Vincent, like a 100 game match. And 28 पे पहुंच जाएगा भाई Jordan, मुझे लग रहा है 2850. So what a game, and he's completely winning. So though result, Yakubov winning, Jordan winning. Let's go back to Gukesh, the world champ. By the way, EF4 played by Hans Niemann. Let's go full screen again. The best move on the board, and it's still -1 for Hans Niemann. Pressure on the world champion.
Yeah, and Guki not at the board. You can see Aravindh on the right. नजर मार रहे हैं अपने city mate, in fact, not even country mate. कि देख रहे हैं कि क्या चल रहा है भाई. Hans Niemann looking super strong.
भाई मतलब I don't know what will happen in this game as the result, but I do know कि Gukesh वापस घर जाएंगे तो he will not be happy, because imagine अगर ये वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप होती and if knight d3 had happened, like it would just shake you to your core.
Yeah.
Game 1 में you'd be shell
True है.
shocked and it might just tilt you for the entire tournament.
It's not looking good at all. Let's see. Guki has not yet recaptured. That's a very nice sign, always take some time, have some water. Professionalism by Guki. But
Hmm.
I think Rook F4 के बाद, if Hans finds Bishop B4, it's gonna be tough. If he
Yep.
doesn't find Bishop B4, तो I think Guki का थोड़ा chance बन सकता
Yep. And chat like the stream. Let's get to find likes. एक बंदे को हम chess का membership देंगे. At find likes, we're gonna do a giveaway challenge. So do like the stream. Let's get to 500 like quickly. Gukesh तो पानी पी रहे हैं. Be a hydrated chat. पानी पियो राकेश भाई.
भाई पानी तो पीऊंगा, बट एक चीज बहुत ही मतलब ऑब्जर्वेंट है चैट. दे आर सेइंग गुकी ने चश्मा निकाल दिया है.
Oh,
दैट्स
wow.
मे बी आपने जो बोला ना टिको भाई, थोड़ा ऑकवर्ड हो जाता है ऑन द फर्स्ट डे, फॉर लाइक फर्स्ट वीक और सो विद द न्यू.
चश्मे पे बाल होगा भाई और D3 स्क्वायर कवर हो गया होगा उस बाल से वैसा.
भाई भाई.
Like, like I would say it could happen, yeah. Like specs could cause it. Like you might not see the board as comfortably
हल्का
as you.
ब्लरी तो होता है, मतलब चैट आई डोंट नो
हाँ,
कि सभी ने स्पेक्स एक बार तो ट्राई किया ही है, बट
हाँ.
थोड़ा सा ब्लरी तो हो जाता है.
Yeah. So chat. Anybody joining in? Prague Masters round one. The tournament starts today and will go on till 6th of March. And we're gonna have Gukesh fight it out. He's world number 10 right now. We want him to gain a few, rating points and ranking points. And Rakesh bhai, जब World Championship होगी, what do you see कि Gukesh की ideal rank क्या होनी चाहिए? Like, where do you see him? Like, कहाँ पे he would feel confident going into that World Championship? He World number 15 होंगे तो he will be very low on confidence, yeah? Like, I would already bet the other guy being high on confidence just by the ranks.
Correct. I feel more than the rank, like rank overall top 10, I would say he'll be okay. But like 20-25 पॉइंट से ज्यादा फर्क नहीं होना चाहिए between the two players. So if you're playing someone like Fabi या Nakamura, तो आपको ना 2770-80 तो रखनी पड़ेगी रेटिंग. Otherwise, you just feel that it's like one-sided contest loading.
Yeah, I agree. Kind of critical moment आएगा, somebody will know he's better against you and maybe he has more respect for you sometimes and they might not go for the kill. That's what people face against Magnus. जब वो जीत रहे
Hmm.
होते हैं उनको विश्वास ही नहीं होता है कि मैं मैग्नस से बेटर हूं भाई. And they don't go for the crazy continuation जहां पे they will have some chances. So yeah, I think rating अगर फैबी हिकारू से मैच पड़ रहा है then you would love to be at least 2775 for example.
Correct.
A world top 5 rating something like that. Meanwhile, सूर्य के ओपोनेंट तो गेम मूव कोई चली नहीं है. Neither has Yakubov's opponent, neither has Jordan's opponent. So काफी crazy lines. And this is the game, राकेश भाई, जहां पे एक्शन चल रहा है अभी.
I
And knight
agree.
C3 played.
Who he didn't capture Rook F4, Tico. Is that one of the okay second best move?
But that's kind of solving his, let's say, positional
Development problem.
problems. हाँ,
हाँ,
development problems.
but
But
materially आप
हाँ,
एक पॉन डाउन हो, मतलब एक पॉन आपका फ्री में चला गया, एंड मे बी हांस का हांस के लिए उसके 8 के 8 पॉन जिंदा है, which is rare
yeah.
after 20 moves.
Yeah, and if you count the number of pawns, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for Gukesh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 for hands. भाई पूरे जेम्स के मैंने वो एक पैकेट में इतने ही जेम्स होते हैं भाई, 8 है उसके पास पॉन्स यार. So it's 3 pawns. And of course, it's enough, yeah. Matlab, it's enough in the end game to justify what the material he sacrificed.
True. But Ajat Shatru mentioning a very nice point that speaking of ratings, Fabi is also playing the American Cup St. Louis match शाम से. So
हाँ.
kind of सबके one last event before the candidates हो रहे हैं अभी.
And that's even more surprising because he's the top seed, second seed 2650 है, third seed 2500 है. So he could
हाँ.
lose a lot of rating actually if he doesn't play well. So
Or farm like Hikaru.
True. He could just cross Taiso and cross Hikaru as well. But I think it's going to be very interesting to follow that tournament as well. So chat, I think very interesting. Some players in the candidates have already played their last event. Prague has played his last event. In fact, Sindarov came last, I think, in freestyle chess. Rakesh bhai and chat, I don't know if you saw this interview. जब उससे पूछा गया था कि you kind of did not perform well and you came last या whatever, like what are your thoughts about it? कहता है अच्छा हुआ मैं लास्ट आया, बिकॉज पिछले मैं इतना जीत रहा हूं कि पिछले एक हफ्ते से मैंने प्रैक्टिस नहीं करी थी.
ओह भाई
तो
ये
हाँ, तो कहता है अच्छा हुआ मैं हार गया. नाउ आई विल वेक अप एंड नाउ आई विल स्टार्ट फोकसिंग सीरियसली. आई हैव नॉट इवन स्टार्टेड माय कैंडिडेट्स प्रेप. अच्छी बात है कि मैं हार गया. तो इट्स लाइक मे बी दैट वाज द वेक अप कॉल ही नीडेड कि नॉट एवरीथिंग इज गोना गो एज स्मूथली एज लाइक द वर्ल्ड कप एंड अदर इवेंट्स दैट ही इज वन.
वाओ. और वो होता है ना, लाइक यू हैड योर वन बैड टूर्नामेंट एंड यू कैन फुली फोकस एंड लॉक इन बिफोर द मेन इवेंट.
अग्रीड. मीनवाइल चैट, नाइट c3 के बाद आई थिंक हैंड्स शुड बी जस्ट ग्रीडी. ये पॉन जो f4 का है इसको बचा लो. यू कैन आइदर प्ले g5 which is very logical. यहाँ किंग सेफ्टी का चक्कर नहीं है बिकॉज देयर आर नो क्वींस ऑन द बोर्ड, सो ब्लैक किंग इज वेरी सेफ. या फिर बिशप d6 भी एक चाल है. यू कैन सेव इट विद द हेल्प ऑफ द बिशप. इसका ड्रॉबैक ये है कि द रूक गेट्स ब्लॉक्ड, सो वाइट कुड इवन प्ले नाइट d3 फॉर एग्जांपल. तो बोथ प्लेस के अपने अपने प्रोज एंड कॉन्स हैं एंड ईदर वे वर्क्स. And you could also try bishop b4 if you really want to hammer home the point ki bhai rook d1 is still an option. You can still threaten this and then play rook d2 and so on. But I think hands can be very objective, very smart. Just defend the pawn and force Gukesh to defend this awkward, still slightly awkward position.
ओ g5 मैंने नहीं देखा था. आई लाइक दैट मूव अ लॉट. और मतलब वहां से ना एक बिशप का g6 g7 या h6 का भी एक एंगल खुल जाता है, लाइक डायगोनल खुल
Yeah,
जाता है.
yeah.
और एक आइडिया व्हिच आई वाज थिंकिंग खुद से was instead of g5 I like bishop d6 a lot. क्योंकि
Hmm.
bishop d6 bishop e5 अगर बैठ गया,
Hmm.
there
Hmm.
is no piece of yours which can kick it away. And bishop, like any piece in the center, is like huge for any side.
Yeah. Yeah, this piece can also cause problems for the king, Kalko, because whenever you
हाँ
move the rook,
हाँ.
there could be some tactics, f3 check, so it's always tricky. And white can knights Abibi don't have great squares. So this title c3 looks great, but कोई square नहीं है इसके पास. And it's still just defending the pawn on e4. अगर e4 मर गया, I think game could be just over on the spot. So Gukesh under pressure. And Rakesh bhai, I think it's not easing up just yet. Time situation, 30 minutes for Gukesh, 33 for hands. अभी भी 21 चालें खेलनी है hands को 33 moves में and 20 खेलनी है Gukesh को 30 में. तो time pressure will definitely be a factor here.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised कि time pressure के मतलब time control 40 moves के पहले ही result निकल जाए
Wow.
in a few games.
Harshit Yadav is playing in candidates. भाई अच्छी बात है ना. If Harshit beats Fabi, then he can indirectly help Prague. By even if he draws Fabi, he can reduce Fabi's confidence and help Prague indirectly. So there's a good news, no?
बढ़िया भाई, बढ़िया बढ़िया. मतलब टिको आप भी खेल रहे हो क्या कैंडिडेट्स की नहीं?
हाँ हाँ भाई, मैं अभी निकल रहा हूँ.
अच्छा
I
नहीं,
think,
सेंट लुइस लिख रहा है भाई, वो कैंडिडेट्स
हाँ
नहीं,
सेंट लुइस से
सेंट
बात कर रहा हूँ
लुइस.
भाई. मैं सेंट लुइस बात कर रहा हूँ. He can
अच्छा अच्छा
draw
अच्छा.
against Fabi there and reduce his confidence, something like that.
Oh, by the way, yeah, Bela is saying, let's look at Ganguly's game, please.
By the way, Ganguly ke opponent, after a long thought, found king to h8. And now this is where Surya is going to struggle. Bishop g5 is something we saw as the move. Now we might still see bishop d3. That's the second choice. But yahan pe knight f5, takes, bishop g5, and unfortunately just f6 is the killer blow. You can take this. I will sacrifice the rook and I'm just a piece up and attack. Itna kuch hai nahi. Queen f8 and yeah, rook aega next and you can resign. So I think
Correct.
Surya likely to lose unless his opponent blunders. Rakesh bhai, oh, by the way, Hans has
Ooh,
played. He
Hans,
has played a
Bishop
move.
D.
Bishop d6.
Oh, Meri Chal. I don't know whether we should celebrate or not.
Bhai, Indian is celebrating that move. So nice. And now, okay, you can't still take this. So maybe you wanna apparently h4 is one move, but then black can just play f6 and g5 anyways. So knight d3 does make sense. I'm attacking this, but now g5 only move. So g5 तो आ ही रहा है.
भाई G5 का ही सीन है.
हर्षित बीट्स फैबी लमाओ. अरे यार क्यों भाई, कर सकता है बंदा यार, कर सकता है, बिल्कुल कर सकता है यार. भाई भाई पे भरोसा रखो. एनीथिंग कैन हैपन इन द चेस वर्ल्ड.
मतलब टिकू
गुकी
भाई
इज
अगर
फ्रॉम.
प्रग को हरा सकते हैं तो हर्षित भाई फाबी को क्यों नहीं हरा सकते?
हाँ, गुकी इज फ्रॉम माय स्कूल. रियली?
Oh,
वेलमल से है ना
nice. Velamal, yeah,
गुकेश?
Velamal.
हाँ, ओह नाइस. केमर ने बोट पकड़ ली है. कौन सी बोट? अच्छा. आ,
No, but he has made a huge comeback, huh? Vincent. Let's have a quick check-in. 30
ooh,
seconds. Jordan went for something as aggressive, but he's back
oh,
in the game. Vincent Keymer. Let's
यॉर्डन
go.
ने थोड़ा सा मिस कर दिया वो नाइट G1 एंड ही वेंट ऑल इन एंड नाउ ही हैड टू
What?
कम बैक. ही इज प्रेइंग कि दोबारा रिपीट कर ले भाई.
No
गिव मी
way.
अनदर चांस. नो
I think वो
भाई.
नाइट जीवन मूड ढूंढना थोड़ा मुश्किल था.
Bhai, yeah. I mean, you don't give another chance, yeah. Once an attacker, always an attacker, Rakesh bhai. I mean, you cannot give second
हाँ,
chances.
करेक्ट. मतलब all in जाना चाहिए आपको.
Huh. So this looks great. So let's go back to the world champ and let's go full screen again. And by the way, Mukesh has 28 minutes now to play 20 moves. So he
Hi,
needs.
that is tough.
That is very tough. He needs to simplify the position in the next 5 moves, I would say, not even 6. Otherwise, यहाँ पे मतलब this could be just lost. 40 मूव खेलने को ही नहीं मिलेंगे यार.
Correct, and I think coming back to that point, Tiku, even though queens are exchanged, the problem is white का ना game easy नहीं है. Like the moves which you think from white side is not easy. Pieces coordinated नहीं है, so ना everything feels stuck. मतलब एक दूसरे के साथ में काम नहीं कर रहे white के pieces. Whereas look at
भाई
black's plan clear as day. Bishop e5 in the center, दोनों rooks open d file में, g5 g4 game over.
भाई ये मुझे चक दे इंडिया की पहली गेम इंडिया ऑस्ट्रेलिया की याद ला रहा है. लाइक इट्स इंडिविजुअली कुछ परफॉर्मेंसेस है बट कोऑर्डिनेशन जीरो है भाई. 7-0
हाँ,
हारनेंगे.
आपस में झगड़े चल रहे हैं.
सही में इट फील्स लाइक कोमल पास दे, कोमल पास दे. भाई इसको पास नहीं दे रहा है कोई. ये कोमल, ये वो दूसरी वाली हरियाणा वाली. एंड इसको दूसरे को पास ही नहीं दे रहे भाई. लाइक आई फील कि कोऑर्डिनेशन की कमी है वाइट पीसेस में राकेश भाई.
Hmm, I agree. Ashwi, time control is 90 minutes for 40 moves plus 30 seconds throughout, and then you get 30 minutes at the end of 40 moves. But it looks like, as you can see on the move, the timer चालू है at the top of your screen. Timer के बाद जो है move लिखा है, which is 20th move. So Gukesh has 27 minutes for 20 moves, which is going to be tricky.
एंड चैट, कहाँ कहाँ से आप लोग ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं? वुड लव टू नो. एंड राकेश भाई आप कहाँ से ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं भाई? हमें पहले ये तो बताइए.
जर्मनी में हूँ मैं फिलहाल. सो जॉइनिंग भाई टिकू भाई मुंबई आई थिंक.
हाँ भाई, मुंबई से भाई.
मुंबई
पनवेल.
जर्मनी लेट्स गो चैट. पनवेल भाई जल्दी बोल, कल सुबह पनवेल निकलना है.
भाई सब लोग कहते आ रहे हैं, पर कोई आता नहीं है यहाँ पे. वेट कर
भाई
रहा हूँ मैं, कोई
आपको
आ नहीं रहा
पुणे दिल्ली ओ धनराज नाइस. अंटार्कटिका अमेजिंग. बढ़िया
है.
समर एंजॉय कर रहे हो आप आई होप.
भाई ओ
दिल्ली
नाइस
से
नाइस.
हैं. ओ आई थॉट आगे भी कुछ आएगा उसके बाद. जम्मू.
हाँ,
बीड़. ओ नाइस. बीड़, नासिक, सिंगापुर,
सिंगापुरा. ओ वाओ, यहाँ पे होनी चाहिए थी
छत्तीसगढ़
वर्ल्ड
एंड
चैंपियनशिप
शिरडी.
सिंगापुरा में.
नाइस. अजातशत्रु फ्रॉम शिरडी. पुणे. बढ़िया बढ़िया.
नाइस टू नो भाई. दुनिया भर के फैंस है हमारे, ऑल द वे टू पुणे. एंड
एंड
मीनवाइल
दादरा.
J5 ऑन द बोर्ड भाई. प्लेड.
भाई
I
साहब.
hands Niemann.
I
I think we
see
have
he
a
has.
scene. हाँ,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
we
Go
have a
ahead.
scene जहाँ पे we can see वो accuracy. Can we show that समय भाई एक बार? Would love to see if we
दिख
can
तो रहा है
show that
नीचे
scene एक बार.
एक्यूरेसी.
हाँ, I saw that scene for the first time today. I love this
अच्छा
scene.
ये वाला हाँ.
And you can see, yeah, 98.7, like 1 बिलियन 3 ग्रेड भाई. हमारी दोनों जीरो है.
भाई बट नीचे मिस्टेक में वन है ना, उसके वजह से ये
अरे यार, by the way, एक और mistake. Let's rush back. Apparently
व्हाट
G5, okay, not a mistake exactly, but G5 के बाद E5 pawn sack was the best way. But Gukesh was the second best move, knight to F2. Understandable, but somehow still look at the pieces. They're so awkward.
करेक्ट एग्जैक्टली भाई, बट और वो हर मूव के बाद ना मे बी लाइक नॉट बाय मच चैट, बट इफ यू सी ना 0.1 every move के बाद ना bar is coming down, like advantage is increasing for Hans ever so slightly, but it's like cumulatively ना वो काफी बड़ा advantage हो जाएगा at the end.
ग्रेट पॉइंट राकेश भाई. आई थिंक फीलिंग ऐसी आ रही है, जैसे डांडी मार्च करी थी, हर दिन थोड़े थोड़े कदम, लगता नहीं है यूल गेट देयर बट पहुंच गए. सेम वे यहाँ पे धीरे धीरे करके पोजीशन बढ़ती जा रही है. फॉर नाउ फॉर एग्जांपल ब्लैक हैज टू फाइंड वन ऑफ टू मूव्स. वन इज किंग G7, वन इज F6. So if you play a random move, I don't know what is the random. Let's say king to F8 आपने खेला, कुछ random सा चल दिया आपने. White का थोड़ा सा एक्टिविटी मिलने के चांसेस है. For example, rook D1 is one move. Suddenly आपका जो bishop D6 पे था, it's pinned now. And white has some chances. I can next play H4, try to break this pawn chain, and at least my pieces are in the game now. So Hans still has to be careful. F6 is the move he can play. And if you play rook D1 यहाँ पे, then apparently you have to just find rook E8 or rook D8, and black is still better with bishop E5 incoming. So अभी भी time बहुत essential. Fast खेलना है.
Correct. And I think after knight F2 I see Gukesh's idea. It's not easy Hans के लिए भी, because मैंने आपका ना G4 स्टॉप कर दिया टिकू भाई.
हाँ.
और मान लो आपने ऐसे रैंडम चिल मूव किया कुछ, मुझे खेलना है pawn to G3 and kind of breaking up that king side of yours.
Agreed. And ये मानने के बाद ऐसा थोड़ा सा, maybe this is not the ideal moment, but it is ideal moment actually, because suddenly
Yeah,
F7 attacked है. मेरा king के पास square आ गया. I have stopped many of your plays. Knight is coming in at some point. So I can see white at least threatening something. कोई threat तो आएगा white का. अभी तक क्या है कि बस black ही threat दे रहा है. So that's a good start.
yeah. By the way, एक second भाई. GM Leon Mendonça needs some help. Let me check. Leon has
Oh,
started
nice.
streaming. So, Tiku bhai, give me like 30 seconds, please.
हाँ भाई, इस चैनल का लिंक भी एक बार डाल दो यार. Would love to share it once एक बार. And meanwhile,
हाँ,
Gukesh, अभी भी सोच रहे हैं chat. Let's keep in mind this is an important game. We cannot afford to lose round one. It's gonna push the world champion to world number 15. That's very very low for a world champion, I think. So I think ये game draw तो करना ही है. Hopefully he can turn the tide after a mistake, and that can happen sometimes. Hands पूरे मूड में खेल रहे हैं, जीता जीता जीता, suddenly एक गलती, it's equal, and then you're frustrated कि भाई draw कैसे हो गई यार, मैं तो जीता था यार, and suddenly you make another mistake in trying to over push. So there's still that possibility, because the game is very complicated. Count करो, white के पास दो knight एक bishop, ब्लैक के पास सिर्फ दो बिशप. पीस सैक किया था हैंस नीमन ने. दिस वाज द मोमेंट चैट. एनीबॉडी जॉइनिंग इन राइट नाउ? यहां पे F4 खेला था गुकेश ने, एंड नाइट टेक्स D3. ब्रिलियंसी, सैक्रिफाइसिंग अ पीस फॉर टू पॉन्स. लेफ्ट गुकेश पीस इज वेरी ऑकवर्ड. तब से गुकेश अच्छा खेल रहे हैं, बट हैंड्स भी अच्छा खेल रहे हैं, एंड इट फील्स लाइक ही इज स्टिल बेटर. बट या, एनीबॉडीज गेम. So Hans Niemann sitting, and क्या करे chat? H4 is definitely an idea. I think H4 white का idea ये है, of course, to get the bishop out, solve back rank issues, but also to break this pawn chain. For example, at some point if I play H4 and you take, then suddenly ये pawn weak हो गया, अब ये सारे pawn isolated हो गए. So you're basically forcing the breakage of pawns, weakening this pawn chain. राकेश भाई, ये पानी की आवाज कहाँ से आ रही है? पता नहीं कौन सी आवाजें आ रही है राकेश भाई की. भाई ये क्या आवाज है भाई? आई डोंट नो इफ यू हर्ड दिस चैट. Saltico, wasn't that Guki versus Hans where he had sacked a piece recently and then drew? This is Hans where he had sacked a piece. I'm not sure. By the way, yeah, Rakesh, please tell Leon Nobis on his stream. Yeah, Rakesh will help him. भाई राकेश भाई क्या क्या सुनना पड़ रहा है यार.
यो अरे भाई पानी भर रहा था।
अच्छा पानी भर रहे थे क्या? अच्छा चैट
हम्म।
पानी तो नहीं लग रहा था बट ओके। नहीं नहीं पानी है भाई, बॉटल की आवाज आई, बॉटल की आवाज आई। और बताओ राकेश भाई।
भाई नाइट F2 के बाद आई डोंट नो, किंग G7 में भी G3 तो आ ही रहा है। It's getting tough for Hans because last 5-6 move na Guki has not made like such big mistakes.
या एक मिस्टेक भी आप अफोर्ड नहीं कर सकते यहाँ पे, सो यू हैव टू बी ऑन पॉइंट. And by the way, just a 10-second look at the Surya game. Apparently, King H8, Bishop G5 was played. Knight G8 found by Black. Queen H4. And the only move F6. And इसके बाद उन्होंने exchange sack तो नहीं दिया, but the second best move Rook F7. That gives Surya some chances after Bishop D3. And then Bishop G6, which is crazy. But still, I think Surya is worse. So we'll come back to this, but right now Surya is struggling, and so is Gukesh.
भाई दोनों अपने धुरंधर खिलाड़ी व्हाइट से स्ट्रगल कर रहे हैं ना। लाइक दे से ना, ड्रॉ विद व्हाइट इज नॉट अ बैड रिजल्ट, बट फाइटिंग फॉर अ ड्रॉ विद व्हाइट इज बैड।
Agreed. Agreed. And I think the shock, the psychological shock, will still carry forward in future rounds. So hopefully Ukesh can, grind this game down to a win at some point potentially, because उससे थोड़ा relax हो जाएगा. If he does not win this game ना, तो पूरे टॉर्नामेंट दिमाग में रखा, अरे मैंने राउंड 1 में पीसा किया था, आई शुड बी एक्स्ट्रा केयरफुल ऑफ नॉट मेकिंग सच ब्लंडर्स. ये दिमाग में चलता रहता है भाई हर राउंड में फिर.
या
क्योंकि टर्न अराउंड करेगा, लेट्स होप सो मिनल भाई. सूर्या इज द
ओह
ओनली.
नाइस।
बोल बोल क्या
बोलो
हुआ?
बोलो। नहीं, मिहिर भाई देख, चैट में देख के अच्छा लगा।
अच्छा ओह नाइस. भाई सूर्या भाई इज द ओनली टीम हु लॉस्ट बाय स्मदर्ड मेट इन 8 मूव्स. या मुझे याद है, दिस वाज वर्ल्ड
हाँ हाँ
रैपिड आई
वर्ल्ड।
थिंक.
हाँ हाँ करेक्ट।
Not smothered mate, it was queen f2, like scholar's mate type mate. I think knight
करेक्ट
e5 queen
करेक्ट।
f2 was the mate. Yeah, yeah. Happens भाई, happens.
हार्ड रिलेट आपके लिए तो मतलब।
हाँ मेरे लिए सुपर हार्ड लेट भाई. Actually happened. Not exactly this, but कुछ बिशप a6 पे था, queen a4 चेक मिस कर दिया था भाई, मूव नंबर 7 8 पे कुछ. So has
भाई
happened before.
खुशल भाई पूछ रहे हैं टाइम गलत है क्या? नहीं भाई, इट्स एक्चुअली द करेक्ट टाइम, मतलब दे हैव
हाँ.
थॉट फॉर अ लॉट ऑफ टाइम बोथ ऑफ दीस प्लेयर्स।
एंड द पॉइंट इज कि अभी भी गुकेश को 18 मूव खेलने हैं 21 मिनट में, एंड हैंस को
टफ।
22 19 मूव खेलने हैं 27 मिनट में. सो इट्स ऑलमोस्ट अ मिनट अ मूव फॉर गुकेश नाउ.
मतलब नाइस टू सी अ पैक्ड ऑडियंस है चैट, मतलब शुरू में थोड़े सीट्स खाली थे, बट एक वेडनेसडे आफ्टरनून को पीपल आर मे बी जॉइनिंग इन फ्रॉम वर्क, मतलब ऑफिस के बाद जुड़ रहे हैं शायद।
या या एंड आई थिंक चेस के फैंस तो है ही. आई थिंक जितने फैंस होते हैं उतना लाइकलीहुड कि वी गोना हैव अ बिग टूर्नामेंट इन दैट कंट्री. एंड या प्राग is turning
सिमिलर
out to be.
to
Yeah, it's good.
our stream, Tiku bhai. If 500 likes, then membership. Matlab, we are already at
Exactly.
371.
Exactly. And Chad, I think Prague Masters is turning out to be another strong event. Last time it was strong, but we only had Prague playing. He was the only Indian.
हाँ,
But this
correct.
time we have four, and also like Gukesh, the world champion, playing. Like it means something. Like they're trying to make this tournament a really, really big one. So Agle Saal, this is going to be even bigger. So a court tournament on the calendar to look out for, Rakesh bhai and Chad.
For sure. मतलब I think last year Anish भी था, if I'm not mistaken. And भाई टिको भाई दो इंडियन थे ना, अरविंद भी तो जीता, तो अरविंद
Ah,
and
right, right,
Prag
right, right, right,
played.
right. Yeah, yeah,
This time it's Arvind and Guki. But
yeah.
I'm guessing Divya and Surya का भी chance बन सकता है, if I would say only if they get a good start though.
Hmm. Last time Anand was the winner, exactly. But I think उस time पे इतना strong नहीं था, because I think Vincent Heck, you have
हाँ,
Nodirbek, you have Hans, you have Gukesh, you have, I think much stronger even this time for sure. Average rating is like 2708 or something. That tells you this is like the strongest events in the world. And yeah, that's why the crowd is packed, because they're like, भाई इतना बढ़िया tournament हमारे city में हो रहा है. मुझे याद है राकेश जब वहां पे थे वर्ल्ड कप में लाइक इंडियंस वर आउट बट पीपल हैड बुक टिकट्स फॉर द फाइनल राउंड्स दे केप्ट शोइंग यार दे
हाँ,
केप्ट वाचिंग दोस गेम्स इवन ऑफ नॉन इंडियन प्लेयर्स बिकॉज अपने देश में तो भाई हाइप होती है इवेंट की.
for sure, yeah, very true.
By the way, knight g4, somebody say, yep, that's definitely an option. Maybe not right now, because I think एक तो black to play है, but also like I think हमें थोड़ा पहले development करना जरूरी है before we go on the attack. And of course, some people miss knight f6 fork, but hands will not. So पहले थोड़ा development पहले रुक को game में लाते हैं. Let's try to play g3, challenge this pawn. And once we have more breathing space, then we can think about knight g4 ideas. गाइस टाइम भाई गुकेश के 16 मिनट क्यों दिखा रहा है यार. 15 हो गए भाई. गुकेश का टाइम कम कैसे हो रहा है? 16 से 15 हो गए. ये क्या हो रहा है भाई?
भाई ये वैसे कैमरा एंगल भी थोड़ा, अगर इफ यू
हाँ.
कुड चेंज इट.
कैन वी गो फुल स्क्रीन अगेन? लाइक
हाँ, भी
आई
सही
थिंक
है.
वहां से
हाँ,
दिख
फुल
जाएगा.
स्क्रीन या जूम इन. नहीं, अभी नहीं.
बट ओके मे बी अभी नहीं दिखेगा. हाँ
हाँ
अब
हाँ,
जूम
अभी
इन कर
अभी
सकते
अभी
हैं.
जूम इन कर सकते हैं. 53 तो
समथिंग
दिख रहा है.
53. हाँ
हाँ हाँ, करेक्ट. सम 3 एंड है. क्योंकि अगर है, एक सेकंड भाई, क्वीन भी दिखा रहा है तो सेंटर ऑफ द बोर्ड में. एक सेकंड भाई, ये क्वीन, अच्छा नहीं, क्वीन पीछे है. क्लॉक के पीछे है. मुझे लगा क्वीन
हाँ क्लॉक के
D4
पीछे
में.
मैं भी कंफ्यूज हो गया था. एक्चुअली वो पॉन के ऊपर क्वीन लग रही है.
हाँ हाँ, करेक्ट. ओके, हाँ, सैडली चैट नो अदर. भाई अभी 14 मिनट हो गए. ये तो हाथ
ये
हो
क्या
गया
चल रहा है भाई?
भाई.
गुकेश को पता है ना?
टाइम ट्रैवल. भाई ये क्या हो रहा है? हाउ इज वाइट टाइम रिड्यूसिंग?
भाई दोनों
व्हाट
टाइम
द
कम हो रहा
हेल? हाँ, एग्जैक्टली. 21 से 16 हुआ, 15 हुआ अभी. नाउ इट्स 14.
है. जीरो होगा तो हैप्पी न्यू ईयर ना करते भाई. क्या चल रहा है
रिग्ड भाई, रिग्ड.
भाई?
अभी भी समय भाई, आप पूछ लो किसी से ऑन द बैक एंड.
But very likely it will just be like a error, I think.
हाँ, वो हो
So
जाएगा. डीजीटी है तो ऑटोमेटिकली अपडेट हो जाएगा. गिव इट लाइक
yeah,
कपल ऑफ
once
मिनट्स.
huh.
सो
So once hands place, I think it will be solved. So no issues. And yeah, should be okay.
आदर्श भाई
Rakesh, do
बिल्कुल
we have an
मैच.
update
अबाउट
about the members? Like, can we share it now?
which members? Chesscom Global.
हाँ
Yeah, of course, it's public info.
हाँ तो भाई how many members should we touch Rakesh bhai on chess.com?
Chat, big news. Congratulations to everyone, like all of us here, and thanks to you guys. 250 million users on chess.com now. Tiku bhai,
बाप रे.
it's almost like seventh, like in the country list, matlab, by population, seventh by population.
Wow. 250 million members. So Rakesh bhai, when are we crossing India's population?
होपफुली भाई, होपफुली अगर ऐसे ही साथ रहे और लाइक और सब्सक्राइब चालू रहे तो आई थिंक हो जाएगा बहुत ही जल्द. बट 250 मिलियन ऑन chess.com, मतलब टोटल यूजर्स. बट वुड बी नाइस कि भाई 250 मिलियन वहां हो गया और 1 मिलियन अगर chess.com इंडिया पे भी हो गया ना, मतलब थोड़ा
Hmm.
और आपको हम मेंबरशिप्स, मर्स लॉन्च कर रहे हैं, सो वी कैन गिव आउट सम गिव अवेज फॉर एवरीवन.
For sure. And hopefully गिव अवे करेंगे तो गुकेश जीत रहा होगा राकेश भाई. हारते हुए गिव अवे नहीं
आज तो
करना है.
किस किस मुंह से करे.
बाद में और 30 मिनट 30 सेकंड कम हो गए गुकेश के. 1440 था 1416 हो गया. सो
Scam.
कोई तो गलत चाबी घूम रही है उस क्लॉक की. बट आई थिंक ही हैड 21 मिनट्स. बट नाउ आई एम कंफ्यूज. मे बी 21 वाज आल्सो एन एरर. या सो आई एम नॉट श्योर नाउ एनीमोर. Maybe what we can do is let's go. Wait, Gukesh is looking at something. What is he
कुछ
looking
तो
at?
हुआ है, मतलब maybe he needs some help. नहीं, क्या कर रहे हैं? So I think while Hans thinks take away, let's maybe check out Divya's game, because
हाँ.
काफी टाइम
And
से नहीं देखा. Chat is also asking.
so I think we left it at this position, right? जब draw था with knight
हाँ
d3.
somewhere
But
around
Divya
here.
didn't go for it. She played b5, knight f5, knight d3, knight c4, and knight c5, and queen g5. And somehow, black has a slightly better position now. And you also have to be careful about such things. And apparently, rook king h1 is the only move for equality,
Played.
which she finds. Wow.
Amazing.
Why? Divya is just like playing very well.
Yeah, and I think it's very important, to also have a good tournament just 1 month before candidates. Remember, I think 29th को chat पहला game है
Hmm.
candidates का. So
But
today we are already 25th Feb.
but Rakesh bhai, 13 minutes for Divya. And I can see that 3 on the clock somehow. So I think this is the actual time. So I'm hoping she can manage her clock well, because black is right now thinking, okay, position equal hai, but time kam hai uske paas. So let me push. This is exactly what you expect from a 26, 40, 50 player. So there'll be some pressure. Meanwhile, as Divya handles that pressure, there is pressure building up on, I think it's Nodirbek. Aravindh is now better after his
क्या
last move.
बात कर रहे हो?
एंड जितना हैंड्स बेटर है उतना अरविंद बेटर है भाई. ये क्या हो गया नोदरबेक के
Let's
साथ?
go. Come on, Arvind.
Chat, this is where we left it. यहाँ पे b4 खेला उन्होंने. He stopped the advance. b5 was an excellent move. आता है queen a7, activating the queen on this diagonal, threatening rook a8 ideas at some point. Queen d2, queen b6, bishop e2, and suddenly rook d8 के बाद यहाँ पे उनको खेलना था rook to d3 या knight to b3. Essentially ब्लैक की अगली चाल की प्रिपरेशन करने के लिए. बट नोदरबेक ने प्रिपेयर गलत तरीके से किया. नाइट f3 खेला एंड नाउ d5 ओनली मूव प्लेड. एंड आइडिया है बिशप टेक्स b4 का, एंड दिस पिन इज डेडली. भाई अरविंद कुड विन दिस.
He could easily win, and what a start this would be for the defending champion of Prague Masters. Because let's take a quick variation chat. Pawn takes pawn अगर मारा Nodirbek ने, bishop b4 like you mentioned Diku bhai, pawn takes c6 and bishop c6 के बाद आपकी queen attacked है, आपका knight pinned है, and it's just like look at those bishops जो ना 2 moves पहले कुछ नहीं कर रहे थे, suddenly will decide the game.
Why this is already losing. For example, rook d3 ignored, rejected, swipe left, rook c8, and suddenly this is just gone. ये pin eternal है भाई. भाई lefty हो ना भाई, swipe left.
बढ़िया भाई, बढ़िया, बहुत ही सही, बहुत ही सही.
This is over. Essentially ये pin eternal है. Knights तो अभी गेम में आए भी नहीं. So Arvind यहाँ पे एक गलती and Arvind could be just winning on the spot. So Arvind doing very well. Let's hope so he can win and he can bring down the world number 5 Nodirbek. That will be insane with the black pieces. So we'll follow this Nodirbek under huge pressure. He has 14 minutes.
Great news for India overall, because Hans has made a big mistake. Gukesh is
back
back in the game. Let's
look
go,
at this.
chat.
Bhai, h5 khela was very tempting because you're technically preventing knight g4, threatening g4, but it was over ambitious. Gukesh finds the only move. Otherwise, it was lost, by the way. Attacking the pawn. Aata hai h4. Yahan pe if you play g4, somehow h5 gaya, and suddenly this is also hanging. So ye khelte, but now knight ko badhiya square mil chuka hai, Rakesh bhai.
Yeah, and you have to stop against that family fork check. Teen pieces under attack after knight f6. So Hans goes back with his bishop, controls that, and now the only move for Guki, Tiku bhai.
Bhai,
आपका दिखा रहा है screen.
Bhai, this is dangerous territory for both players because the rook on h3 is just, मतलब बोलते हैं ना, बाकी सब लोग हैंग आउट कर रहे हैं सेंटर में और एक बंदा कोने में पढ़ाई कर रहा है. या तो ये बंदा टॉप करेगा, या तो ये बंदा लोनर बनेगा, या तो ये बंदा मार्क जकरबर्ग बनेगा, या ये बंदा टिकू बनेगा. राकेश भाई, आई फील यू हैव टू प्ले g3 राइट नाउ, अदरवाइज अगेन दीस पीसेस लुक ऑकवर्ड. एंड कल को अगर बिशप c8 आ गया ना, उसके बाद रिजाइन बटन ढूंढना पड़ेगा बहुत जल्दी. सो गुकेश हैज टू फाइंड g3.
Yeah, and you can see भाई again दूसरी बार देख रहे हैं चैट हम ये गेम में कि you can see गुकेश का body language has changed yet again. He's feeling more confident. You see, he's more locked in. And पहले ना जो सिर पकड़ के बैठ रहा था ना, that has changed to सिर्फ एक thumb उनके चिन के तरफ.
And this is very complicated right now. g3 के बाद अगर ब्लैक यहाँ casually मार दे, so let's say black says I'm gonna take, take, yeah. Then suddenly,
Yeah.
white is even better. Bishop e3, and yes, suddenly black king is the one getting attacked. So
Ooh,
this
King
is how
G2
you,
lao, Rook H1 lao.
yeah, and this is extremely dangerous because d2 square आपने cover कर लिया. King is very safe here actually, and bishop be defended and knight say. So it's like a per, absolute shit harmony से perfect harmony में pieces आ गए coordination में. So if you can't take after g3, what can you do? Apparently you have to find rook to d3, essentially pinning this pawn, and after knight f2 trying to remove it, rook d2. ऐसा कुछ आपको खेलना है, and Hans has to find it, and still tricky because gf4 allow कर रहे हो, gf4 allow कर रहे हो, splitting your pawns, which is not an easy decision for Hans.
And Tiku, look at what has happened in the last couple of moves. Hans Niemann's time is 15. The clocks have updated. Hans 10 minutes behind. Guki taking over,
भाई
bhai.
Hans is now close to equal. Aravindh is winning. Surya has somehow recovered as well. By bishop d3 played and queen he's already close to equality. So
Bhai,
चारों
gajab.
player बढ़िया खेल रहे हैं भाई.
Maybe Divya is also winning now.
नहीं, दिव्या का equally है, but look at Arvind. भाई d5 ed5 played and bishop e4 on the board. He's close to winning.
भाई अब क्या चालू क्या
भाई
नहीं ऐसा ऐसा लग रहा है कुछ तो लास्ट 5 मिनट में आके ना जीने ने 3 विशेस ग्रांट कर दिया इंडियन प्लेयर्स को
भाई साहब, भाई that's crazy. I mean, I think it's turning. Okay, it's not over in any game, chat. First of all, Gukesh is not out of trouble. Only move है. Divya is still equal. Surya is still struggling, even though he's come back. And Arvind का भी completely winning नहीं है. But things are moving in the right direction. I think as
करेक्ट
time pressure is approaching, Rakesh bhai, Indian players are doing better.
बिल्कुल और मतलब प्रगति जी बिल्कुल सही नो नजर गाइस मतलब बहुत ही ऐसा ना प्लीज फाइनली कुछ लग रहा है कि गेम चांस बन रहा है और एके इज सेइंग नोडरबेक लूजिंग व्हाट अ शेम एंड आई मीन भाई बिग विन फॉर अरविंद कमिंग अप बट आल्सो अगेंस्ट द मैन इन फॉर्म इन 2026 नोडरबेक भाई कुछ अलग ही लेवल पे गया एवर सिंस द वर्ल्ड कप सब कुछ
भाई
जीतते जा रहा है
एग्जैक्टली एंड मेरे को अभी नोटिफिकेशन आया वो क्लॉक पे मेरी ऐसे कुछ है गुकेश ट्राइंग कम बैक इनटू फॉर्म एट प्राग मास्टर्स लाइक कोई न्यूज़पेपर आर्टिकल का नोटिफिकेशन ही इज एग्जैक्टली डूइंग दैट राइट नाउ एंड G3 is the way forward. Chat question to you. Does Gukesh find G3 the only move in the position? Yes or no? Spam kar do. Rakesh bhai, what's your take?
आई थिंक करेगा भाई जी फॉर गुकेश जी फॉर G3 जी फॉर ग्लोरी कम ऑन गुके चलो भाई G3 आई फील आ रहा है भाई आ रहा है G3 आ रहा है भाई काफी चैट नो लिख रही है
Bhai, chat
नो
is pragmatic. Chat has been heartbroken enough times.
करेक्ट
Rakesh bhai,
करेक्ट हाँ
chat का
या
दिल
आई नो
टूटा है chat. But
चैट
नहीं.
का काफी दिल टूटा आई कैन अंडरस्टैंड चैट एकदम
But
रिलेटेबल
But I think इस बार अच्छे chance है because he would not go for this without having G3 in mind. That is my take at least. Like all of this concept falls apart unless you play G3. But it's still tricky because अगर आपके पास एक ही तरीका है लाइफ में कुछ भी अचीव करने का, you cannot make an error and that's a lot of pressure on you. I think that's why Gukesh needs to be focused. He's right on the clock. Rakesh, that's very important कि time extra है उनके पास. That will be very helpful now.
बिल्कुल भाई ये बिजनेस एंड है 16 moves to go for both players Hans has 1 minute per move Gukesh slightly better than that almost 1 point like 20 seconds 1 minute 20 seconds per move
Absolutely. And chat, do like the stream. Let's get to
फटाफट
500,000
chat
likes. भाई
1000
मजा आ
like
रहा है.
500 पे we have a giveaway right
Yes, 500 पे we have a giveaway.
let's go chat let's go
Um, World Champion only get to draw every time Hans sacks his knight. That's not the thing, yeah. I think the thing is, if you can defend a game जहाँ पे you are worse or lost, that is amazing because you will always be better or worse in some games. But if you can somehow stop your defeats and then convert the moments you get as a victory, I think that's exactly what Magnus does. Like imagine Magnus. I don't think Magnus plays every game flawlessly. In fact, he will often like get a worse position. But अगर worse होना हम लोग क्या कहते हैं भाई मैग्नस है ड्रॉ तो कर लेगा, यही बोलते हैं ना राकेश राकेश भाई, बिकॉज वी हैव फेथ कि ही विल फाइट बैक, इट ही विल नॉट मेक इट इजी, एंड गुकेश कैन ड्रॉ दिस एंड somehow even win this, that is a great sign I think.
Yeah, for sure. भाई मतलब आपको minimize your losses, maximize your plus positions and suddenly rating shoot up होगा.
Exactly. What is second best move? Second best move is rook f3 back. Yeah, rook c1, and these moves to
Oh,
me don't make no sense. Like, I mean, what's the idea?
F3
Like,
तो
it's
काफी एंटी क्लाइमेक्टिक है ना
yeah,
मतलब एक
it's like
एक
huh.
सीन टिको क्या लग रहा है पता है G3 का गुकेश को हल्का सा लाइक 1% डर क्या लग रहा है पता है C5 और वो
Huh?
बिशप आ गया ना वो डायगोनल पे तो चेकमेट ही हो जाएगा व्हाइट का किंग so
अच्छा,
not
oh, he will.
immediately not immediately
हाँ,
I'm not discussing a
हाँ,
variation
समझ गया,
but
समझ गया.
वो कहीं ना कहीं वीक हो रहा है F3 जैसा आपने पॉइंट आउट किया वो भी एक हल्का सा सीन हो सकता
भाई, luckily it's just working like a dream for Gukesh right now.
है भाई
सारी
पानी भी पी रहा है गुकी तो
भाई, that's a good sign. Can we keep the board in the center? I think Gukesh will cover हो रहा है right now. Let's keep the
हाँ
board in the
फैंस
center.
को कर सकते कवर
नहीं, बड़ा भी कर सकते हैं बोर्ड को एक्चुअली, आई थिंक थोड़ा सा अभी भी स्पेस है. वैसे भी
तो
अच्छा, ओके ओके, हाँ, वी कैन मूव टू द राइट स्लाइटली, आई थिंक बोर्ड जगह है, बट ओके. लुक्स गुड राइट नाउ. एंड गुकेश देखो ना कैसे सीट पे, भाई कितना गैप है सीट के बैक रेस्ट पे और गुकेश में राइट नाउ, वो तो बोर्ड चिपका हुआ है भाई, वो लिटरली गुकेश.
chat I mean I don't know about you but Gukesh is on the edge of his seat what a thrilling match coming up
यार मेरे पॉपकॉर्न खत्म हो गया, दैट्स द ओनली डिसअपॉइंटमेंट. एंड राइट नाउ Hans Niemann under pressure, Gukesh under pressure, both players under 20 minutes and have to play 16 moves. You can see the nervousness showing. G3 खेलना बहुत जरूरी.
yeah and others is saying Prague water gambit by Guki yes we hope that happens Shreyas he is locked in absolutely and Fahad bhai like Tiku bhai was saying you have 90 minutes मतलब अगले 16 minutes के लिए you see the times on the board for both players only after that they get 30 minutes each
And just a 10-second look at an incredible game because Jordan is cruising. Look at this position. What? Look at this. He played 9 G3 was a blunder. Forking three pieces. 9 G5 check. भाई क्या मूव है भाई.
Bhai, this will be in like puzzle books in the years to
Wow.
come.
So Jordan is winning. उनके पास I think Vincent का कुछ तो है भाई सीक्रेट प्रेप because he always ends up winning. So है ना?
Correct.
So let's jump back to Gukesh. Still G3, the only move.
Who are you supporting in the candidate? Bhai, of course, Prague. I want Prague to win for sure. In case Prague नहीं जीता तो then Nakamura just for the eyeballs.
Yeah, I'm changing the camera battery. Meanwhile, chat, Hans Niemann setting up in his chair. Let's keep in mind, Hans found a brilliant piece sacrifice for 2 pawns. Ukesh missed it, but then it was so unorthodox that it's understandable why Ukesh missed it. He saw it and instantly after he played, and Gukesh has defended like a beast since then. He's reached this position after great defense, but he needs to find G3. After G3, his defense will become easier, and he finds it. Beautiful move by the world champion.
Let's
Rakesh,
go,
why he's
Chad.
back?
He is back. Chad already he's locked in. Guki making a big comeback. And okay, I'm not sure Aryana if he will win, but he's definitely not in big danger of losing anymore.
Yeah. And as we saw, if Hans plays the obvious moves of taking twice on G3, it's already close to loss for him. So Hans' key moves are still tricky. Because Chad, essentially what we've done is now the piece can come in because we have piece, opponent has pawns. If the piece activates, उनकी वैल्यू बढ़ती रहेगी and pawns की वैल्यू नहीं बढ़ रही black के.
Yeah.
Oh
He
भाई, he
takes
took.
once. He
Come on,
takes
एक और बार.
once.
एक
एक
और
और
बार.
बार.
एक और बार.
Just
Come
to
on.
show you, Rook D3 only move for Hans. Otherwise, Gukesh has taken over the game.
भाई कितना अच्छा लग रहा है ना, ओपोनेंट के पास ओनली मूव है. क्यों चैट?
हाँ, करेक्ट. पहली बार.
भाई कितनी खुशी आ रही, खुशी की लहर भाई, मतलब आंखों में जा रही है मेरे, मतलब वाओ.
चैट क्या लगता है? रुक D3 ओनली मूव खेलेगा हांस? यस और नो? टिकू भाई क्या लगता है खेलेगा ओनली मूव?
I think he plays it. He plays it. I think he's gonna
खेल
play
दिया
the
खेल
best moves
दिया
for now. And now 95 only move for Gukesh. Bhai, this is
भाई
not
यार.
over. Bhai sahab.
Let's wait. What happens if I just play King G2 and defend my pawn on G3, Tico? Like
If
tell me and chat why is it so bad?
it's bad because of Rook D2 check, and now
ऊपर और
wherever
ऊपर
you
चलो.
go,
चले चलो King
हाँ,
E3.
हाँ, King F3 आप आ गए. I'm just gonna grab the B2 pawn, and now your King on F3 is a huge tactical nightmare. Because आप इमेजिन करो कल को ये नाइट नहीं हिल सकता ऑन C3 बिकॉज बिशप E2 माइट बी समथिंग, बिशप C5 माइट बी,
Correct.
D6 माइट बी समथिंग. आपके पीसेस ना थोड़े से रुक, आई मीन लुक एट द रुक ऑन H3 भाई. व्हाट्स इट
It's
डूइंग?
stuck.
रुक H2 खेलोगे, रुक B3, इस नाइट को कैसे बचाओगे यार? इट्स ओवर. आई थिंक रिजाइन. सो गुकेश का टास्क अभी अनफॉर्चुनेटली खत्म नहीं हुआ है. ही हैज टू फाइंड 95 नाउ. Oof, this seems easy. I disagree, यार. I think this is still tough. And chat, 1400 लोग चेस 24 इंडिया पे देख रहे हैं. Almost 1500 लोग हैं. Chess.com इंडिया पे we have another 700 and then another 350. So 1000 लोग वहां देख रहे हैं. Do like the stream because this is Prague Masters Day 1. We have the world champion battling it out against Hans Niemann, the world number 18. Hans, if he wins, will be world number 15. That's his highest rating in the world ever. Rakesh Bhai. So he has huge incentive to be the world champion and reclaim, or not reclaim, claim his throne for the first time.
Oh yeah, exactly. It's going to be tricky. Gukesh has to play the move 95 or else Hans will take over. भाई क्या ही गजब match. All three results possible.
Yeah, and meanwhile, look at this. Aravindh Chithambaram is, after bishop b4,
Wow.
95, only move. And now Arvind has to take on d5. That's the only move which is giving a plus 1.5 edge. Rakesh Bhai, does he find it?
I think so. I mean, if you capture with the knight, then white can also recapture with the knight. Yeah, knight into d7 भी है. So pawn takes pawn looks like a nice capture because then you're threatening pawn ढकलो or fork करो.
Yeah. So Nodirbek still not making it easy, but एक नजर अगर आप उनकी क्लॉक पे डालें तो आप समझ जाओगे चैट कि अरविंद इज एब्सोल्युटली क्रूजिंग राइट नाउ. 6 मिनट में 15 चालें खेलनी है नोदिरबेक को. ऑफ कोर्स ही हैज इंक्रीमेंट, बट दैट्स अ लॉट ऑफ प्रेशर फॉर द वर्ल्ड नंबर 5. अरविंद अगर यहां पे प्रेशर बना के रखेंगे ना अगली 15 चाल, आई थिंक ही विल.
Yep. Arvind definitely in the driver's seat. Bhai, defending champion can get a W. Round 1 में.
Yeah, and it will help him gain a lot of rating as well. भाई 6-7 पॉइंट मिल जाएंगे and he's going to be
Rating,
2-6.
confidence, सब कुछ.
Yeah, huge W for Arvind if he can pull this off. By the way, jumping back to Gukesh, because the world champ is again below Hans on the clock. 13 and a half minutes versus almost 15 for Hans, and he still has to find the only move. And King G2 is not lost for Gukesh, but everything else is lost, by the way. But King G2 is also very close to being lost. So I think there's not many alternatives. Let's have a look at this. So 95 is the idea. You attack the rook. And if you now play rook d2, for example, अब attack करूंगा, now I can just pick up the h4 pawn. And your king is opening up. This looks dangerous. So आपको यहाँ पे rook g3 मारना पड़ेगा. White अपने घटिया रुक से ब्लैक का एक्टिव रुक एक्सचेंज कर रहा है और ब्लैक के पॉन्स डबल कर रहा है. एंड नाउ यू कैन प्ले किंग G2. यू कैन एम टू ग्रैब दीज पॉन्स वन बाय वन एंड द गेम इज रफली इक्वल. सो द इक्वालिटी है ना, वो बहुत पास है. बस यहां 95 खेलना, यू विल गेट इट इंस्टेंटली. लास्ट चाल.
I think he is going to spot it, भाई. देखो सेंटर की तरफ ही है गुक्की की नजर.
हाँ, नजर तो
Chat
है.
फटाफट do hit the like button. 500 likes. We'll have our first giveaway question. Let's go.
राकेश
Is
भाई
this
क्वेश्चन
live?
सोच लिया आपने?
Of course it's live.
क्वेश्चन सोच लिया आपने?
क्वेश्चन तो नहीं सोचा. किसके बारे में पूछना है आप बताओ.
भाई अगर अब यू नो
गुकी।
प्रग हमारे कैंडिडेट हैं, तो किसी भी कैंडिडेट के बारे में, मे बी क्वेश्चन ऑन कैंडिडेट्स, लाइक नॉट
ठीक
वन
है,
कैंडिडेट, मे बी क्वेश्चन ऑन कैंडिडेट्स.
ठीक है, ठीक है, डन।
राकेश भाई इज लाइक द स्टैट्स चैंप ऑफ द वर्ल्ड बाय द वे. सब स्टैट्स उनको पता है. कितने बजे कौन ब्रेकफास्ट करता है, कौन कितने
ये
टेनिस
सब
जीता
नहीं
है,
था।
कौन कौन किसके 4 सेकंड है, किसके 2 है, सब पता है राकेश भाई को. गुकी विल मेक अ मिस्टेक भाई. शुभ शुभ बोलो यार, शुभ शुभ. Pressure building up. 11 minutes and 40 seconds for the world champion now.
नहीं भाई, नहीं।
गुकेश नहीं, चश्मा हटा दिया, आप तो फाइन कर लेगा भाई. दैट वाज अ ग्रेट ऑब्जर्वेशन बाय चैट अर्लियर. भाई तुम लोग बहुत स्मार्ट हो, मैंने
चैट
देखा ही नहीं था, है ना.
एपिक, एपिक भाई। भाई और जैसे ही वो चैट ने नोटिस किया ना कि एक्चुअली यू सी विदाउट स्पेक्स ही इज मेड द होल कमबैक।
या सो आई थिंक Gukesh maybe might not be wearing his specs for the world championship, maybe like doing some eye exercises instead. I've heard of people who have lost their number, jo 0.25, 0.5 hota hai na, you can get that number removed by doing eye exercises. So maybe that's what he'll go for, because the last thing you want is to not be comfortable with specs and then make a mistake. Meanwhile, 95 still the only move, and 10 minutes and 45 seconds now. Oof, oof, 4 minutes behind. Come on, Gookie. 95 is the move. जब भी ये ब्लू एरो कहीं दिखे ना, दैट्स अ क्रिटिकल मोमेंट एसेंशियली, बिकॉज एक ही सोल्यूशन है आपके पास.
Yeah, Cookie about to play, it looks like.
Cookie played
नहीं,
95. I am in hall. You are not in hall, भाई. You are no in nowhere in hall. तुम पक्का जबलपुर में बैठे हो या बल्लभगढ़ में भाई. तुम हर हॉल में, हर टर्म में लिखते हो आई एम इन हॉल. पता याद है मुझे, भाई टड़स लियो ये बोलते तुम.
चश्मा श्रापित है भाई। कल से गुकेश ना लेंसेज पहन के आ रहा है भाई। कम
भाई
ऑन
लेंसेज
गुके।
ना,
क्या क्या?
lenses के अलग ड्रामे है. sometimes they can go behind your eyeball, by the way, and they can get stuck there for lifetime, something like that I heard.
What
it's
the
hap- uh,
hell?
तो lenses के अलग ड्रामे है भाई. so let's see.
ये तो पहली मतलब मैंने तो
पहले
कभी
डरा
ट्राई
दिया
नहीं
भाई.
किया, सो नो।
मेरे साथ हुआ था, but anyways,
भाई
meanwhile.
अलग ड्रामे तो ये क्लॉक के है भाई। गुकेश अंडर 10 minutes नाउ।
भाई पर इस बार सही है, because the clock is ticking. I can see 25 the same seconds on the clock in the camera as well. So this is absolutely true. Come on, Gookie.
खेल भाई।
कोई कह रहा है if 95 seizes pawn is free, but you likely might not want to grab that pawn in certain cases, because bishop b7 के बाद ये आपकी king की तरफ आ सकता है. So yes, it's a pawn we are attacking, but we have to be a bit cautious about grabbing that pawn, because the pawn double pawn है is not that valuable. I might do something else instead, but yeah, an idea for sure.
अर्जुन का
Yeah,
अगला
Vincent Keymer.
टूर्नामेंट क्या है? आई एम नॉट श्योर आर्यन जी। आई डोंट नो वेयर अर्जुन इज प्लेइंग नेक्स्ट।
Arjun का कुछ पता नहीं एक्चुअली. चाइल्ड Arjun is not confirmed in any major events. Gukesh and Prague we pretty much know. Norway chess, GCT सब events में है. I am hoping he's playing like the tape segment जहाँ Magnus खेल रहे हैं, because Nodirbek is playing, Magnus is playing,
करेक्ट,
and
करेक्ट।
all of the GCT players cannot play, right, because they have commitments. So maybe he can play that one. That will be amazing.
Yeah, hopefully Arjun gets that invite. Manish भाई पूछ रहे भाई क्या commentators कौन है? Maybe समय भाई just show us for like 30 seconds and then आप फिर से यही screen रख सकते हैं when Gukesh plays 95
हाँ.
hopefully भाई, hopefully.
Your chat. So NM Saltiku and I am Sakesh Kulkarni are the commentators. Sahaj Bhai couldn't join today because he's in South Africa for some tournaments. He'll be back for the candidates. And meanwhile, हम दोनों आपको ला रहे हैं सीधा प्रसारण Prague से. And now we can go full screening to the world champion as he finds the only move is 7.5 minutes. He has to play now.
I hasn't found it. I don't think it's इतना tough नहीं लग रहा है ना टिकू, मतलब centralize the knight, hitting the pawn, hitting the rook.
See,
Why
if you
not?
see Rook G3 is the move, I mean 95 looks simple. Because अगर black को Rook G3 मारना है, Like, you are solving your issues after takes and king g2. I think what he's thinking is, do I have something better? Maybe he's
Okay.
thinking maybe there should be a way to push for something better than equality. That's my only explanation, because equality तो दिख रही होगी 95 के बाद उसको.
वो ना ऐसे अभी अभी कम बैक किया ना, यू स्टार्ट मे बी गेटिंग ग्रीडी अ लिटिल बिट.
Exactly. भाई.
भाई द
It's like, imagine करो,
हेजिटेशन.
आपने एक जॉब के लिए अप्लाई किया, आपने कहा मुझे I played beautiful move भाई.
लेट्स गो.
It's like आपने मांगा मुझे,
लुक देखा आपने?
हाँ. इस like आपने मांगा 50,000 रुपए पर मंथ, उन्होंने कहा ठीक है. नाउ यूर लाइक, यार ज्यादा मांगना चाहिए था क्या? Like, ये वो फीलिंग आ रही है मुझे. बट ओके, 95 played and now rook g3. By the way, you can also apparently play a very interesting move, your chat. So rook g3 is the obvious one जो हमने देखा था. There's also rook c3,
What?
apparently second best move. And now after bc3, bishop to c8 and rook h2 hg3. Apparently this is also very strong, but it's still equal. But there are two ways, but I think most likely hands with less time on the clock also will just take the pawn.
Oh, but that is a tricky variation. मतलब rooks, hands.
He takes it. What?
He will. No way. He plays the crazy line. Gukesh नजर देते हुए.
Why, it's a brilliancy. It's a
Wow.
brilliancy. Wow.
No
Hans
way,
Niemann
Chad.
is, भाई साहब, भाई एक बार
This is
hands OP बनता है भाई.
crazy.
What a guy.
भाई knight sacrifice किया, rook sacrifice. Now Gukesh's rook under huge threat.
हाँ.
You have to either move it away or push your pawn, G pawn. No other option.
Wow. And chat, let's keep in mind, rook h2, hg3, these pawns survive for now. Because rook g2 अगर आप खेलते हो, bishop d6 and black is winning. So, the other alternative to rook h2 is, the best move in the position is g4, but that's hard to play. Because आपके ये pawn अब permanently यहाँ पे है. Permanent who, sir? And after bishop d6 या bishop f6, I get a feeling, Rakesh bhai, ki this is, I mean, bhai, look at this. Why, how do you allow this?
No way. You can't allow this. This is मतलब ऐसे मन में आपने resign कर लिया है. If you allow this.
Bhai, I think if Gukesh missed rook c3, this is not looking great. Because what a great practical decision to play this brilliancy, because Gukesh is low on the clock. Wow, I'm just so impressed by hands.
बिल्कुल. And chat, just why we are praising this is just count the pieces on the board. White के पास 2 rook और 2 minor pieces. Black के पास सिर्फ एक ही rook और 2 minor pieces. Currently, Hans Niemann is a full rook down.
Wow. Gotham chess को proud बनाते हुए Hans Niemann and Gukesh को pressure में डालते हुए. If Gukesh अगर एक were to lose this, it would be like a great game by Hans. But Magnus कहते थे हमेशा, लेकिन some people think it's okay to lose a game if my opponent played a great one. I am not one of those people. Like I am still not going to lose. Opponent जितना भी अच्छा खेले. So Gukesh needs to back himself, calculate quickly. He is a great calculator. Magnus ने literally कहा था कि Gukesh is a great calculator, maybe even better than me. तो यहाँ पे this is exactly the kind of position that requires calculation.
But time भी तो चाहिए calculate. Gukesh under 5 minutes now, Chad. He only has 5 minutes to make the next 12 moves.
By the way, chat, we'll do a 5-second. Okay, he's about to play. Let's do that later. Haath unka hila. It didn't feel like a hand which was confident of what it's about to play. Okay,
exactly. Yeah.
Wow. And chat, just a 5-second update. Okay, फिर से हाथ हिला दिया भाई, update नहीं दे देंगे. Oh, king did a mistake.
That's a big mistake.
Actually, it's not like a big one, but it definitely puts hands again in the driver's seat. Now he has only one move, surprisingly, and that is bishop f6. Okay, not easy actually, not easy for hands. Fine, not easy, yeah? Bishop f6, I would say.
Not easy at all, bhai.
By the way, what happens on g4? Okay, Jonas, कुछ हो रहा है कि क्या चल रहा है भाई? This is possible. Oh my God, this is possible. Bhai, I literally played this as a joke. Bhai, what is this position? राकेश भाई कुछ बताओ.
भाई कुछ समझ ही नहीं रहा है क्या चल रहा है यहाँ पे.
Chat, let's keep in mind, black is a rook down, can take this rook. Says na munna na, nahi chahiye, rakh lo. Nahi chahiye, rakh lo. Check, and now just play bishop d6, and apparently knight d3 is the only move now. Otherwise, Gukesh is lost. Wow. So Gukesh,
wait.
I mean, wow.
Looks like Hans is about to move his bishop to f6 Tico. हाथ गया था उसका.
Wow. Bhai, that's the best move in the position actually. And look at the, I mean, accuracy says it's roughly equal. I would say Hans has played a beautiful game today so far. Can he convert it though is the question, because at the end लोगों को result ही याद रहेगा. People will forget the beauty of the game if you end up losing. But of course, Gukesh is the world champ. He has to fight, and best move played again.
Oh, bhai sahab. And you know the problem is Gukesh was expecting ऐसा rook trade or easier play with less time, but black has just मतलब upped the momentum and made it even more crazy.
And chat में एक बंदा था कह रहा था ये pawn मार दे क्या? भाई इकलौती चाल है pawn मारना. Now knight c6 is the best move and the only move. Black can now still keep this hanging and just take on e4. I don't ask me. And now look at this. White's only move, bishop d4. Right? This is, and he takes the pawn. He takes the pawn. Gukesh still fighting.
Insane, bhai. What a game by Hans Niemann. Respect.
Wow. I think this is my Hans Niemann's favorite game. Apart from that D4 knight f6 designs wala, just kidding. मेरी आज तक की favorite game है Hans Niemann की भाई. I think he's played so well, Rakesh भाई. It's just
But वो भी है
so
ना
good.
जो Netflix पे आ रहा है when he beat Magnus, वो भी बहुत सही गेम था.
भाई उस टाइम मैं कंपनी में था नहीं. आप देख लो अपना. भाई आप भी फंसोगे. मैं तो चिल हूं भाई. मेरे को कोई स्ट्रेस नहीं है. नहीं
अच्छा
बट
गेम था यार मतलब.
नहीं अच्छा गेम है. Jokes apart, I think this is my Hans Niemann's favorite game. What a beautiful game so far. And now this is possible. I'm still wondering. Now I think we can't do this because rook h4 mar raha hai. And I think this would be great for Gukesh. Yeah, rook h4 is the move. So now I think you have to take, or you can even just delay it and take on e4 first.
I think both work. वही वो हंस
Yeah.
पे कि उसको कितना मस्ती करना है मतलब कितना रखना है.
Yeah.
Craziness in the position.
I think if Gukesh had 10 more minutes, Hans would have played differently. But Gukesh
Correct.
has to play 10
Great
moves
point.
in 5 minutes. And that gives Hans the incentive to just make it crazy still, as much as he can at least. Bhai, he's making it crazy. He's making it crazy. And now only move for the world champion again. Bhai. That is...
Actually chat में किसने लिखा था I don't know समय भाई maybe you can try this tomorrow but like an only move counter मतलब हर बार only move हुआ तो we just keep adding ऐसा 2 3 4 5
Oh, he finds it.
Wow, let's go Guki.
Wow, amazing. Gukesh fighting blow for blow. It's so nice to see him not crumble here. I think he's been defending for the entire game and he's defended very well so far. And
Correct.
now, Rakesh bhai, the question is back on Hans Niemann. How much does he want to complicate this? अब तो मारना पड़ेगा, I think, because if you don't take this at some point, I'm going to push the rook back and start pushing or just take on h4.
हाँ it's like कि बस हो गया हंस तेरा अभी तो मारना ही पड़ेगा otherwise there's no point.
Yeah. And Hans also doesn't have like an hour on the clock. He has 12 minutes. I think he has time for one extra long think. And I think maybe this is the moment where he should do it because इसके बाद I think मौके मिलेंगे नहीं. This is the last chance. Let's have a look at the best variation chart just to highlight. So bishop h3 now would be the best move in the position. White has to take
Yeah.
because check. And now very important, g4 check. Because now after king g2, which would be a big mistake, h3 check. And it's still tricky. So you have to play king h2.
भाई साहब ये खत्म ही
Why?
नहीं हो रहा.
This is actually, now you can't push this because bishop hangs. You can't give this check because now I take and white is stable because एक ही pawn है. So you have to take this first. And now knight takes feels very tempting, right? Because you control e2. But no, c takes. Allowing h3. Why? And now rook f1. And okay, I mean, now I kind of understand Gukesh is okay, but man, this is not easy to understand. Rakesh bhai and chat, guess the result of this game. Gukesh, win, draw, ya loss. Come on, chat. And Rakesh bhai. Final guess. Draw, yeah?
I think Gukesh has deserved the draw after his mistake earlier.
Ooh. And chat, 500
भाई
like हो
बंदे ने
चुके
क्या
हैं.
डिफेंड किया है यार मतलब.
Yeah, you have to admire the defensive skills so far. And chat 500 like हो चुके हैं. So, एक membership incoming. So, we'll do it at the end of the stream. One membership. If we get to 1000 likes, we give away 2. So, काम चलता रहे भाई. जितनी memberships, जितने 500 like होंगे, उतनी membership. So, एक membership confirmed for you, chat. Stay till the end, let's say. Vince, I am in hall. हाँ भाई. Okay. Meanwhile, Hans Niemann now falling below the 10-minute mark. So थोड़ा pressure उनको भी feel होगा अब time का. Meanwhile, भाई, Arvind's game is now equal. He's no
What?
longer better. Just a minor update. I think Queen D1 खेला था यहाँ पे unpin करते हुए. He had to find H5 here. Okay, what is H5? Understandably, he didn't find it. And now, okay, it's roughly equal. Still very complicated. But okay, we come back to Gukesh for now. राकेश भाई क्या लग रहा है सडनली रिजल्ट से ड्रॉ हो रहे हैं सब
भाई उल्टा हो गया.
So Divya is equal, Arvind is equal, Surya is actually close to equal, and Gukesh is also close to equal. So फिलहाल के लिए anybody's game on all the boards.
But overall ना टिको भाई मजा आ गया. Like round 1 होने के बावजूद like full on fighting chess.
भाई
मतलब गेम ही खत्म नहीं हुआ एक भी.
Exactly, this reminded me of Vidit versus Hikaru from the candidates game 1. Like it was such a shocker. Game 1 ही था ना I think जहाँ Hikaru lost. Game 2 था I think. Game 2 था.
Game 2.
हाँ, but it feels like that. मतलब starting से ही इतना action and unexpected action. Like Nodirbek versus against Arvind, then Gukesh versus against Hans, then come back from Gukesh and pressure from Hans and come back from Gukesh and it feels like a battle. Yeah, मतलब Hans deserves to win. I would disagree. I think Gukesh's defense has also been impressive. Usually you would expect him to make a mistake with less time on the clock, but he hasn't made that. कोई कह रहे हैं why not rook to f1 अभी तो black to play है so first of all Hans has to decide because 8 minutes of Hans के पास the time difference has fallen down to less than 3 minutes now.
I don't know if you noticed, but if you go just 30 seconds back, we saw Gukesh smile. He remembered something और हंस रहा था Gukesh.
By the way,
don't do this अगर आप comfortable नहीं हो तो.
By the way, Divya apparently has 30 seconds on the clock to play 16 moves.
Hey, let's stick to this game then. Because भाई वो रील बनाया था ना आपने दिव्या looking at the clock 2 बारी हो गया 3 बारी 4.
I think we're gonna jump to that game whenever Hans plays, but mistake by Divya and she's now losing close to.
नहीं यार यही तो प्रेशर है 2650 का.
भाई okay, black also has less time. It's not like he has a million years, so 5 minutes से भी कम है. So it's still gonna be tricky for him to win this, but there's pressure building up. Yeah, on this. You can see the black knights very active. White has some queen side play. अगर ये pawn गया end game में white could win this, but king side पे play बन रहा है h4 h3 incoming and knight e3 in the air. Oof.
Yeah.
And chat, the thing is, यहाँ पे the king is alone. If we
Who?
draw like a line here, right? Look at this. ये rectangle जो है,
Correct,
black
correct.
has queen, two rooks, knight, and this knight also creating influence. But उसको हटा भी दे अगर के लिए, white के पास खाली king. So
Exactly.
it's a clear build up of forces. Like it's like मतलब बोलते हैं ना ऐसे politics में एक country के साथ फाइट कर रहे हो, दूसरे ने अटैक कर दिया. You have no defensive resources.
बहुत ही गलत टाइम पे मतलब देखो
भाई,
जाए
this is not even like
जियोपॉलिटिक्स के
fiction.
हिसाब से. हाँ वही तो. बाय द वे आई डोंट नो इफ यू सॉ, क्योंकि आप एरोज बना रहे थे, दिव्या ने ना स्कोर शीट पे उसका मतलब पेन को टच किया टू सी कौन सा मूव नंबर है,
हाँ.
एंड उस चक्कर में किंग गिर गया उसका,
अरे यार.
एंड ही अपोलोजाइज्ड. सो आई डोंट नो, एडिटर भाई देख रहे हैं बिकॉज वो अपना एक ये हमने बनाया था ना पहले,
हाँ.
apologizes
By
to
the
the
way,
clock.
oh, he doesn't find it. He plays queen g6 and Divya is back again. If she can find 92, trying to bring the pieces towards the king side. Meanwhile, Hans Niemann ke paas Gukesh ke barabar time. Let's jump back. We'll come back to this. He's still not played. Now only a 20-second difference between the two players. Wow. Rakesh bhai, this is turning out to be absolutely fascinating. A battle down to the wire. आखिरी बोलते ना ऐसे वो लग रहा है कि लाइक आखिरी 3-4 ओवर में आ चुके हैं हम लोग. We are in the end game now.
Mm-hmm.
Gukesh must be using this time to think of ideas. And here it is. Hans Niemann falls below Gukesh's time. And this tells you, yeah, Hans up tak had ideas. Up tak he had attacking chances, and now he's maybe realizing ki bhai, maybe my attacking chances, my winning chances are looking not that great anymore.
By chat, Akshat is saying Hans will blunder. I mean, wouldn't be fully surprised, bhai. Bishop
Oh, he's
takes
about to
coming.
play.
Bhai, he is nervous.
Yeah, I think he's going for that variation. Rakesh, we saw right. G4 check, I think, will happen.
हाँ वो
Is
वाला
my
correct.
guess.
कि वो protected pass pawn रह जाएगा for
Uh,
black, but that is the compensation for the extra piece.
yeah. And Chad, the thing is, the knight on c6 is a good piece and a bad piece because it stops the black pawns from moving. You have, you can't play b5 anything. C pawn to physically rok diya. But it's also not really gonna help against these two pass pawns, which are gonna arrive on G4 SC. So objectively, it might be a draw, but Rakesh, why practically, maybe there are chances for both sides.
Yeah, true.
Oh, check plate.
G4 played.
Okay, king h2 only move now. King g2 would be a big mistake actually,
Why? H3
because
check
check comes
आएगा.
with tempo actually. So you need that move.
Hmm. और मतलब guys, if you're watching this at home, don't try this. कि 32 moves हो गए and Gukesh has not touched his rook at all. So very rare. The world champion also violating थोड़ा opening principles there.
Yeah, by the Divya is back in the game. Minor update, but she has played Queen G7 knight e2, the best move. H4, and apparently knight G1 was the best. Okay, but she plays a decent move. Knight F4, Queen H6, and the game is again equal. Although, chat, question to you: what do you think is the best move in the position for black?
E5?
No, it's again. Why stop?
भाई कितने बार?
Wow. And now Queen F1, Knight F5. Oof.
Oof.
भाई, आज तो पीस 2 पॉन के बदले सैक होते ही जा रहे हैं हर बोर्ड पे. क्या चल रहा है राकेश भाई?
Hi, Hans played. Hans played. फटाफट.
Yeah.
Let's come back.
Check played. King
Bishop
h3,
D4.
g4, king h2 played, and bishop d4. Nice.
Maybe Hans is like, I mean, I wouldn't say chickening out, but accepting कि चलो win नहीं आ रहा इसमें.
True, and also I'm still a bit surprised कि Bar says black is still better because I thought piece है तो like it should be okay, but no, black is still
But
better.
yeah, I think now even C5 है आपके पास. Oh,
h3
H3
played.
played. Okay.
And now playing rook a2 bhai, preventing this check.
हाँ, you have to prevent that check. Otherwise c5 के बाद ना रुक knight को लात और rook e2 check is very bad for white.
हाँ, at the very least you can go back and attack both these pawns or rook g2, rook g3 and it can be a nuisance.
Correct.
अगर white के पास यहाँ pass pawn होता, that would have solved all issues, yeah, but there is no way to create a pass pawn.
Otherwise, I think Komal has summed the game very well. Hans, amazing play till now, but this defense from Guki is like 2024 Guki. 100% agreed with this.
True.
भाई मतलब पिछले साल का गुकेश ना वो टाइम प्रेशर में कोई ना कोई मिस्टेक कर देता है. So,
True.
I agree.
And the only thing is कई बार क्या होता है ना, when we are turned on, like मतलब about the gravity of the problem, right? मतलब like we are like focused about the problems we are facing, like we are extremely zoned in and like serious, and sometimes we feel हाँ अब बच गई game, and then we mentally relax for a second, and that's when we get clean bowled. So like you might not, you might find only moves for 20 moves, but then you might blunder like a simple mistake. Yeah, so you have to still be very careful as Gukesh कि भाई guard low नहीं करना है अपना. क्या हो गया भाई? राकेश भाई क्या कर रहे हैं? क्या हो गया?
अरे चैट में कुछ पढ़ लिया. चैट भी ना
अच्छा
लाइक आई
अच्छा.
थिंक बॉर्ड शुड बैन
नहीं 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 नहीं
मस्ती वाले. नहीं मस्ती कर रहा हूँ.
नहीं नहीं नहीं.
Let's come back. Let's come back.
Meanwhile, 3 minutes for Mukesh, 2 minutes for Hans, and still 6 more moves to go.
I think Rook A2 looks best यहाँ पर.
भाई, Divya slightly better. भाई ये क्या? भाई brilliance भाई Divya, look at that move.
बढ़िया भाई बढ़िया.
Wow.
Let's
भाई
go.
S3 के बाद Black was like आज तो मेरा point लेके रहूंगा. G5, Knight FD3, F5. He went all in and Rook B7, brilliancy on the board. Divya now dictating terms.
भाई what a भाई आज कितने sacrifice दिखे. मतलब एक sacrifice counter या only move counter would be a great addition actually.
And we have not even looked at Yakubboev and Jordan, यार जहां पे दुनिया भर के sacrifice चल रहे थे. So
Oh
it's
yes.
crazy भाई.
And nice to see वो जो गेम हमको लगे 1 घंटा पहले खत्म हो सकते हैं. None of the games are finishing.
Bhai, G4 played, so he's still going on. By the way, a crazy update. Look at this game between where is it? Bhai, a crazy game है. David Navara. Bhai, Rook on G5 को क्या हो गया?
Oh.
Bhai.
Oh. It's like भाई रुक डाउन हो गया वो तो. किंग G3 पे लेके आओ पॉन F3 और फिर खत्म है गेम.
Wow. So white is winning because Rook is completely trapped. There is no way on earth we can save this Rook. Wow.
Yeah, he goes for it. King ऊपर आ रहा है and now the G5 rook is like doesn't want to be there.
It's not there भाई. Actually, it's not even. वो फ्लैश का वो मतलब ऐसे वो मिरर इमेज है भाई something. So it's completely useless. क्या हुआ?
Wait. Can you go to Gukesh's game?
हाँ?
नहीं. No way. Hans has 32 seconds left. मतलब clock का error है.
नहीं, I think he has more. He has more. I see like 56
वही तो.
written. So maybe he has like 2 minutes 56
correct.
seconds or 1 minute 56 seconds. Divya's move basically वो rook sack कर रही है कि अगर आप मारोगे उसका rook, she's gonna take, I think with the pawn or something is my guess, because if you take this, pawn takes and suddenly you have a pass pawn. So black G4 खेलता है जहां पे उसका advantage है, and on knight E5, oof, it's again dangerous. So okay, anybody's game, Divya still has to play 9 moves in 30 seconds in the increment she has. So very tricky.
Both players like just have a minute, but I think in these positions no draws. I feel एक decisive result आ रहा है दिव्या के गेम में.
Agreed. And chat, let's keep in mind Divya's final tournament before the tournament of her life, the candidates. I mean, she's the World Cup winner. Can she also be the world champion? Bhai, that will be insane to win the candidates and also the World Cup at the age of 19. Bhai, oh my God. What were you doing at 19, Rakesh bhai? I was filling up forms for colleges.
Same, bhai, same.
Meanwhile, going to Gukesh's. Okay, let's stick here actually. I want to see. That was 3 seconds. We jump to Gukesh's game after black plays. Crucial moment actually.
Why? He has 25 seconds.
Oof. Tough. Tough. In all my life, I played 2 brilliant moves and they play multiple in one game. That's why they are playing it professionally. Kasanaji, that's the point. And wait, what did he play?
95.
Knight e5 he took, not the best. Apparently, rook e7 was better. Okay, she takes. Knight c4. Oh, blunder by his opponent! Divya 97 is completely winning.
Wow. That's a huge
Wow.
miss. Knight f6 check 4 ka raha hai. That's a
There's no defense.
huge miss.
Wow, and the queen on c1 is perfectly placed, ready to come to the defense, ready to come to d1 for the attack. Also defends e3, no drama whatsoever. Divya is winning. Knight d7, e6 is winning, but knight d7 is winning on the spot. She is 30 seconds.
Come on, Divya, knight d7. Fork down. Knight f6 aa raha hai.
Why? By the way, Gukesh is now much worse. We'll come back to it, but 18 seconds.
Kill Divya.
She's looking at the clock, looks at the opponent, looks at the board. Nervous, 10 seconds.
10 seconds.
7. 5.
No.
Doesn't find it. Okay, this is a mistake. Now it's still better, but not clear now, Rakesh, because knight e5 के बाद you have to find rook a4, which is very tough.
एक सेकंड अपने गुकी का क्या हुआ पर भाई
गुकी हाँ sorry गुकी how is he worse अरे यार apparently rook a2 was perfect, but after king f8 he had to find knight b5 directly before the king can come in and stop these pawns. He goes rook d2 and now king e7 and suddenly rook c4 and black is better again.
Oh, rook c4 and idea has c6, knight ko lat and your pawns crumble on like a cookie.
This is lost. If you allow the a4 pawn to fall without any counterplay, like at least removing these pawns, at least one of them, I think you are lost practically. Because ये दोनों pawn कूदना चालू कर देंगे. This is going to be too tough.
Correct. और आपका king तो अटक गया h3 pawn के वजह से.
हाँ.
And this knight has no good square and pawns will start running.
And also rook पे अटका हुआ है second rank पे. You can't really go up, right? Because कल को rook a4 से rook a2 check and your king has to come to the back rank and you're lost anyways. If the king is stuck on the back rank, you're lost 100%. So everything is stuck for white. Hans Niemann still pushing for a win.
Yeah, Hans pushing. Chat, by the way, do not trust the clocks on the screen because 28 seconds हो ही नहीं सकता.
By the way, Divya again winning. Bhai, rook e5 mara, big mistake. She finds knight d7 this time. Rook e4 and on knight c5 she's repeating and now knight. Wait, is she repeating? She's close to winning.
Bhai, come on. No, she has 2 minutes now. Oh, she's seeing कि 3 बार हो गया क्या repetition.
Yeah, I think is she checking it? Okay, way left, right? This last capture queen b1.
Oh, she's checking 40 move. Tiku. She's checking 40 moves.
Oh, they repeated. She's repeating moves. She's gonna claim a draw. It's a draw. Rook e5 is a draw. Oh, she was better. She was better. Missed win.
Huge miss, yaar.
Okay, I think time pressure. She just had to take the pawn, but it's tough, right? Because your king side is also falling apart. G3 is incoming. That's dangerous. Up maroge suddenly rook e3 and this is extreme. So very hard for Divya to figure it out with seconds. So that's a draw.
She played such a good game. I think she deserved that win. Kahin na kahin.
Yeah. By the way, knight b5, rook c4 played by Hans. Rook e2 check. King d7 was a slight. King d8 was better apparently for some reason. Okay. Oh, bhai. King d8, rook f2. And you can now just take the pawn. But after king d7, rook f2, now this is coming with check. Maybe that's the difference.
Okay. Subtlety. I think maybe Hans वही करेगा. Rook f2 खेला ना गुकी ने? नहीं.
अभी नहीं खेला. अभी ये एक live position है.
So idea है rook f2, king e8, rook e2, फिर king d8 खेलेगा just to gain some time.
Yeah, but regardless of what he does, he has to play. Okay, he plays rook f2 and chat. One more move to go till the time control. Then he will gain some time, 30 minutes on the clock. Okay, hands might just take also. It's possible, no? No, C7 be hanging here. That would be kind of mistake.
I think हाँ चुपचाप जा सकते हो. Only thing you have to see is by king E8 के बाद rook F4 है क्या white के पास to trade the rooks.
Oh, that's a good point. Rook F4 पे क्या है? I would guess it should be better for black still because why? Oh, it's completely winning actually. Wow.
Oh wow.
C6.
Oh हाँ वही same point कि king अटक गया white का and your king is
Yeah.
just too strong against these pawns.
Yeah, you have no time to grab this pawn essentially. उतने में यहाँ pass pawn निकल जाएगा. So you can't trade rooks and hands has 3 minutes. By the way, chat, so 4 Indians playing. Divya has drawn. Just an update, Surya is completely lost. Apparently, this was the position he was fighting. He had to find F3, but he played G4 and SS के बाद he had to sacrifice another piece and it's completely over now. So he's a piece down. Surya is going to lose. Divya has drawn. And now 2 Indians remaining. Aravindh Chithambaram is slightly worse. भाई क्या चल रहा है?
But what, 9 seconds? That's not possible.
नहीं, he has 2 minutes and 34 seconds.
Okay.
Only 2 played. Okay, still close to a draw, but it's getting tricky.
नहीं भाई, Arvind has 38 seconds.
Okay, एक चाल खेलनी है तो. Only one more move to play, so it should be
not
okay.
bad. But position जो एक टाइम पे पूरी winning थी D5 के बाद, that has flipped, chat.
Yeah. Okay, he still has a pass pawn, so should be safe for Aravindh, but he is not winning anymore. I think that's obvious. Meanwhile, Gukesh, Rook F2 के बाद, Hans Niemann still thinking one more move till the time control. Saw you shuffling a lot of games there, chat, but results are coming in quickly because 40th move के आसपास हर game पे आग लगने लगती है. But I think Divya's miss थोड़ा hurt हो रहा है, Rakesh bhai. Like this would have been an amazing victory for her, yeah?
Correct. और ना वो एक ये चालू हो जाए ना, मतलब start अच्छा हो जाए ना, then it really.
Oh wait, what? Hands just took.
That's a mistake. Rook F7, free pawn.
Okay, it's still tricky apparently. Check. Okay, at least 40th move पहुंच गए. So now Gukesh will get some time. He checks कि 40 move
दोनों
हो
का
गए.
चेक कर ले. आई थिंक वो स्क्रीन पे भी चेक कर सकते हो क्योंकि
हाँ.
जो बड़ा वाला स्क्रीन है.
But now knight is attacked and knight c7 is a big mistake. You can't take this because of rook a2 check again and king up cut cow and it's actually lost. So you have only 2 moves. You have to give a check. And I'm not really tempted to play knight a7 check, Rakesh. Yes, I'm going to play knight d4 apparently.
King B7.
Yeah, and now you repeat.
Oh, and rook c4 would be a horrible blunder. Let's go.
Oh, Chad, white to play.
Oh,
White to play, Chad. Come on. This is what I would miss, Rakesh, by 100%.
Let's see, Chad. Let's go. Yeah, knight d6, exactly, Chad. So yeah, don't worry, अगर Gukesh का time कम हो रहा है, both players will get 30 minutes extra now, bonus time. So they'll maybe having a little quick break because काफी stressful था ये टिको, especially 40th move का time trouble.
Agreed. And I think this is why chess is amazing because you see top players blunder. And Gukesh's defense, though, has been spectacular. He made one mistake. He allowed that sacrifice. But tab se he's played amazing chess. That's why you see accuracy is not that far away. Yeah? It's 96 and 95, very similar. And he still has some job to do, but extra time will be very helpful, Rakesh bhai.
बिल्कुल, I think it kind of gives the players also a break 4 घंटे के बाद. And it's
By the way,
nice
couple of
because
results, Rakesh bhai. So David Navara has beaten Rook on G5 ke liye silence. That is over. Also, Jorden has defeated Vincent. So Vincent ki rating thodi aur down jate hue. The top still of the event has lost. And Yakubov is completely win. अरे बाप रे, ये क्या पोजीशन है भाई? भाई ये क्या पोजीशन?
Craziness. Okay, queen. Okay, bishop भी pinned है D1 पे.
भाई कुछ तो मेट होगी ना?
हाँ, correct.
Oh, look at this. King G7 पे G4 is the best move.
हैं?
मारोगे तो चेक. Oh,
और
G4
आपका
now.
escape square हो गया king के लिए.
हाँ.
You might just see this, but yeah, big start. I think white से attacking. भाई क्या action packed day था ना, मतलब लोग
हाँ.
फेंक रहे pieces pawns opponent के king के तरफ.
Absolutely. मजा आ रहा है भाई. So Yakubov is gonna win. He has 15 seconds. Come on, come on. Okay,
नहीं
he will
नहीं,
gain time though.
हाँ ये
41 moves हो
game
चुके हैं. So
correct.
not under too much stress here to play. He can also give this check, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, okay. So he is going to think. So he is completely winning though. Surya, however, is completely lost, simply piece down. So don't see any changes there. And Rakesh Bhai,
Yeah, this
Arvind
is
reaching the 40th move. What do you make of this position now?
4 pawns each. पर हाँ अभी वो knight और bishop out of game लग रहा है black का. Like even a move like h5 and suddenly you have to really think to get your coordination right.
Yep.
So I think Arvind is in some trouble.
अभी जैसे ही हम इस बोर्ड पे आए,
Hmm?
नोदिरबेक उसी टाइम पे आके वो कॉफी का मग रख के गया. अभी तो पिक्चर स्टार्ट हुई है मेरे दोस्त. अभी
हाँ,
तो
वो तो खेलेगा ना और 4 घंटे मतलब. ये तो उसका नॉर्मल है.
हाँ. सो चैट काफी इंटरेस्टिंग लग रहा है एंड आई थिंक दिस टाइम विल बी वेरी यूजफुल फॉर बोथ गुकेश एंड अरविंद. सो आज के रिजल्ट्स राकेश भाई. सो दिव्या ड्रॉ, सूर्या लॉस, and Gukesh and Arvind right now both are roughly equal. The both are, games are still on.
आई वुड से आई मीन एक शायद हार सकता है.
Hmm.
आई डोंट नो किसके
True.
चांसेस ज्यादा है, बट वो पूरे एटलीस्ट अरविंद का अभी बेटर, लाइक अभी टेंशन नहीं है. बट इसके पहले ना वो गुकेश ना बचपन से डिफेंड कर रहे गेम के, मतलब 15वीं मुंह पे कुछ F4 खेला था, तब से बेचारा भाई डिफेंड ही करे जा रहा है. सो
हाँ.
समवेयर इट टेक्स अ टोल.
Agreed. Agreed. And luckily that break came in at the right moment. So hopefully they will pause a
चैट भी, हाँ,
bit.
किशोरी भी बोल रहा है मैं भी कॉफी लेके आती हूँ. दैट्स अ गुड आइडिया.
Nice.
दिव्या का ड्रॉ हुआ चैट. दिव्या ड्रॉ. दैट्स द ओनली रिजल्ट बाय द वे. ऑल द अदर 3 आर स्टिल प्लेइंग.
And Divya was winning. Yeah, oh, that's gonna.
हाँ
Okay.
यार, हाँ यार.
But चलो ठीक है. I think time pressure में sometimes it's more about getting what you want. If you've not seen the win, then it's not really winning, is it? So fair enough. When
Fair.
will we dominate these tournaments? By it's just round one, and आई थिंक डोमिनेशन के लिए पूरा टूर्नामेंट का आपको इंतजार करके देखना पड़ेगा. एंड ऑल्सो आई थिंक गुकेश का डिफेंस हैज बीन लाइक a great thing to watch. I think if he draws this, it's not over yet. But if he does draw this, like that will give him a lot of confidence. Ki, bhai, I can save these positions. Like that's amazing. That's exactly what Magnus would do if he was in that worst position.
Yep, true.
Gukesh draw करेगा कि नहीं करेगा? I think कर लेगा. Going back to Gukesh's game, I think this is the live position, and Gukesh is now in that deep dive thing because अब time मिला है, so he's not gonna waste it. And
Hmm.
we know Rook A2 is a dangerous threat because chat ध्यान रखो black का goal क्या है? नई queen करने का. And if the king is stuck on the back rank, then I think that makes it easier to just checkmate the king. It's much more dangerous. So ये check deadly है. So इसको रोकने के लिए आपको check देना बहुत जरूरी है ताकि वो check ना आए. So knight D4 and knight A7 feel like automatic moves. Okay. आपने चेस खेलना कब शुरू किया था टिक्कू भाई? भाई मैंने बचपन में 1-2 साल खेला था, फिर छोड़ दिया था. फिर आई गॉट इनटू नॉर्मल लाइफ 10th and 12th. Rakesh bhai, I think you have a photo that I shared, like I saw once, you and Vidit. ऐसे childhood में you were eating a meal together. Any story, like कौन सा tournament था वो जहाँ पर you were like I think 12, 13, I don't know क्या age थी, but very young both of you.
Yeah, I think that was 2007 a National B when Vidit qualified to the National A for the first time.
Hmm.
So Vidit was like 13 years old and youngest qualifier हुआ था National A में
Oh
at that
wow.
time. So yeah, very fun times. Back when I could compete with Vidit. उसके बाद तो भाई बहुत मुश्किल था.
Yeah, I mean, you said it, no, like he was the youngest ever. So that also is crazy. I
Hmm.
think he was like moving so fast. And of course, times change. Like उस time पे तो मुझे याद है like there was no digital media, yeah, no YouTube, no like so many courses. So it was very hard to improve. Nowadays, it's much easier. And that's why you see 10-year-old IMs and 12-year-old GMs. Why Frosty Oro,
सच्ची.
he's still trying, yeah, to become the youngest GM in the world ever.
Yeah, he's playing in Aeroflot Open कल से. कल या परसों चालू हो रहा है. So it is his last chance because 10th March तक टाइम है फॉस्टिनो
Oh,
के पास. So it's his last chance to break Abhimanyu Mishra's record. But yeah, let's see.
wow. I think it's a strength wise, it's a great tournament to do it. So wish him luck.
Hmm.
Let's see if he can pull it off. And yeah, राधे राकेश, आप देखा कल कुछ टाइटल ट्यूसडे? मैंने सुना है कुछ तंत्रा डांस चल रहा था कुछ टाइटल ट्यूसडे में कल.
हाँ देखा मैंने.
कुछ.
That was hilarious.
So yeah.
Anuj पूछ रहा है, does Gukesh have any winning chances? I don't think so, Chad. Because you need at least one pawn to be alive to have any winning chances. Hans के हाथ में तो Hans can just give a check with the rook and keep checking.
Hmm.
And you cannot really move the king away. So,
Oh,
okay,
by the
knight
way,
a7 check by Guki.
nice move because as we discussed, check zaruri. But now Black's king is stuck. Either it has to go back, then knight b5 and we repeat, or it has to come here and check and we repeat, or it has to say goodbye pawn and just go king d5. So
Hmm.
I think, and then we take, and oh sorry, not this. Then we take. अरे भाई कितने सारे check है भाई. King d5, rook c7 and check. And Rakesh bhai, how dangerous is this? Apparently rook g2 is lost. Okay, understandable. But how dangerous is this position for Gukesh?
It is a little dangerous क्योंकि एक गलती and you are out. Because the thing is, knight is a slow piece. ये bishop होता ना तो टेंशन नहीं
हाँ
होती. But because
हाँ
knight is
आराम
a
से.
slow
Yeah.
piece, it can't really come to the defense. या left, top left से bottom right आने में time लगता है knight को. वो
Yeah.
दिक्कत है.
Yep. And rook g2 may be already threatening this pawn.
तो गुकेश का विनिंग चांस तो नहीं लगता है चैट. बट इवन द
हाँ.
रिएक्शन विच ही गेव नाइट a7 के बाद स्क्रीन वगैरह देख रहा था. इट जस्ट फेल्ट लाइक हांस ड्रॉ ड्रॉ ही लग रहा है.
Yep.
इट्स
So
लाइक
let's go
एन
full screen
इनडायरेक्ट थिंग
because
प्लेयर्स डू.
yeah, I think Gukesh looks quite comfortable right now. So maybe he has seen it all the way through to a draw. He did take around 6-7 minutes for that check. By the way, Yushiro keh rahe hain, Goofy Jen Paya Luga tha. Can you explain Yushiro? I think we know the meaning, but would love to know what does that mean. We are
Oh
all big
yes.
fans of Goofy chess, but what does that statement exactly mean? क्या बताएंगे? By the way, Arvind is losing?
बोल रहा था
No
मैं टिको.
way.
बोल रहा था मैं. It looked
Why? He just
very bad.
blundered the game.
हाँ अचानक से टक 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 रिजल्ट्स आ गए. देखो व्हाइट विन 3 times. दिस इज द फोर्थ व्हाइट विन which is coming up for Nodirbek out of 5 games.
Bhai, this is gonna really break Arvind
80%
because
win rate for white भाई. No way.
wow.
क्या गलती है? Rook a4. Okay. Oh, you can
Bhai, I think
just go rook b8 और c pawn को बल्ले बल्ले पुश करो बस.
Bhai, I think it's rook b8, h5 and bishop d6 and you can't
Oh
save
yes,
it.
that's a huge threat again.
Wow. It's just over, yeah? h5, knight ko halana padega. Knight h8, I'm not even gonna consider. Knight e7, rook b8, bishop d6 incoming. How do you save this? Isn't it over?
खत्म है. But यार भाई rook a, can you go back please? Rook a4
Huh.
क्या चाल है मतलब? You don't really you ever defend the pawn like this with your rook ना मतलब.
Exactly. I, I mean, apparently the best move was knight e7, just giving this pawn and then
Oh
kind
bishop
of
मिल
moving
रहा है
knight
आपको.
f5. But then
हाँ.
you, I mean, I get it's hard to play this, but I still don't see rook a4 as the alternative. He wanted to play this now, maybe by defending this pawn, but it's just losing on the spot. Wow. I think
Okay, Gukesh
Rak-
went away. Tiku.
okay,
Gukesh
let's
दिखा
go.
मुझे
Let's
वहां
check.
से.
By the way,
अच्छा.
Yakubov has won. That's another result.
हाँ.
So that's over. Let's go to Gukesh.
So
Okay,
chat,
no
just a
moves.
quick summary. Yakubov won with white, Jordan won with white, David Navara also winning with white. Nodirbek is completely winning, and Gukesh is struggling halka sa, but I think he has done the majority of the defense already.
So my question to Rakesh Bhai and chat, are we going to see Arvind come back this tournament? Because in the last two major events, like round robin events at least, let's exclude the World Cup for now, we have seen him struggle once he's lost a game. Like until he lost that first game, he was doing pretty well. But once he lost the first one, in the next three games, he's lost at least two. In the next four, maybe even
Hmm.
three. So can we expect an Arvind comeback, or do you think this is just gonna go downhill from here, Chad? Any opinion from you, Rakesh? Bhai? What do you expect?
I don't know. I mean, if he has worked on his psychology, देखो, not just his chess, हाँ मतलब chess में तो उसका
Hmm,
बढ़िया ही है. बट
hmm.
अगर उसका साइकोलॉजिकल ट्रेनिंग अगर उसने थोड़ा काम किया आफ्टर लास्ट ईयर,
Hmm.
then he should be able to make a comeback. But you also saw Tata Steel में क्या हुआ?
Hmm.
It went downhill after a point.
Yeah, Steel was worse than even you know Uz- Uzbekistan chess. So I think he
हाँ,
clearly
correct.
didn't solve that problem completely. Now, has he taken any measures since Tata Steel? I mean, there have been 20 days or so, 25 days or so. So we'll figure it out. Meanwhile, Gukesh trying to hold a draw here. It feels like it should be comfortable because he has time now and accuracy भी काफी similar दोनों players की अब.
Yeah, Guki भाई break लेके भी आ गए. He is just super comfortable. He looks confident to draw this game. by the way,
Yeah.
एक्सप्लोर इनबॉक्स भाई बोल रहे भाई मैं 1200 हूँ, कुछ टिप्स दे दो भाई कैलकुलेट करने में, पजल सॉल्व करो बहुत ज्यादा, हजारों के तादाद में सॉल्व करना. एंड विच ब्रिंग्स मी टू द मेंबरशिप क्वेश्चन. टिको भाई, डू यू हैव समथिंग फन जूसी और डू यू वांट मी टू लुक?
अप टू यू राकेश भाई, सवाल की बात कर रहे हो ना मेंबरशिप के?
हाँ, सो वी डू लाइक वन
कुछ भी.
क्वेश्चन फर्स्ट आंसर विंस, ऐसे ऐसे है क्या?
हाँ, so the first answer to write the answer of the question as well as their username in the same message would win.
ओके, गॉट इट. तो आप रूल्स डाल दो, मतलब
हाँ.
सॉरी, रूल्स एक बार एक्सप्लेन कर दो फिर से, एंड आई एम रेडी विथ माय क्वेश्चन.
आज चैट का पता है, 100% पता है. चैट साकेश भाई सवाल पूछेंगे अगले 5 मिनट में कभी. फॉर 1 मंथ डायमंड मेंबरशिप, जो बंदा करेक्ट आंसर विद देयर यूजर नेम लिखेगा, स्पेस यूजर नेम, गेट्स अ 1 मंथ डायमंड. ऑफ कोर्स लेट्स नॉट फॉरगेट, अगर 1000 लाइक हो गए तो दूसरी ही मिल सकती है भाई. अभी भी मौका है, जल्दी लाइक कर दो, लाइक बटन दबा दो. वी हैव इनफ पीपल वाचिंग हु कैन डू दिस.
Oh yes, of course. We have enough people maybe to also push us to 1 million subscribers, and that would
ट्रू.
be crazy.
ट्रू.
So please subscribe if you haven't chat, because 1 million पे टिको भाई केक काटेंगे मुंबई में मिलके.
अरे बिल्कुल, डन भाई. आ जाओ
बढ़िया
अब.
मतलब.
That will be fun. And chat, 24 minutes for hands. And Rakesh bhai cooking up a very interesting question for you.
Yeah. I'll think of the question and come. Give me
Yeah.
like 60 seconds, Shikho.
Yeah. And meanwhile, Surya update still losing. Nodirbek has played Rook B8, and it feels like Aravindh is going down. And Nodirbek will be world number 4 now. He will cross Vincent Keymer. He's already crossed him. He'll be 2776. Wow. He's really inching towards that 2800 mark. And chat, I was checking out the pairings for tomorrow. I still don't see them actually. But yeah, it's gonna be interesting. कल mystery है भाई किससे match होने वाला है. It's not on chess.com yet, so it's a complete mystery. Who are we gonna kind of see? Oh, Hans plays on. Hans plays on with King D5. It's not over just yet. Wow. I'm genuinely, impressed by Hans Niemann here. He continues the battle. He's like, भाई अभी खत्म नहीं हुई है कहानी. Wow. Okay, he takes the pawn. So now 2 pawns versus 4. So it's becoming closer to a draw now. But now rook e2 check should be the obvious try.
I respect, हाँ मतलब हांस बोल रहा है कि actually he is like also at no risk, मतलब हारने का तो इतना है नहीं, so makes sense for him to try on, but
Yeah.
overall he has been driving with the action and he feels कि भाई कहीं ना कहीं he deserves the win, but Guki, to his credit, actually defended like a world champion today.
Yeah, bro, you find best move after best move. Why you not playing? Because we are taking help of the bar, the engines. We're discussing among ourselves. And एक बंदे का message आया था, bro, like why look at the engine move and tell the best move? Why cricket commentary चल रही होती, and विराट कोहली ने कुछ ball उसके साइड से निकल गई. What would the commenter say? That's not a good shot. The best shot would be to just defend the ball, let the ball go. अब commentary थोड़ी बोलेगा नहीं. I think let's try first of all hitting on the leg side. अच्छा ये काम नहीं कर रहा क्या? Okay, let's try then leaving the stumps open. Like you will just tell the best idea, right? What was the best idea? So that's the idea here. Because also this is so tactical. There are not like 10 options. You have to choose one. We've literally been dealing in only moves. Literally the last move was an only move. So both players have been playing amazing chess today. And now Rook G2 trying to win this pawn could be the best try. I think he's going to repeat once maybe, Rakesh Bhai. Like check, and then play Rook G2.
Yeah, but खेलेगा तो गुकेश भी देख रहा है भाई. Draw? Draw? Chat, by the way, question is ready membership के लिए.
Oh, question ready.
Question.
Chat, are you ready?
सब लोग चैट रेडी लिख दो पहले एंड आंसर का फॉर्मेट है द आंसर एंड फॉलोड बाय आई मीन फॉलोड दैट बाय
Your
योर
username.
chess.com यूजर नेम.
Yeah. So come on, chat. Let's go. Okay, so looks like Hans has gotten up again. He has time to move around, and Gukesh's task is still not done. Apparently, knight c8
G2.
is the best way to move forward, trying to grab these pawns instantly. So, for example, rook g3, knight check, king e4, and okay, I don't know which is the best way. Rook c4, king f3. Why this is getting a bit scary actually. Uh, I'm not even sure if. First of all, can I play rook
Definitely
a4?
not the easiest.
Oh, this is still. Apparently, c4 and rook a3 are the only moves. Okay, Gukesh will find all of this, but it's like king ही बचेंगे लास्ट में मुझे लग रहा है.
Hmm.
Chat is ready by the way, Rakesh bhai.
चलो so chat देखो भाई आपने बोला कि we have to ask something related to the candidates. So chat,
हाँ.
who is the youngest player in history to win the candidates? कौन
Oh
खिलाड़ी
wow.
सबसे कम उम्र में कैंडिडेट्स खेला था? Doesn't
Win
need
or
to
to
win,
play?
just to play.
Just to play. Okay. So
Yeah,
play. Chat.
play. Let's go.
I
No.
see Gukesh. I see
नहीं.
Guki, Karyakin.
हाँ, ये तो आंसर तो रुक ही नहीं रहे, बट अगर सिर्फ आंसर लिखा है तो काउंट नहीं होगा ना. दे नीड.
हाँ नहीं, यूजर नेम भी चाहिए. यस.
हाय. ओके.
व्हाट इज द करेक्ट आंसर, राकेश भाई?
आंसर इज मैग्नस.
Oh,
बहुत लोग ने
wow.
गुकेश और फिशर लिखा, बट इफ यू हैड चेक फीडे का आज का एक इंस्टाग्राम पोस्ट, दे हैव पोस्टेड इट दैट मैग्नस कार्लसन इज द यंगेस्ट प्लेयर टू प्ले द कैंडिडेट्स एट 16 years 5 months and 27 days. सबसे पहले मैग्नस किसने लिखा है
मैग्नस लिखा
विद
है, बट
देयर
उन्होंने
यूजर नेम?
अपना आईडी नहीं लिखा है बहुत लोगों ने. सो
दैट डजंट काउंट, राइट, आपके रूल के हिसाब से.
यस, अपना आईडी भी लिखना है. यस, आई सी उपाध्याय निखिल, आई थिंक इज द फर्स्ट गाय आई कैन सी.
हाँ,
है ना?
बट निखिल उपाध्याय तो गुकेश भी लिखा है.
हाँ, बट दैट्स ओके, दे कैन राइट मल्टीपल आंसर्स आई गेस.
ओके.
ऐसे तो बड़ा मुश्किल रहेगा,
तो
बट या.
निखिल उपाध्याय,
हाँ.
कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशंस. भाई किधर गए निखिल उपाध्याय? या मेरे को भी चैट में नहीं है क्या वो?
आई हैव हिज यूजर नेम, आई विल सेंड इट टू यू.
हाँ, उपाध्याय निखिल. ओके.
हाँ.
हाँ, मुझे मैसेज कर दो ना.
हाँ, मैंने कर दिया मैसेज. तो
बढ़िया.
आप जीते हैं डायमंड मेंबरशिप एंड चैट. अगर 1000 लाइक हो जाए तो एक और करेंगे भाई. सो यू स्टिल हैव अ चांस. बाय द वे, हैंस ने अपना ये, ठंड क्यों लग रही है हैंस को भाई, ये क्या है?
एंड गेम है ना. Any moves losing for Guki, टिको? Like let's say आप इंजन बंद करके आप खुद से खेलो.
ओके.
That's a good test. Like
हाँ.
like just for chat. I mean, मस्ती नहीं कर रहा, seriously पूछ रहा हूँ ऐसे.
हाँ.
So just try to play as white, and I'll try to play as
हाँ.
black.
So I would
दो
think
तीन
कि
moves.
I want to grab this pawn, so I'll play knight c8. Now I've seen that move, but it does come to mind, right? कि मैं सिर्फ ये pawns मार दूं, and then this I can simply defend.
एक और सीन है कि नाइट्स आर ना हॉरिबल अगेंस्ट रुक पॉन्स,
हाँ.
क्योंकि ये एच के बाजू का आई फाइल नहीं है या ए माइनस फाइल नहीं है, तो
हाँ.
नाइट ना एक ही तरफ से अटैक कर पाएगा. सो लेट मी कैप्चर रुक जी3,
हाँ, I will take check.
किंग ई4.
And now I am thinking,
देखो ए5 का पॉन तो इतना थ्रेटनिंग नहीं है, मे बी यू कैन चिल. रुक सी5
okay.
जाना है आपको.
पता नहीं भाई कहाँ जाना है. Okay, rook c4 check. I think I saw this, but okay, this comes to mind still. इधर आओगे तो check and take.
ओके, नीचे जाना पड़ेगा.
नीचे किधर?
किंग एफ3.
King f3. Now I will play rook a4. That was my original idea.
रुक जी2.
Okay, let me play rook d4 just to make it spicy because I saw that variation. Huh.
रुक जी2.
Rook g2. Now I have to. Okay.
हाँ, मेरे को रुक दूसरे साइड पे लाके पॉन जी3 खेलना है, बस वो मेरा इंटेंशन है.
Can I play c4?
नहीं
भाई.
भाई, आप खुद से पहली चाल खेले. और
Okay, check दूंगा भाई, मैं check दूंगा.
हाँ यार, किंग एफ4 ड्रॉ ही होगा फिर, मुझे तो लग रहा है. Oh wait, okay, Gukesh plays your move, Tiku. Knight c8 on the
हाँ.
board.
So
Maybe we'll see
clearly,
this variation exactly.
yeah, I'm not equipped to handle this endgame. So मैं तो हार जाता भाई. But Gukesh, I think, will hold this. Now king e4, yeah? Yeah.
Can we quickly check in on Arvind as well?
हाँ. By the way, Aravindh की
Hey
game में,
chat,
by the way,
कोई बात नहीं,
Surya
we'll
has,
have more questions. We'll have more
yeah,
questions. रोज
yeah,
रोज ही है.
Surya has
और
lost. Important
okay.
update. So now 2 games remaining. Arvind में rook b8 hasn't played and Arvind is still thinking.
Arvind also down to 10 his last 10 minutes. अभी कुछ एक्स्ट्रा नहीं मिलने वाला है chat.
Yeah. I think he realizes he's made a mistake and rook a4 was a big error on his part. And Nodirbek का क्या है ना, once वो सूंघ लेता है ना विक्ट्री है आसपास, तो then he doesn't let go. So
हम्म भाई वो एकदम अलग वे में खेलने लगता है, मतलब क्लॉक जोर से दबाता है, पूरा अंदर घुस जाता है, ही इज लाइक अ टाइगर.
Yeah. Wasn't Aravindh winning at one point? Yes, he was close to winning, but the moves
बिल्कुल.
were difficult and he couldn't find them. Then it was equal, and suddenly Nodirbek started doing Nodirbek things, and now he's just winning completely over. So going to Gukesh, by the way, King E4 played by hands. So he continues on his merry run. And now I guess you're gonna take still. Gukesh thinks he has enough time. That's not an issue, but there is a possibility to go wrong. Why can't Hans just take that pawn? I mean, he can. See, he can take this pawn. But what he's hoping for is he will take it with the king. Because abhi kya hai?
हम्म.
You're
हम्म.
first taking with the rook, then you're coming back. So what he wants to do, he wants to save a couple of moves, just take it with the king and just directly move the rook here and checkmate white.
Oh, that's smart. That's
So
smart, Pico.
जब भी king f3 आएगा, you have to be ready for a check. So बस उसका ध्यान रखना है. So Mukesh can pick up this pawn right now. King
The
e4
king
के बाद.
e4 played. Can
Yeah.
you? हाँ हाँ.
So
So
knight
knight
b6,
into pawn, king
king f3 and a
f3,
rook d7.
rook d7.
And I think check here move and king is forced back and okay, still tricky, yeah. But rook d4 and knight d5 only two moves, which are yeah, not easy. Can we go rook d7 directly?
फिर तो rook b2 खेल सकता है ना black. And the idea being a4, a3, a2, a1.
Oh, now you have to play rook f7. Why? This is not easy.
भाई rook f4 check के लिए. Okay, this is getting tricky and Gukesh also. 13-14 मिनट है अभी.
Yeah. Hans is still trying to find a way out, trying to put pressure on Gukesh. The game is not over.
अरे हाँ, फीडे की ऑफिशियल पोस्ट देख लो भाई. भाई कार्लसन इज द यंगेस्ट प्लेयर बाय 2 days. आज ही डाला फीडे ने, इसके लिए मैंने पूछा. So, alright. भाई दोनों साइड पॉन्स है बिल्कुल. And that is the problem with which for Gukesh actually. चैट में कोई पूछ रहा है टिको, व्हाट अबाउट नाइट d6 चेक? आई थिंक इट जस्ट हेल्प्स ब्लैक ना, किंग f3 आ जाएगा.
या एक तो आपने जो पॉन अटैक किया वो खाया नहीं, सो पॉन बच गया. दूसरा आपने रुक का ये भी रोक
Ooh.
दिया. नाउ इट माइट बी अ ड्रॉ बिकॉज
देखो
किंग f3
किंग,
के
लुक
बाद
एट दिस वेरिएशन. वेट वेट वेट.
हाँ
किंग f3, रुक f7 चेक, ट्रैप बाय
हाँ
बुकी,
आ
किंग इनटू g3.
ओ नाइस चेक.
सुंदर.
ओ दैट
ओ
इज पॉसिबल.
मैन. हांस के साथ तो नहीं होगा,
हाँ
बट इट इज पॉसिबल. मतलब ऐसा है ना कि चेस इज सो ब्यूटीफुल, इट लाइक इट्स नेवर टू लेट.
या एक बंदा कह रहा है डू हेल विद दिस चैनल. नहीं भाई, वी डोंट नो हाउ टू डू हेल. चेस मूव्स बैडली पता है भाई, हेल कैसे करेंगे हम लोग. ही वाज 15 years old when he played candidates भाई. कह रहे हैं भाई. भाई फिडे को बोलो भाई, फिडे ने पोस्ट डाला है.
हाँ मतलब अभी हम क्या करें भाई.
हाँ
लिटरली
फिडे को
प्रूफ
पकड़ो.
भी है मतलब.
हाँ फिडे को पकड़ो. बाय द वे वी आर स्टिल battling as the world champion, worse in this game since the start almost. But his defense has been amazing. But the game is still not over. By the way, just an update in the Nodirbek game at rook b8, b3. He tried to distract the rook, but no, it's too late. h5 played, 97, and bishop d6 is apparently just winning by. So tough luck for Arvind. Going back. King e4. Still no moves by Gukesh. He's not super
I
happy with what he has. He's
say, I hope he's not
check.
having ghosts.
Bhai
मतलब
check.
ऐसा.
96 played.
What? भाई chat में जिसने लिखा shout out because he's played your move. I think PG others. It was your move probably.
Oh, King d3. He finds the best idea in the position. Hans Niemann is. Bhai, this is tricky now because ye pawn bhi mar raha hai. How are we? Wait, how are we drawing this?
I don't know.
Rook g7, rook g3. I don't get anything. c4, I'm guessing a4. And you're 3 moves away from checkmating me. Wait, how are we drawing this? I'm not exactly sure. Apparently, rook d7 is the best move, but
Bhai,
bhai, this is
will
hard.
we
Rook
see
d7
another twist in the tail?
possible because rook d7 का आइडिया है कि आप पहले मारने को बोलो and then you come here because मारने के बाद fork है. Oof, this is so tricky. For Gukesh, still not an easy answer. Hans Niemann coming out with great move after great move here. Look at the good move number of moves he's played. It's very nice. Gukesh की भी art है. He's played some great defense, but can he continue with that defense?
भाई और मतलब वो ऑलमोस्ट 16 मिनट का टाइम डिफरेंस. Maybe time pressure also is like a reason at the end.
Absolutely, time pressure is always a reason in these situations. जहाँ पे your time ticks down below the 10-minute mark.
देखो
हाँ,
while
by the way,
गुकेश.
राकेश भाई,
बोलो
क्या हुआ?
बोलो. एक नजर अरविंद के गेम पे जाता है because bishop d6 is only move for Nodirbek.
Yeah,
So
you know,
let's have a look
as
यहाँ पे भी.
he thinks, Prague के final 2 rounds किसके against है candidates में?
फाबी और हिकारू ना.
Exactly. So it's going to be very tough.
देखा
Yeah,
मैंने.
imagine last 2 round में 1.5 point चाहिए and you're playing Fabian Hikaru.
ये तो वो एक एडवांटेज है कि पहले हाफ में पॉइंट बना लो मतलब.
हाँ, it's very tough. Very tough, man.
टफ तो है भाई कैंडिडेट से, बट हाँ इट्स लाइक यू वुड हैव लव्ड टू सी अ ब्लू बॉम और सिपेंको देयर फॉर
Yeah,
एग्जांपल.
a tired blue bomb in the final round maybe जब win चाहिए तो.
हाँ जैसे वो पिछले बार अब्बासों से कर रहे थे सब लोग.
हाँ, because starting में everybody will be, in their full
Pumped.
form and then couple of them will start losing a few games and then they will be less, demoralized, a bit demoralized and less in form and tired but yeah, by the bishop d6 played on the board by
Yeah, Nodirbek
Nodirbek.
not tired at all, bhai. The point is bishop into e7 is a huge threat. और या फिर अब बचाओगे तो जस्ट c5. बचाओगे कैसे एक्चुअली? आई थिंक रुक a7 है.
But c5 आ रहा है तो it's I think maybe b2. You kind of distract this rook like bishop e7, b1 queens. Now queen to marni.
हाँ.
Apparently even rook f8 is equal, which is surprising. But okay, rook b1, bishop e7, and you try
Oh
to
what? He
hold
plays
this.
rook a7. देखो
Ah,
but
okay.
now just c5, right? It's
Yeah.
GG.
c5 looks easy peasy. So Arvind losing. By the way, Hans still thinking. Oh, by the way, Gukesh has played c4, and now only move for Hans is rook takes g3. Which makes sense. I mean, white wants to play c5, trade pawns, pick up this, and then with a comfortable draw.
Does he want to play like rook takes g3 के बाद c5 करके pawns eliminate करना गुकी को?
Yeah, so let's look at this. So let's say rook g3, c5, but oh, it's
Whoa,
lost.
it's a lost. Did he miss that Tiku?
Bhai, rook f3 क्या move है यार? That's a weird move, right?
It's just idea. Check, 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 check. Takes.
g3. Oh,
Checkmate कैसे बचाओगे?
bhai, that is extremely tricky. Only one move wins, but So rook g3 c5 is just lost for Gukesh. So rook g3 के बाद move क्या है? Oh, bhai, this is I'm not sure Gukesh is gonna survive. Chad, white to play only move after rook g3 for Gukesh. Oh, this is very hard.
Wait a second. अगर c5 नहीं है, what if I go rook d7? Discord answer check के लिए.
Lost. अभी मैं
Lost
बताऊंगा नहीं
सीधा.
क्यों, बट एक ही चाल है, तो I'll come to the other moves later, बट एक ही चाल है यहाँ पे ड्रॉ के लिए. एंड
Knight
वो भी ड्रॉ नहीं है,
f5
द गेम गोज
तो
ऑन.
rook f3 है.
यस
Wait, अगर
वैभव
rook
भाई.
rook rook f3 stop करना है तो rook g7 में भी.
Rook g7, exactly. That's the only move because you cannot allow the rook to move here. And now rook g2 and the game goes on. And now knight c8 back only move.
No chance भाई. खत्म है game.
भाई खत्म है,
No
ये गया गेम मुझे
chance.
लग रहा है. c4 was
नाइट
a big error
C8
actually.
ढूंढ. हाँ, नाइट C8 ढूंढना तो आउट ऑफ दिस वर्ल्ड, मतलब वर्ल्ड चैंपियन है क्या वाइट ढूंढने के लिए.
Nice one, Rakesh bhai. But even for a world champion, like I would be like if Magnus was sitting as white, like I would still say the same. Like if this position was given to Magnus, very hard he finds it. भाई अगर ये ओकेश ने डिफेंड कर लिया ना, भाई I would.
रिस्पेक्ट देन.
हाँ फिर तो औरा मतलब डबल हो जाएगा भाई.
और प्लस 3000.
भाई वो वॉक तो मस्त कर रहा है, like as if he knows how to draw this, but
वो
okay,
गाना
hands
आ
also.
गया ना दिमाग में, पंजाबी गाना रील वाला. अब आजकल ना एडिट्स के हिसाब से. हाँ, एग्जैक्टली.
But the point is, rook g3 मारना है hands को. That's the only move. Magnus would have found this in sleep. I doubt it, yaar. I mean, maybe he would find it, but it's not easy.
I think as black there is nothing else you could do, so you can just chop off g3 पहले and then let Gukesh do the thinking.
Also, it's when you see rook g3 c5, rook f3 is instantly lost. Like that's huge temptation to play it. So the only thing is he knows कि c5 Gukesh को ही पता होगा कि lost है. So he knows Gukesh will play something else. He'll not play c5.
अच्छा, वो सोच रहा है. Got it.
भाई क्या crazy game रही है यार. This has been just a beautiful game to watch. I'm hoping it ends in a draw. That's the best Gukesh will get out of this.
And just to quickly show while Hans is thinking, chat आप देखिए c5 like rook g3 अगर Hans ने मारा, Guki wants to trade, so c5 खेला Guki ने. देखो भाई, rook f3, c takes b6, g3 threatening rook f1 checkmate अगर white ने बचाया with rook c1. Then the point is g2 check, king g1, and you go king e2. Idea rook f1 with a
Oh,
new queen. And let's say अगर Guki is smart, rook check, rook c2 check, king d1, और rook f2 से challenge किया, chat black to play and win.
nice.
CCT check capture threat देखो एक ये position में, in this last position, and you can actually beat Gukesh if you find this move. It's a very simple one move answer है, but in the correct order is necessary. And let's see.
राकेश भाई ने ऐसे
Yeah.
बोला you can beat Gukesh. जैसे होता नहीं है वो ब्रिज बनाते हैं इंजीनियर, फिर पॉलिटिशियन आके इनोवेशन करते हैं.
I know.
हाँ,
I know.
you can also build a bridge.
No win, but dinner is coming. बिल्कुल भाई, बिल्कुल. But yes, exactly, chat. You're right. H2 is the answer. And कहीं ना कहीं, one of those pawns. I just got a queen.
Yeah.
So, I mean, queen h2 check and queen takes d6 is chi. But overall, this is the reason why c5 doesn't work. I don't know how much of this Guki has seen, but rook into भाई Gukesh भी उबासी लेते हुए.
भाई
He's tired.
I hope he's focused. I mean, I hope he's seen all of this because time भी कम है, so hands सोच रहा है, so might as well use this time to calculate.
Look at Hans's pose. ऐसा लग रहा है ना कि he spotted something suddenly. ऐसा देखो
भाई
देखो
हैंस का लग
नजर.
रहा है he was riding a bike at 150 miles an hour and just moving through like the countryside with like a
सही
date
में.
behind him, like he was just enjoying like a breeze on his face, like he was in the ऐसे लगा था भाई वो धूम 4 का विलन या एक्टर हैंस.
Exactly. And अच्छा जी बोल रहा very good stat that भाई no draws today. That's
Oh
true.
wow, really?
हाँ, पांच ही तो.
Wow.
And if this also ends decisively, 4 wins for white होंगे और 1 win for black होगा.
भाई तो जहां हमारे वाइट थे वही ब्लैक की विन हो गई बस.
और
ओह
चैट बोलते हैं अरे टिकू भाई आप नेगेटिव हो.
भाई मैं तो ब्लड ग्रुप भी नेगेटिव नहीं है. बाय द वे वेयर इज दैट मैग्नस फ्रेम बिहाइंड योर सीट? आई हैव ऑर्डर्ड इट यश भाई. It's gonna arrive, I think, during Prague Masters. So I've already ordered it as promised. So Rakesh bhai, basically Magnus comeback कर रहा था Fabi के साथ, completely lost, -7, -8, like
वाइस
Fabio
हाउस.
King Fabio King D5 पे था भाई middle game में.
हाँ हाँ देखा मैंने वो गेम.
Sorry, Magnus King D5 पे था, sorry. And Fabi lost that somehow. So मैंने कहा था अगर ये कमबैक हो गया तो मैं भी फोटो लगा के पीछे देखो ला के रखूंगा और एक दिन पूजा करूंगा whatever, like so.
तो चैट फॉलो अप कर रही है मतलब ऑर्डर किया है.
हाँ they are like किया कि कर दिया भाई, ऑर्डर
फेयर
कर दिया.
फेयर. बढ़िया चैट.
Hopefully Gukesh will also follow up Rook G3 with Rook G7, and then let's go deeper. So Rook G3, Rook G7, and now I play Rook G2 back, the best move, cutting off your king. Now
रुक सी
Knight
सेवन.
C8. I
क्यों मेरे को
want your
ड्रॉ ही
pawn.
करना है तो रुक रुक C7 जाऊंगा. अच्छा नहीं पॉन मर गया मेरा इस बार. सॉरी सॉरी.
हाँ, so
ब्यूटीफुल.
Knight C8 only move. And now apparently black की best चाल is like king E3, A4 खेल सकते क्या? I was worrying about A4. A4, yeah, A4 Rook A7 only move. अरे बाप रे. Rook
रुक
A2.
A1. हाँ.
Now Rook G7 only. भाई, भाई,
हाँ
what is
भाई
this?
ये कर लो पहले.
ये क्या था? भाई, that's so tough.
Exactly. But Pahul Gill is asking, isn't Rook G3 common sense? I 100% agree. And in fact, I mean, Hans had like an 8-10 minute advantage. So फटाफट खेलो Rook G3 और गुकेश पे प्रेशर डालो if you are Hans.
I think maybe he wants to play the next move quickly. So he's trying to find, and also like imagine, like Gukesh looks so relaxed. Hans must be
हाँ,
confused. ये बंदा इतना relaxed क्यों है भाई? इसको क्या दिख रहा है
exactly.
जो मुझे नहीं दिख रहा है? Because I see a lot of attacking possibilities, and he's chilling. Like what am I missing? Is there an easy defense I'm missing? कहीं ना कहीं भाई ये भी होगा उसके दिमाग में.
That's the weird bit ना मेरे लिए भी मतलब how is मतलब Guki doesn't look locked in at all at right now.
Yeah, I think Chad, this is still the fight remains, so let's not discount it at all. And time pressure is going to be a factor again.
और भाई ये जो वेरिएशन अपन दोनों ने देखा अभी दो तीन अलग अलग उसमें भी ना ब्लैक का प्ले इजियर है. लाइक
हाँ,
हांस को बस रुक इधर से उधर या थ्रेट्स देना है.
I think
वाइट को सोचना पड़ रहा है.
Rook G2, now Knight C8. Is there any other move? For example, King E2 is apparently the strongest. A4 is not even the strongest move. And now Rook E7 check only move. हाँ, दिख रहा था, समझ में आ गया मुझे. Actually, very easy. Why Rook E7 check out of the blue is the best move. King F3, Rook F7 check. And now if King G3, Knight D6. Okay, I get what you're trying to do. Oh, Rook E2, there is Knight F5 check winning.
भाई साहब.
Why? ये तो you have to see all of this, by the way. Wow, this is so tough for Gukesh. Gukesh looks a bit more locked in now. राकेश भाई, जैसे किसी ने बूथ देख लिया होता है, थोड़ा स्ट्रेस लग रहा है मुझे. This guy's laugh is not it. So let me laugh in an entertaining way then. Ha 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 ha! What a game, Rakesh bhai. I hope that helps. He's just sleepy. Bye. He better not be sleepy because then it's going to be tough. Huge if true indeed.
भाई हंस खेल ही नहीं रहा है यार.
What is he thinking? I mean, I get the point of having a deep think here, but at some point you have to feel like, okay, I have to save some time for later, yeah? I can't just. The worst thing Hans can do is have no time to put a pressure.
Exactly.
Maybe he thinks he's just winning. I feel like Hans thinks there is like a clear evaluation, like it's like a complete draw or a complete win, and he's not able to figure out कि भाई गुकेश सामने बैठा क्यों है गुकेश. If Gukesh draws this game, I will donate 10k. Mr. Darius Koreja is saying, bro, it's not easy. I think your 10k could be very safe right now.
If I draw this, I'll donate 10k. Bye.
I think your 10k
Darius,
is
by the
very
way,
safe.
thank you for the super chat, but yeah, not the 10k we want to earn like this.
No, we want to not draw करेगा ना Gukesh भाई.
Oh, अच्छा हाँ हाँ तो चलेगा या come on
हाँ.
Guki.
Come on, Hans. By the way, 9.5 minutes से भी कम.
Oh हाँ Mayank is right.
Oh,
वो
oh, oh,
10k
oh.
Vietnamese dong कर सकता.
Bhai, he's taking it. He's taking the pawn.
Of
He
course
was
he.
moving the hand towards the rook. He
No!
did take it. Wow. Wow. So Gukesh, Bhai Sahab, a lucky break. Why did he not take that pawn?
Why did Darius write that message? लग गए. 10k गए
भाई
भाई के भाई.
हैंस ने कहा 10k मिल रहा है भाई.
अरे उसको थोड़ी मिल रहा है.
भाई वो अच्छा बंदा है यार, ख्याल रखना है चेस कॉम का भाई. He's a big
But
chess com
that
fan.
I
Don't you
think
know
this
Rakesh
is
भाई?
a huge slip up, Tico by King
हाँ.
D4. मतलब it's 0.00 chat.
I'll give you a
Literally
simple variation.
0.00.
Rook g8. You can't take the pawn on g3 because knight f5 loses the rook. Rook g7 is an instant draw, no? What
Yeah,
is
how do
rook
you
king
say?
d4?
What the hell was King D4? मतलब Hans Niemann.
You can't take this. So, I mean, king c5, I just give a check. And look at this, king c6, knight d8 check. And now I just pick it up. I mean, this is a relatively comfortable draw now, yeah? So I don't know what king d4 was. Maybe he thought game is over and he put the king on the dark square, but ये क्या है भाई?
I think now many ways for Guki to draw. Even I like knight b5 check, king d3 or c5 खेल दो. Like that's also a nice draw. Rook g7 like you
हाँ.
mentioned, Tiku, that's also very simple.
Wow. Why not rook to b7? Yeah, rook b7 now you're kind of, I mean, it's still a draw, but
हाँ मतलब अभी
I
आपको
would,
ड्रॉ मिल गया तो आपको और मोस्ट कॉम्प्लिकेटेड वे में क्यों करना है ड्रॉ दैट्स द थिंग.
हाँ. बिकॉज ये पॉन तो हमें बहुत साल पहले वैसे ही मिल रहा था, हमने मना कर दिया इस पॉन को लेने से. नहीं, we are not laughing at hands by, you're laughing at the situation कि भाई king d4 is like a weird move because rook g3 was so much stronger. Like, honestly, if rook g3 had happened, I think Gukesh would have lost. There was a genuine, I would say
या
80% chance Gukesh would have lost that game. And बस वही 10k की super chat. Everybody wants to see a 10k super chat, Rakesh bhai. I think that's basically it.
या आई मीन वंस द गेम एंड्स Darius Do the needful. And why are you so shocked, guys? Chad, it's because he could have captured a free pawn. Matlab, and then you start having so many threats, but suddenly you don't even capture a pawn. Plus, even if Gukesh says pass, Hans has no threat because rook takes pawn ends in knight f5 check, forking the
Oh,
king and the rook.
Stefan is saying Indian players in thumbnail because this is Chess 24 India, Stefan. So we are gonna cover Indian players more. That's the goal, and
Hmm.
it's not gonna be completely unbiased commentary either. We ideally want to see Gukesh win, so we can cheer for Gukesh. The chat can cheer for Gukesh. Right now, King D4 played, and the problem with also apart from just grabbing the pawn is key. We can see the draw. We can see the draw. Rook G7 instantly feels like a draw to me. It's a free pawn. Black can't stop it, and it just feels like a step in the wrong direction. So I think Hans Niemann has botched up a potential victory, and this is likely a draw now.
Great. Big chance for Hans here that he blundered.
And now Super Duck is saying if Hans wins, I'll donate 10k. So we are getting 10k either way, yeah.
Unless Gukesh wins now,
Oh
suddenly.
wow.
Okay, let's check. Chesscom India with a super chat. Thank you so much, chat. Let's check it out.
Let me check quickly. भाई वो चली गई
Uh,
ऊपर दिख ही नहीं रही अब. क्या है पढ़ के बना दो सभी भाई. Okay, I'm gonna check it. अच्छा, I'll check it. I'll check it.
give super, give membership.
Oh,
For, I think you could have
membership
bought
हमने
it.
दे दी है.
Membership question is done already.
हाँ, we've given out the membership. I think. By the way, Rook C6, Gukesh plays also a draw.
Yeah. Tiku, do you see any late last minute twists? Yeah, अभी हो गया draw.
Uh, I mean, I do see Rook B2 as one option.
I feel एक और आएगा छोटा सा बट आएगा मतलब not like a blunder but एक आधा कुछ
Huh.
तो आ सकता है और
Oh, by the way, Darius is saying my single super chat made Hans nervous.
true भाई
And damn,
please super chat every day
damn, Darius, and that's crazy, no?
and
Like,
that is especially do super chats during candidates for Prague's opponents. If you can be our lucky charm.
true, true, true. Oh, if Gukesh wins, I'll donate 10k. So we have 10k from either side. Yeah. So if Gukesh wins 10k, Gukesh draws 10k, Gukesh loses 10k. So either way, Chesscom gets 10k today.
No, Chess.com only gets 7K ना
हाँ
YouTube का भी तो
7k
खा
सॉरी.
YouTube 3,000 खा गया
खाना नहीं बोलते भाई उसको.
अरे मतलब
वो
कमीशन
खा गया है ठीक है. But okay, meanwhile, Rook C6 is the
Kishore is saying
current.
this was an insane save by
हाँ.
Gukesh. I I agree. मतलब एंड में थोड़ा मेस अप कर दिया बट पहले से तो काफी अच्छा डिफेंड किया गुकेश वंस ही प्लेड F4.
No, I think we have to agree the defense was pretty awesome. Like,
Yeah.
of course, this would have been risky if Black had taken on G3, but Gukesh did. Maybe he would have found that defense. Yeah, who knows? But for now, Gukesh's defense has been fabulous. By the way, if played, I think we're going to take that pawn quickly.
भाई सब लोग अब if venue shuts down I will pay 10K.
Okay, take the pawn.
अरे अंश मंजल is saying भाई फाबी वर्सेस 500 ये लोग कभी आ रहा है चैनल पे द लॉन्ग
Oh,
फॉर्म
that
वीडियो.
one. I think that will come in the first week of March or something like that. So
ओके
वो भी आएगा बहुत जल्दी. अभी पहले आई थिंक दिव्या का एक वीडियो आएगा. That's Light to Me with Divya coming up. I think this week.
ओके
So that will be
chat do
crazy.
check that out on chess.com India YouTube channel. We have a series where a 500 yellow player plays against all the top players in the world and we are checking which top player can defeat the 500 yellow the fastest.
एंड फैबी का वीडियो देख के तुम लोग शॉक हो जाओगे भाई. जस्ट ट्रस्ट मी.
सही में. Oh,
Meanwhile,
Gukesh drew live report from hall. Is अपना डिले है क्या?
नहीं 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 डिले
Chat
है,
was share.
बट वो आदित्य भाई मजाक कर रहे हैं भाई. ही हैज बीन इन एवरी हॉल.
अच्छा, ओके. फेक रहा है वो
ही इज
तो.
इन एवरी हॉल. मतलब अगर रोनाल्डो भी फुटबॉल खेल रहा होता स्टेडियम में तो ही इज इन दैट स्टेडियम. अगर विराट कोहली यूके में ड्राइविंग कर रहा था, ही इज इन दैट कार. लाइक ही इज एवरीवेयर वेयर स्पोर्ट्स पर्सन्स आर अपेरेंटली.
अरे भाई, बाय पोजीशन का बात करने भूल गए. रुक C6, A4 played. What if I
हाँ
chop? Free pawn? Rook
हाँ, फ्री पॉन भाई.
D6.
आई थिंक A3 शुड बी द मूव, बट देन देयर इज
A3 तो
नाइट
नाइट
B5
B5
चेक.
चेक देके भी वो भी चॉप ऑफ कर दो.
B5, rook A6 only move, and now rook G3, rook A3 and draw. Yeah.
Draw offered.
So now this feels very comfortable.
ये तो मतलब
For Gukesh.
इजीली होल्ड करना चाहिए क्योंकि.
Yeah. Hold करने से याद आया, Arvind is definitely not holding. This is all but done. So Arvind की loss के chances very very high. Yeah, this feels over. The D pawn is just too strong. Rook C8, rook C7 should be the winning plan. So going back to Gukesh, and he's taken the pawn. भाई क्या टफ है भाई चेस खेलना.
सही में. Okay, we have a move rook B6 by Guki. And yeah, this should end in a draw chat.
Yeah, Gukesh pulls up his chair. I think should be a bit more confident. Rook G3 you still can't take because there is knight F5 check. Okay, you have king C5, but even that's a draw. So not sure what black can do really to push here. Until this pawn survives, I think white is pretty safe. King C5 now, but again, rook A6, I think.
Yeah.
And not much changes. By the way, A3 played by Hans. Just rook A6 maybe, simplest way. And yeah, knight B5 also, a bit more forcing maybe. Yeah, we are going to that variation, Rakesh bhai. Rook takes A3 aane wala hai. It's going to be a draw very soon.
And और एक interesting variation टिकू भाई फटाफट. Knight B5 check, King C4. नहीं नहीं नहीं, एक ऐसे फन
अच्छा King
वेरिएशन
C4,
बता रहा हूँ.
okay.
हाँ, Knight A3,
हाँ.
King D3, Knight C4.
It's
And
C4.
point being, King C4 के बाद you do the mad rook chat. King के सामने rook रख
Oh.
दो, rook B4, and if you take it's stalemate and a draw.
ये नहीं मार सकते ना. ये लॉस हो जाएगा
नहीं,
फिर.
ये हमें टैलेंट
नहीं ये
दिख
भी
नहीं
ड्रॉ ही
वो
है, ये भी ड्रॉ ही है. I
इसमें
think.
चल रहा है, इसमें चल रहा है, बट
हाँ,
हाँ
वो लॉस्ट है भाई, लॉस्ट है, लॉस्ट है.
एग्जैक्टली. मस्ती
Wow.
मत करो, चेक 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 चेक
हाँ.
देते जाओ सिर्फ. So mad rook incoming. Thank you, the beast, who pointed this out about the mad rook.
भाई दिखाना पड़ेगा ना 50 मूव ड्रॉ राकेश भाई. Like it's very deep calculation.
Okay, King E5 played. Let's come back.
Check. Oh, king goes to E5. Takes
Or
the pawn. Rook
Hans,
G3.
yeah, Hans plays this move rook G3, which he could have done like 10 days ago.
Yeah.
बहुत ही पहले मारना चाहिए था to have any chance of winning.
Yeah. And now I think what's the simplest way? I mean, Gukesh could win this, to be honest. Rakesh bhai. I mean, maybe that's too much to expect, yeah? Anyway, Gukesh can win this because अभी हम पीस के बदले pawn है भाई हमारे पास. pawn के बदले piece.
नहीं नहीं भाई, मतलब थोड़ा ज्यादा हो गया. But
Just
I
thinking.
don't know.
So
Even if there is like a one move blunder for black.
rook a6 होगा क्या? नहीं. Even that's a draw. I want to. Maybe there's no way. Yeah. Knight b1.
वो भी ड्रॉ है.
I found a way. Yay! There is a way to lose by. There is a way.
Of course. क्योंकि भाई एक रीजन है कि आपके सामने इंजन चालू रहता है.
हाँ भाई, एग्जैक्टली. अब लोग समझ गए भाई, जो लोग कह रहे थे इंजन क्यों चाहिए. इमीडिएटली चेंज थंबनेल, पुट अरविंद ऑल्सो. भाई हमारे थंबनेल का ना चेसोंगो फॉर्मेट में 2 ही लोग आते हैं. एंड
मतलब लीगली 2 ही लोग डाल सकते हैं ना अपन.
हाँ, अपन 2 ही लोग डालते हैं. आई विश वी हैड दोस्त थंबनेल जहाँ पे सब लोग हो. एंड 2 लोग चेंज होते रहेंगे भाई बीच में. फॉर एग्जाम्पल इफ अरविंद स्टार्ट्स, आई थिंक whoever is doing well, usually जिनका गेम सबसे एक्साइटिंग होगा उनका वो रहेगा. आई मीन वी कैन ऐड एनीबॉडी.
भाई अरविंद हार गया तो मतलब डालेंगे ही नहीं अपन, मेरे को तो
Also
लग
click
रहा है.
through it, Google करो भाई, you will understand. But meanwhile, Rook G3 played. Knight C2 is apparently a draw. Knight B5 is a draw. सब कुछ draw ही है. अब सीधा कैंडिडेट से मिलेंगे. अरे वाह 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 वाह.
अच्छा,
सो
एग्जाम की वजह से.
तो मतलब 10K नहीं मिल रहे मतलब. सो डैरियस भाई कह रहे कि अब कैंडिडेट से मिलेंगे. वो
नहीं, वो
कैंडिडेट्स
शायद
मिलेंगे
ऐसे
10.
179 करते करते 10 के पहुंचा देंगे, मतलब टूर्नामेंट
हाँ,
के.
नाइस नाइस नाइस. Just start making thumbnails like
रिस्पेक्ट
Gautam
अगर.
Chess.
हाँ देखो भाई, बताओ आप कंटेंट लीड हो ना, क्यों थंबनेल्स ऐसे क्यों है फिर?
नहीं नहीं, आई थिंक वो ब्रांड का रहता है ना. इट्स सेम अक्रॉस ऑल आर चेस कॉम
हम्म.
टीम्स.
करेक्ट.
एंड
फेयर फेयर. Chat Guki about to move his knight. He's just checking quickly. Oh, wait, what?
knight
Okay, so down to
b5.
30 seconds, huh, Tico?
uh,
मतलब,
by the way, after rook d3, if I try to come here, apparently best move is rook h6.
is that
King
the
h2 पे.
only
Oh, king h2
move
is
though?
lost.
भाई आप
भाई
मत खेलो यार.
भाई this is, the point is still tricky. Yeah, rook g6 भी lost होगा. नहीं, rook g3 is draw. Okay.
No, but actually it's tricky. King F4. ऐसा.
भाई rook g5 check only move.
Oh, wait a minute. Tico,
King
Gukesh has
f4
just 1 minute left.
and rook
Is
d5
there a
only move. भाई
last twist in the tail?
भाई rook d3 played on the board.
Bhai, Guki under 50 seconds.
Yeah, and
Chat,
the
no
idea
way.
is,
Chat, possible नहीं होगा ना ये.
by let's hope कोई इशू ना हो. नाइट को अपने डोमिनेट कर दिया है, so the knight can't rush back to save these pawns. rook g6 पे, g3 पे, then you're down to only moves again.
भाई, Gukesh under 30 seconds, टिक्कू.
भाई स्ट्रेस हो रहा है. अगर गुकेश ये हार गया तो दूसरी पोजीशन तो पक्का हार जाता भाई. कम ऑन गुकेश. rook h6 is the best move apparently, just stopping g3
That's,
completely.
that's tough. You just King F4, King G3 आ रहा है.
Oh भाई 18 सेकेंड. गुकेश अंडर प्रेशर. सेव दिस गेम गुकेश.
10 seconds. Gukesh has to
भाई
play.
भाई rook a6 is a draw, is a draw, is a draw. And
Whew.
now king f4 पे rook a1 apparently. He found a very nice way actually, because
Okay,
now it's gonna be
G3 को भी
difficult.
रुक A1. मतलब कुछ भी खेलो, मैं रुक A1 से बचा लूंगा.
Also I have rook
First track.
c1 by the way.
हम्म. तो चैट में पूछ रहा था ना, गुकेश के चांसेस ऑफ विनिंग. दिस इज हाउ यू कैन क्रिएट अ चांस ऑफ विनिंग. रुक C1 पे डालो और
भाई
C पॉन को ढक ढक लो.
Gu- गुकेश का डिफेंस has been spectacular in this game भाई, मानना पड़ेगा. By the way, the best move for black is just to take the draw now with repetition. So पहली बार इंजन ने ऐसा दिखाया है. Oh, he's
Yeah.
going for it.
Check it. Check it
No,
again.
he's gonna repeat maybe. Yeah, he's not gonna. He's gonna
Yeah,
now play
check.
g3. I think.
Yeah, yeah. Of course G3.
King g3 lost, by the way. So king g1 या king h1, 2 moves. ऊपर आए तो you're lost. Push the king back, Gukesh. Don't go to g3.
नहीं नहीं, नो चांस ही प्लीज। मैं 10K डोनेट करूंगा किंग जी3 खेला तो भाई, चांस ही
भाई
नहीं
गुकेश हारेगा और 10K भी जाएंगे, ऐसी बेट्स मत लगाओ।
है। यश बोल रहे देयर इज सम ड्रामा लेफ्ट टुडे, आई आई होप नॉट भाई, बहुत हो गया।
Come on. The game is not a Gukesh nervous. Has to push the king back. Pushes it back. Nice move. I imagine अगर दूसरी वेश हुई होती g3 pawn मारने वाली, that would have been crazy.
या
And
दैट
now
वुड हैव बीन अ रियल टेस्ट ऑफ गुकेश।
g3 maybe. He could also try king f4. It's flexible, yeah? Keeping king g3 and g3 both as options.
या बट आई थिंक आई लाइक गुकेश's आइडिया। रुक A1 फर्स्ट
हाँ.
रैंक प्रोटेक्ट कर लो पूरी तरह से, सो नो प्रेशर।
Yeah. Rook a6 was a great find. Practically also very easy to defend when your rook is on the back rank. Also, Hans has to contemplate now. Am I holding this for sure? Because if black does nothing, rook a1, rook c1, I start pushing the c pawn, white wins. Race against time. Waqt for black. Okay, Hans has 7 minutes. My occasion अगर 10 मिनट होते, I would not be worried, but if 55 seconds now makes me still worried a bit.
भाई वो थोड़ा डर तो लगता ही है।
गला तो सूखता ही है.
माउंटेन ड्यू का ऐड।
If you work for a brand, do contact us for sponsorship, भाई. Sponsor us. हम ऐसे रोज वो ब्रांड पियेंगे खाएंगे जो भी है.
Actually would be fun candidates के लिए। let's get a sponsor chat, if you know anyone who wants to sponsor,
हाँ,
would be
let us
fun।
know. Meanwhile, King H1 के बाद, and also candidates में Gukesh last time won, yeah. I mean, it's insane possibilities, and if Prague wins, that would be great brand integration. Meanwhile, Rook A1 is the idea. How can Black keep putting pressure? I think King F4, G3. The idea should trap the White King on the back rank, potentially threaten checkmate. But still not easy. Looks tough. Yeah. I think Arvind's game is about to be over. That is going to end, I think, even before Gukesh's game. We have both the games there and both the cameras. Samay Bhai doing an amazing job. Isn't King F4 winning for Black? No, it's not actually. Because we can give countless checks on the first rank.
I love this camera, love this scene। दोनों ही गेम्स with boards and players, सब कुछ दिख रहा है।
Yeah. By the way, knight b7 aa raha hai bhai, in the Arvind game. So it's basically resigns. Yeah. I think he's going to resign.
It's over now, Arvind can resign।
And it's going to be very painful because he was better. He would know he was absolutely fine in that game. So
yeah, correct।
Salty, what if classical chess is held online? I think it would be not as fun because having the opponents in front of each other. By the way, the game is over, so Nodirbek um, does win, and that's going to be a hard loss for Arvind to digest, Rakesh. But I feel like, yeah, I hope he doesn't collapse and he doesn't go on a tilt now. It's going to be very, very important for him to strike back in the coming games.
True that, and he knew that he had a chance somewhere. By the way, G3 played in the game, defending champion
Okay, one.
Aravindh losing in game one. Let's see how that happens. But what about the world champion, Tiku bhai? क्या लगता है?
But if I was Hans, I would just put the rook on c2 just to be extra cautious. I would just put the rook on c2 because I'm a bit worried कि ये pawn ना दौड़ जाए. And then I would try everything.
Fair.
But apparently the best move is just to bring the king here. It's all equal though. I think nothing changes. King f4. And what if I just go all in c5? It's a king f3,
King
c6.
f3 नहीं. I will play g2 check. देखो.
So you
वो
play
पीछे.
g2 check, king h2.
And rook f2. नहीं ठीक है. Let's go back to the live game. Hans is about to
Okay,
play
we have the
h2 खेला.
position.
Does he have one last trick? King h3 पे
Bye.
लाके g2 checkmate.
Yeah, that's his plan. That's a deadly plan, by the way.
But I think you
So
can just play c5 ना. King आने तक
c5,
वो
king
king
f4 and फिर
c6 भी खेल सकते हैं.
भाई भाई
भाई भाई भाई.
भाई rook c2 and wins.
Oh.
भाई
Gukesh,
last
in
trap
50
है.
seconds. हाँ,
Last
trap है
trap.
ये. I think you can still go c5 though.
Apparently you can just play. हाँ, c5 is also draw, but c5 king f4 knight c7 खेलना है भाई. That's not easy.
Oh, 30
I
seconds
think
for Gukesh.
भाई knight c3 खेल दो ना. Knight c3 95 something. I don't know. Just bring the knight closer to the king. Come on, 25
क्या
seconds.
फायदा, वो king h3 जाके मेट कर देगा आपको.
भाई he looks a bit. That's a nice find by Hans. Last trap. भाई 13 seconds, 12 seconds. OC5 played.
भाई नहीं यार, c5 खेला उसमें यार.
Oh, he's trying
40
knight
seconds.
d6.
He
Go for
has
knight d6
only
भाई.
40 seconds.
He's gonna find the draw, yeah, because यहाँ पे knight e4
g3
essentially.
मार दो, उड़ा दो g3 का pawn.
Okay, that's very smart actually. That's very, very smart. Oh, he's gonna draw. He's gonna draw now. This is a draw. Yeah. बचा लिया भाई मुकेश ने भाई. खतरनाक defense.
But I think if your hands king f4 and c6 खेला तो गेम खत्म.
So knight, I think that's why I played c5 because knight d6. Okay, can I somehow delay this? Let's say I play rook c2
No,
first.
you can play king g4, huh?
King g4, there is knight e4. No, rook attacked.
King h3.
अरे बाप रे. अरे बाप रे. But knight e3 anyways, no?
हाँ हाँ, वो तो है. वो तो रोक रोक ही नहीं सकते. I think हाँ, अभी तो हो गया. भाई अभी भी देखो टिको भाई, क्लॉक गलत है. 123 है, बट अपने को 43 दिख रहा है स्क्रीन पे.
नहीं मुझे 1 अच्छा हाँ it's 43 right
कैम
you're
और
right.
उस पे अलग अलग है.
हाँ वो कम है मतलब टाइम जितना
भाई
है.
वो बच्चा भी रेडी हो गया ऑटोग्राफ के लिए, उसको पता है ड्रॉ है.
हाँ
नाउ इट्स अ ड्रॉ.
हैंस ने ट्राई हार्ड तो किया है बिल्कुल. एंड किंग f4 played. Now knight d6 गुकेश come on.
Yeah,
Let's play it quickly.
kudos
Knight c3
to
also
Guki.
works.
In fact, yeah, it is the last trap, chat. Knight d6, and we can do a mini celebration for the draw. Because,
Yeah.
okay, Guki, let's go. 30 seconds. Don't
Apparently
be
there's also
by
knight
the
c7,
clock.
king g4, knight e6, king h3, and then you can give this check. But that's too complicated. I would just pick up this pawn. Played. Yeah.
Let's
Well
go.
done.
Badhiya, badhiya. Hans knows it now.
Bhai, what a game, man. What a game.
Respect, मतलब दोनों sides के लिए बहुत ही अच्छा गेम और बहुत ही अच्छा डिफेंस.
Really impressed by Hans Niemann. Although, like, Gukesh would not be happy with missing that moment. But, oh wait, he's trying. He's still not playing king g4.
वो रुक
Rook
e2
c2.
खेलेगा वो. अच्छा नहीं, रुक c2 खेला.
c2. Can't I just play? Sorry, I can't play rook e1 and knight e4 because rook e5 then.
– 25 seconds for Gukesh once again. What's happening? Harm's not giving up. Gukesh with 10 seconds. No way. C6. Oh, King
भाई ये
G4.
रुक F1 check he wants क्या?
हाँ. If you go King G4 तो knight E4 आ जाएगा. Draw.
If takes, then check King G4 and now knight E4 because you don't have G2 check जब रुक यहाँ पे था. And you will take this
Correct.
next. And chat, usually G and H pawns, अगर इकलौते pawns हो, like for example in that final position, रुक यहाँ, let's say takes, this is a draw. White को कुछ करने की जरूरत नहीं, बस रुक हिलाते रहो यहाँ पे. There's no way black can win. Wow. Okay, he repeats. He tries to push the knight. He tries to push the knight back, but knight F7 check should be a draw. We come via this path, yeah? I just take on H2.
Yeah. Well, Trisha, no, I don't think passive defense. There'll just be like a perpetual or yeah, you'll see the moves repeating soon.
But have to admire how well Hans played this. Beautiful chess. And aakhri
Yeah.
umeed tak, like he kept fighting.
I think
It
he
took
will
like
be kicking himself for not playing more rook into G3 wala line.
agreed. And I think Gukesh should also be happy overall, I feel, coming out of this. Because whatever he played today, like knight d3, missing that knight d3, I mean, it's just such a weird move that should not bother him too much. And the defense he showed, by the way, look at the accuracy. Yeah? Hans is 96.4, Gukesh is 96. So that's pretty impressive. Okay, 96 check again, maybe. Then King G4 and Knight E4 should be a draw. Practical play. By the way, chat, we have 2,000 people watching. If you jaldi se all of you hit that like button na, you'll cross 1,000 likes and एक और बंदे को membership मिल जाएगी. जल्दी सब like button दबा दो, जल्दी से. 1,000 like हो गए तो. By the way, Gukesh pushes the pawn. He really wants to push that pawn. If you take now simply King G2, is that the plan?
Yeah. But if Hans ignores and plays King G4, फिर क्या? By the way, Gukesh played with only 10 seconds.
Yeah.
The clock. 40 seconds total for Guki.
Very interesting. I'm very, very happy with Gukesh's play
Oh, look
today.
at this, Tiku. King
हाँ
G4 खेला, if Hans
हाँ
ignores. Rook A4 check.
हाँ
King H3 knight G5 checkmate.
हाँ
But
भाई ये तो
Hans doesn't
पॉसिबल
do
है.
that.
अगर मैं खेल
Hans
रहा होगा, he just takes the pawn.
Hans captures the pawn. King G2 and I think draw incoming
Yeah,
chat.
yeah. But what a game, man. I think both players
Amazing.
should be proud of how well they've played today, even though it was a draw. And usually that's how the game ends, yeah, when both players play magnificently. Yeah, Rook F7, and there it is, chat. It is a draw, an amazing game, a treat for the eyes and the soul. And Rakesh Bhai, I think Gukesh, even though he made one mistake, he fought like a lion to crawl
Yeah,
back into this game, and there was no hope for Hans. And of
for
course, he
sure.
Hans had that one moment, but uske alawa, I mean, a perfect game by Gukesh.
100% fully agreed. Very well fought game. I mean, two titans came to fight. बहुत ही अच्छा match था आज. And Gukesh, even though he made a big mistake, well defended. I think Gukesh played like a world champion today.
Absolutely. And chat, let's not forget, it's just day one. So tomorrow we'll be back with day two of the Prague Masters. It's going to be Gukesh, hopefully in great form. Hopefully he continues like he played today. And tomorrow maybe we get a win instead of a draw this time. And of course, Arvind's comeback is super crucial if he wants to have any chances of qualifying to the Olympiad team. And let's not forget Divya in the challengers. Yeah, I mean, today she
Mhm.
was winning, but she agreed to a draw. We don't know what impact that will have on her tomorrow's game, Rakesh bhai.
Yeah, that's gonna be super interesting. I think each and every matchup is difficult in this tournament to go by, but it
Yeah,
is super fun. Day one, sadly, I think two draws for Indians and two losses. There we have the standings of day one. David Navara, Jorden, Nodirbek's won because we see two Uzbekistani players winning.
yeah,
Only Hans and Gukesh drew, and Aravindh Chithambaram, the defending champion, starts with a loss. In
yeah.
this
And the
challenger
challengers.
section,
Yeah. Yeah, Divya on half point, Surya on zero. We're going to expect a comeback from Surya. He had a beautiful attack. I think he just hurried in a
hmm
little bit. Rakesh bhai थोड़ा जल्दी चले गए ऐसा मुझे लगा. And
yeah,
I think he's going to of course be back tomorrow with some exciting play. So chat, thank you for joining in. बहुत मजा आया आज. And कल हम वापस आएंगे भाई डे नंबर 2 because अभी तो मुकेश की बहुत checkmates देखनी बाकी है. मतलब वो खुद करेंगे होंगे नहीं. So we'll be back tomorrow. See you, Rakesh bhai. Thank you for the amazing commentary. Thank you, sir, for the amazing broadcast. And thank you for joining us, chat. We'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place. Good night.